How's it going, everybody?
Sam, plot out the fastest way back to that Marauder Temple. Once we get things squared away in Bastion, we're heading for the surf.
To find Hale.
If anyone
there we go.
These things, it'll be him. How the hell am I gonna get over there?
The monorail car should be able to hold your weight.
Yeah, but for how long? Oh, crap. They're feeding off this whole area. There's no way to get into Bastion without dragging these things with us.
Oh, shit. Somali pirates? What the fuck are you talking about?
That wasn't so hard.
There are several infected structures remaining.
Thanks.
There we go. If prices go up, the pirates say it's the consumer's fault, and if people get banned, they say it's the company's fault, but it's never their fault. Do you mean the companies? Oh, I guess, yeah, they do blame people who buy shit. That is true. That is true. You know, like the people who bought a Nintendo Switch are apparently everything wrong with gaming, bro. Even though the Nintendo Switch is genuinely one of the last, like, actual gaming-first platforms. So, Nintendo is, like, the only pure game manufacturer left, I would say. Like, they actually make video games and not much else. Unlike most other, so-called gaming companies nowadays.
Buckle up, Sam. This can take a while.
Error. Buckle up is an unknown directive.
Just show me where the damn bugs are, okay?
Affirmative.
Did you see the Cloud and Sephiroth? They're finally an Astrobot? Are they part of, like, a new DLC level or something? Interesting. I guess the conspiracy theory that Square Enix hates Sony, dude, is quelled now. One round of Mario Kart at a time. Oh well. A worthy sacrifice, man. If that's what it means to kill gaming, then gaming's not worth saving. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, he just wishes he could make movies, so the closest equivalent to movies in gaming is just cutscenes, so that's his passion, is the cinematics. He doesn't really give a fuck about the game anywhere near as much as the actual, you know, cinematography and shit of the cutscenes.
Only a couple left.
People of Mars, listen up. Because there's a lot of things you need to know. The whole Red faction up and left us. That's right. It's the end of the world and they left us all here to fend for ourselves. And you want to know why? Because they're responsible for what happened. Because it was one of their own that did this to us. Darius Mason.
I really wish he'd shut up.
I didn't do nothing. Kojima fanboys punching the air listening. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. I really don't get the glazing for Kojima at all, but you know.
John's been missing for 6 days now. They say I have to sign the papers to declare him dead. I just can't. He's still alive. I know it.
Oh, I guess, yeah, I gotta go back this way. Nope. There we go. This is Red Faction Armageddon. I need some ammo. Holy fuck, I may be dead. Yup, shit.
Only a couple left.
People of Mars, listen up. Because there's a lot of
Oh
things you
shit,
need to
all the way
know.
back here.
The whole Red faction up and left us. That's right. It's the end of the world and they left us all here to fend for ourselves. And you want to know why? Because they're responsible for what happened. Because it was one of their own that did this to us. Darius Mason.
John's been missing for 6 days now.
I really wish he'd
They
shut
say I
up.
have to sign the papers to declare him dead. I just can't. He's still alive. I know it.
It would not surprise me if Kojima went to the fucking Diddy party, bro. He's definitely been compromised at this point. He's definitely compromised. I mean, that's the only way you can make it in Hollywood anyway, so. So the fact that he's involved in all that shit should tell you everything. You only get to join the club if you're controlled. That way you'll never be a threat.
Master can never be trusted. We all know it. We've known it since the cultists stormed the terraformer. Don't believe me? Ask yourself this. Where exactly was Mason 3 days ago when those things showed up? And where exactly did they come from? We know what happened. The only question is, what are we gonna do about it?
Alright, I should have power ammo now. Why would you not vote during the midterms? That's actually retarded.
People of Mars, it's time to take matters into our own hands.
Okay, enough of this bullshit.
That would be very
These people need to know the
stupid.
truth.
John, it's Amanda. Please pick up.
I'm not a
They're
big
saying
fan
there's
of the
some kind attack.
Republican Party,
Nobody knows
but
what's
bro,
happening. People
how
are
could you
missing.
like?
John, pick
I
up.
don't even know how you could think
Pick
the
up,
Democrats
please.
are even remotely an option. They literally want you dead. So, like, it's not even a question of is there a better option. Of course, there's not. There never will be, unfortunately, until we get rid of the pesky thing we call democracy. But you got to make sure the right person is at the helm if that happens. So. The Elon Party? You mean the India Party? Replace all American workers with SARS? Yeah, no thank you. No thanks. I will not be voting for the fucking American Indian Party. Yeah, dude, all the shills for the America Party or whatever the fuck he calls it, like, they're literally all Indian citizens. Like, they don't even live in the United States, and they're like, which way, Western men? It's like, away from you, bitch.
Same place you were headed, Mason. Hey, it's not what you think. Were you there or not? Look, it was supposed to be a drill job, that's all. It was an accident. Come on now, you all know me. Yeah, you're the one who...
Yeah, Nick Fuentes actively tried to not get Trump elected, and now wants to constantly cry about everything he does. It's like, bro, you never like... It's like, I don't know. He's not doing what I voted for. It's like, you didn't even fucking vote, you retard. And you told everyone not to vote for Trump. You don't really get a say, bitch. Like, honestly. The reason why the social media people are siding with Elon is they want his money. Elon can get them a Tesla sponsorship, a fucking Twitter sponsorship, fucking streaming. That's the thing, is they smell money in the fucking water, essentially.
So the garbage dump.
So,
Great. How do
they
we
want
get out of
Elon's
here?
money.
Calculating.
Looks like we're taking a scenic route.
Hostile creatures incoming.
Of course there are.
Have I seen the Ghost of Yota? Nah, I didn't watch it. I saw people talking about it, but I didn't watch it. I'm not going to buy that game, most likely. I don't really have a desire to. The first game was boring as shit, so... was not a fan. Yeah, Elon is reverting back to a leftist, so... no bueno.
We got you surrounded, Mason! You ain't getting out of there alive!
This guy's becoming a major pain in my ass.
I detect no damage in the gluteal area.
We need to get out of here. If they catch us...
Bro, holy shit, that thing's just bouncing. There we go. Jeez.
We're gonna lose him! We missed him! Go around!
Oh, shit.
There he is. Grab him.
We'll find you, Mason. Don't you worry about that. I see him! I see him! Through the torches!
Idiots!
Incoming transmission.
You sure know how to make friends, huh?
Kara?
What the hell happened to you?
Let's just say you were right about that job.
Elon
Yeah.
burned his
You actually
reputation
do
as a
sucks.
political figure. Nobody
Yeah,
will want to partner
so.
with him now
Where
out
are
of
you?
fear of
Better hurry.
backstabbing.
Better hurry.
I mean that, and
We're
he's
gonna stay so
completely,
long.
he's isolated both sides of the fucking political spectrum. Like, the leftists think he's, like, literally a
He's over
Nazi.
here. You're after the wrong guy.
And now, you know, right-wingers don't fucking like him because he went full-blown shit-lib out of nowhere.
Spike's not looking good.
Too much condensation building up on the outside.
You know, one of his
Should rust
biggest
a lot
hang-ups
faster
with
since
that bill that was
terraforming
passed was literally that it
Water
included
starts
tax
taking away
cuts,
the
right?
rock.
Like, Elon was demanding that they remove the tax
I don't know how
cuts
we're
from
gonna
the
fix it.
bill
We gotta
because
make
it would
it
hurt the
clear, too, the whole
deficit,
system
dude.
collapses.
So yeah, just keep fucking taxing people more and more to pay off national debt, because that's definitely a real number. That'll
Shit,
totally
path is
be
blocked.
repaid.
Sam, find us another route.
It's just retarded, man.
Calculate faster!
Apparently, Elon's not smart enough to understand the fact that the Federal Reserve's funny money is not real money in the first place. Therefore, a national debt means literally nothing.
Don't let him get away!
We're gonna lose.
Yeah, and a weaker dollar also means people buy more American-made goods, so it goes both ways.
We missed him. Go around.
That's why China devalues their currency.
Get over here! It's just time.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, just like our money, dude, it's totally real. Wait, what the fuck happened? Why didn't...
I can't afford this shit!
Where do you think you're going, Mason?
Oh, shit.
Ain't nobody gonna save you now.
Daryl Zone with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Not gonna lie, Ghost of Yote looked a pretty fun game. I mean, if you like the first one, you'll probably like the second. I did not like the first. But, yeah. It's probably just gonna be more of the same.
You're breaking up.
The crystals are interfering with our communications.
How long before we're all picking vegetables? It's such a retarded argument, because the only reason we need migrants to do that shit is because people don't want to buy farm equipment.
Don't worry about it.
So all you'd have to do is just get, you know, farmers to have an approved loan that doesn't really have to be paid back if they meet certain criteria over a set amount of time, where basically they get the equipment, you know, essentially for free over like a 10-year discount period if they meet certain criteria. So that's the type of stuff we should be doing, instead of wasting trillions of dollars paying for a bunch of hombres to be in the country to pick our fucking strawberries. So once again, the problem comes down to not investing in our own people. So... just think about it this way, guys. If you're an illegal immigrant, Biden was giving them $3,800 a month out of Social Security. If you pay the maximum contribution for your entire life to Social Security, you can take out $4,000 when you turn 65. So these illegals were getting $4,000 a month for doing absolutely fuck all. It's just, yeah, it's a manufactured problem. Completely fucking manufactured. That's why the most important thing we can do is get these fucking people out of the country. Period.
Oh, crap! This is our idea of safe.
Radio contact with Kano reestablished.
Whatever you do, stay out of the
A
market.
little late for that.
Nintendo's gonna increase the price by August? Of what? I haven't heard anything about that.
Can we cut through this building?
Yes, but there's a high density of hostile creatures inside.
There's a high density of hostile creatures everywhere, Sam.
Approaching the Red Faction barracks.
Haven't been in here since I left the arms.
Where are you?
Trying to stay alive!
We need to get out of these damn caves.
Can you meet me at the surface elevator?
I think so. Yeah.
Go! I'll be right behind you! A lot of men died here. Good men.
Darius, are you all right?
There we go.
Kara, we're almost there. How you holding up?
Doing fine.
I need you to get that elevator running.
Why? What's on the surface that's so important?
We need to get back to that drill site. The job was a setup.
By who?
Adam Hale.
Hale. But he's...
Apparently not.
This just keeps getting worse.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Darius,
fuck out.
the elevator's ready when you are.
Good.
Don't keep me waiting.
Don't worry, girl. I come quick. Oh.
Guys in here didn't stand a chance.
Prisoners were incarcerated for a reason.
Still, didn't deserve this.
Yes, they did. Total prisoner death, dude. I'm having a good day? I guess, huh? I wouldn't say that much. There we go. Let's see. Marquis King with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. Big ups.
Tell me you
And
won't do
Squirrel
it.
Snapper with the
subscribe,
36
donate, get the
months.
fuck out.
3 years went by so quickly.
I don't know.
Thanks for everything. No worries,
I have a
man.
feeling I'm about to
Thanks
find out.
for being a member.
How can I help?
Just get that elevator ready to go. Sam, give me some good news.
I'm detecting a rather large heat signature, but it's unclear whether it's one creature or something.
How is that good news?
I gotta leave the mech behind.
Just left them there.
Oh, I almost have enough for 2 upgrades.
Dozens of people waiting for rescue, relying on us, and we just
drove away. Left them.
I should play Death Stranding. No. I do not want to play Death Stranding 2.
The heat signature is only one creature.
Sam, I'm gonna melt you down for salvage.
What's going on over there?
Not right now. Take that, you big ugly bastard. Sam, which way's the elevator?
I can't wait forever. Let's go.
Wait, no Resident Evil? Never again. Never ever again.
Darius, come on, we need to go. You're gonna make me wait, huh?
Yup. Oh. There we go. Why did it skip the cutscene? Oh, never mind.
You don't know how glad I am to see you.
Yeah, we need to see her fine ass, dude.
Darius!
No, go back! The tunnel's full of them!
Is it really too much to ask to get, you know, just more female characters that look like that? I don't know, bro. I don't feel like it's a big ask.
We find the man behind this, and the trail starts back at the temple.
Our recon drone's already done a flyover, Mason. All it found there was your truck.
Frank, ask your CO to ease up, man. I'm a veteran.
Explain what you were doing at the location where the hostiles originated.
I was hired by cultists pretending to be salvagers. Adam Hale was there. He set up the whole thing.
Hale was killed at the terraform.
Unconfirmed. We never found the body. Did we, Frank?
Sir, I suppose it is possible that Hale... Sergeant, convey Mason to base camp. Under guard. Mount up.
Colonel, don't do this. He's not one of them.
I can detain you.
No, I never played the 50 Cent games. I never bought them.
Approaching base camp. In the perimeter, 2 clicks. This is bullshit, Frank. You should be hunting Hale and his followers.
You're sure he was in?
You think I wouldn't know that voice?
Then just cooperate and you'll be clear.
I've been cooperating. All it got me was chased by a lynch mob and rolled up by Red Faction.
Was that the girl back there?
Car? No. Almost. Almost. I've never been known for my sense of time. Holy shit, they're everywhere!
Holy shit balls, dude.
Hold this position!
Covering fire! This is suicide! They're just gonna keep
We
coming!
maintain this position at all costs!
You're gonna get us all killed!
Mason, what are you doing?
Saving your ass!
Fall back! Fall back! Hostiles on the road! Oh, shit! Where's the goddamn reinforcements?
That's new. Sam, how do I kill this thing?
From afar and with very large weapons.
Got it!
Sergeant, track that
I
son
miss
of a
your
bitch down.
MW2 streams. You were so fun to watch back then. What happened? Call of Duty sucks. If there was an actual good COD to play, I would play COD again, but Black Ops 6 got very old very fast. Yeah, Modern Warfare 2 2022 was like the last good COD as of late, at least. Exo? I want an Exo.
Got them all, Frank. Then get your ass back here. We can use some help. Mason, get your ass back here! Fall back! Fall back! Oh, shit! Where's the goddamn reinforcements?
I don't even remember which way I came. Shit.
Wilson! Man to Exo! Ain't time for a pity, Mason. Come on.
I seem extra happy? I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
There's the Leo! Turn is dead, sir. Damn it! Mason, grab that Leo and help us hold the bugs off.
Oh, shit.
That is Smith faction property. You're not authorized to operate that vehicle. Agent, with your hands up.
Somebody shut him up.
Damn it!
Thank you, Sam.
Of course.
Fall back! Fall back! Where the goddamn reinforcements? Wilson! Man to Exo! That's all of them. Nice work, Mason.
Don't think
Hell yeah, dude. I just remember how you seemed so lively back then. Well, that was basically 3 years ago. And I've gotten older. And there's not really anything to look forward to anymore, so things have just gotten worse in general.
You're an idiot.
Damn, Mason, you punched out my CO. Now what am I gonna do with it?
Well, you can't court-martial me.
Pretty much every aspect of life has dramatically deteriorated
Have you even helped me find
over the past 5 years. Pretty rapidly.
Orders are to meet up with the Marauders and give them support. Besides, we don't have any idea where hell is. You need a walker to get through that shit. Looks like you're stuck with us. Don't worry, we'll make this right. Now help me drag the colonel back to camp.
Gaming is dead. That's what was keeping Griffin together. I wouldn't even say that. I don't know.
You want to see me, Frank?
Yeah, one damn thing after another. The cultists have put up a network shroud. Get nothing but half of my signal types.
I don't know. I think my biggest issue is I just don't have anything to look forward to.
We figure they're
You know, it's just basically checking off the box on another day.
Those out.
Every day.
right, but I can't order you to do that.
Well then, I guess I volunteer.
Watch your ass out there.
Shit, in this storm? Can't even see my ass.
Hit the gym? I do every day.
All right, Sam.
But
let's
yeah,
go
I've
break
stopped
this camp and
drinking.
track down those relay stations.
And yeah, I don't talk to women, so that ain't gonna happen. Gollum gaming? Yeah, pretty much.
So much for sneaking up on it.
Join your local bike club? I don't have a bike.
Frank, first station is down.
Yeah, I see that. The section of the shroud just dropped off our maps.
Therapy? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Absolutely, bro. Therapy is so important, guys. Therapy is basically the modern-day confessional for women. So,
Dennis, what happens if I need to say?
No, that took care of that problem.
yo, what the fuck? Alright, well, that was cool. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. God, Emperor betrayed us. Time to blackpill. That's right, dude. It's over. I'm gonna end up like Raymond now. Bald and angry. Alright, well, that's not even so. Fortnite. This game does kind of look like Fortnite if you think about it. Like, look. Dude, let me set my macros. Oh, shit. It's over. Fuck. Yeah. I was stuck. Join the army, you can get poverty wages and free health. There you go. Dude, I don't know. Go to the... I don't like the beach, personally. I'm not a beach fiend. Doesn't have a beach body, true. Sad but true, man. I'm not 6'5" and shredded. Yo, what the fuck? Those guys I'm flying. If you meet a good chick, it will all turn around. A rare... Yeah, well, if I win $1 million on a scratch-off ticket, it'll turn it around too, so... So that's a big what if. But yeah. I doubt it. I highly doubt it, honestly.
Usually involve me getting shot at.
Hey, it builds character.
He right. I really don't want to meet new friends, though. Like, that's just such a blanket thing. Like, oh yeah, if you just get a friend, you'll be better. Like, I don't agree with that. What is that going to do? I'm still not going to want to go out drinking. I'm still not going to go watch sports ball. I'm still not going to go to nightclubs. Like, this is like literally not going to change anything. So that's not the, you know, one-trick answer to everything in life.
We claim our destiny.
That's like saying join a club.
Almost got him all. Stay focused and come back in one piece.
Nightclubs are... Yeah, I've never been in one. Never will. Yeah, that's the thing, is I just genuinely don't like anything anymore. I just really don't like modern existence. That's probably good. Effectiveness of headshots. Damage boosted. Increase health. Oh, yeah, I definitely want that. Extended clips. Amount of ammo received. I think these are better. It's the most powerful abilities that, because you can literally just fucking one-hit everything later. Do the ammo upgrade next. Join a club like it's a guide from Sky. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like... First of all, club... Like, where do you even go to join a club? Is the first question. You go to clubsrus.com? Like, what the fuck? I'm not in college anymore. They don't have, like, a club website. Yeah. The only clubs in my area are, like, run clubs, which I am not doing. I hate running. I'll do any other form of cardio except running, bro. I fucking hate running. Go to church. I've already explained why I don't go to church, bro.
Frank, it's finished.
That's already been explained. You know, the picture of fucking LGBT Jesus with his Kool-Aid and watermelon. You know, you can insinuate what race he is as well. Black gay Jesus is like a common sight at the churches, air quotes, in my area. Yeah.
We are all gonna die, man. No one's gonna die, Miguel. Except maybe this here room. I can feel them. They're out there. Damn it, McGuff. The bugs aren't gonna come through that storm.
Private social clubs? You have to spend a shitload of money to get into those, man. My area is so fucking expensive. If you join like a country club or social club or whatever you want to call it, you got to spend like $50,000 to $60,000 a year, and that's to keep out demographics of undesirables. So I understand why, but it's like, yeah, I don't play golf, and really that's all there is to it, other than just like eating food. So, which I'm not gonna do anyway.
We can't let him dig in.
An attractive woman, yep. Imagine that.
Picking up a bunch of them coming from a tunnel to the south.
Catch him. Can't this thing go any faster?
You wanted to drive.
The new PC is fine. I don't have any complaints.
Rocket launcher.
I would say the biggest change I notice is in my monitor, though. Like, that to me is the more substantial purchase, is the, you know, 4K OLED monitor. This shit just looks so nice. Every time I see my reflection in it, it just makes me think, damn, this shit's premium. Because it's like that same effect you get if you've ever used a MacBook screen versus, like, a Dell screen. Like, the glossy glass, like, finish is just so much nicer than having a matte screen.
Picking up an enemy walker moving in your direction.
Hang on, Tara.
What the hell is that?
It's a tunnel excavator.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Frank, they're trying to break in from the opposite side.
Well, hell, can you stop them?
Not a problem.
Soon I'll be doing this as DK, bro.
We're all clear, Frank. Carl and I are gonna head for the temple.
You find that son of a bitch Hale and make him pay.
Count on it.
The cultists actually worship these things?
People flipped out over the PC short because of the song choice, yeah.
Nigga, how Hitler?
The Ultor scientists knew about the bugs years ago. We have to get to the Marauder archives. Darius?
Still a bop? Yeah, I agree. It's a Balrog, dude. Just got first PC, man. Keyboard and mouse is killing me. Yeah, I only use keyboard and mouse typically on, you know, first-person shooters, but yeah, it takes a while to get used to it.
This is the power of Mars. Creatures.
I can't afford this shit!
I summon to ravage our enemies.
One of the two. Nah, you better finish that fire. Here, I'll do the full one.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She went up in Japan, with the chrome on the Benz. Nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down in my pants, she got the ring in her hands. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
Sam, we need to slow him down.
Top of the junction boxes. The electricity release should be enough to short circuit the rocket. Hostile forces incoming.
Really think you could stop me, Mason? Your father and grandfather couldn't. Perhaps failure is hereditary. Give up, Mason! I've already won! Once my creatures have wiped out you and your pathetic kind, I will take my rightful place as the ruler of Mars!
Lay edgy, dude.
That was a little too close.
Let's see. Vils with the 50. I don't like hip hop, but song is fire as fuck. Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm not really the biggest rap fan, but I've always liked Kanye, so.
I'm not big on the whole dying thing.
He's kind of the exception to the rule, typically. Kanye has actual, like, effort behind his music, so that's, I think, the biggest difference.
Sam,
Is he's really, really good at production quality. So, you know, whenever he makes a song, like, at the very least, the beat's gonna be great. And extremely well produced.
Junction boxes can't route enough power to the elevator. Darius, you should grab onto something. Auxiliary power sources have engaged. Crisis averted.
Darius, where are you? What the hell's going on?
Just tearing the place apart. I think I lost it, but we need it.
No!
Kara? Kara!
Connection terminated.
Sam, get her back.
Unable to reestablish contact.
Damn! We gotta get out of here. Why is the door not opening?
The power supplies have been damaged.
Is America occupied I don't think so, man. I don't think so. We're occupied by a bunch of leftist retards, but aside from that, I don't think so.
Why are we not moving?
There's no way you can go that I can't reach you!
We need to be moving!
Kind of hoping.
Squirrel Stamper with the 2, that song is why I love Kanye.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, apparently Michael Jackson was working on a very similar song too, right before he died. Also, Michael Jackson's aesthetic was heavily based on Nazis. So, the Nazi uniform was one of Michael Jackson's biggest fashion inspirations back in the day. If you look at his old outfits, they're pretty similar. Yeah, that's because they basically enslaved him from a young age, man. Those record executives abused him as a child. He hated them. Yo, what the fuck?
Darius, the walker shields are down.
Good, because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Darius, the walker shields are down.
Good, because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
That will never be yours.
Station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea. You gonna twirl your mustache? Or you gonna put up a fight?
Stop running from your fate, Mason! Stop them, Mason!
Fucking bitch, bro.
Darius, the walker shields are down.
Good, because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
field down.
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
That will never be yours.
Bro, what am I supposed to do?
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good.
Nah, it doesn't even do any damage.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
That will never be yours.
You gonna twirl your mustache?
Yeah, I guess I have to get the timing right.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
That will never be yours.
You gonna twirl your mustache?
Huh.
Can't afford this shit.
Alright, let's see.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
Let's try it again.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the
Nope.
ceiling.
I got an idea.
Miss.
That will never be yours.
You gonna twirl your mustache?
Shit. Alright, let's see.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
Nope, miss. I wish I could get a better view, but with me having to aim up, I can't see where he is.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
Alright, one down.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
Nope. Bro, I'm doing something wrong. I don't know.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
Nope. Do I go to the gun range? No, I don't.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
Nope. I'm trying to do it based on the audio.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got
Nope.
an idea.
Dude, I have no fucking idea.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea. You gonna twirl your mustache? Or you gonna put up a fight?
Running from your fate, Mason. You cannot stop them.
Yo! What the fuck? I got all three of them. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna look it up. How to kill the spider red faction Armageddon. No, you have to hit him with everything you have on the way. So, no, it's not just dropping the generators. Apparently, you actually have to, like, damage him, too. It said the magnet weapon's the best gun to use, but I don't have it, of course.
The walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
Yeah, it's doing, like, a tiny-ass bit of damage.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good. Because I'm ending this.
You really think you can win?
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the ceiling.
I got an idea.
Dude, I don't know. What the fuck? I may be screwed because I don't have the right gun.
The walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
You're ready to give it away. How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the scene.
Nope.
I got an idea.
Yeah, it's just a shitty boss design.
Boss will never be yours. You gonna twirl your mustache? Or you gonna put up a...
Alright, I'm just gonna look it up. I'll see if I can find like a playthrough of it, but... So, Marauder Heavy Walker Boss is what it's called. Like, it's not even a boss, that's the thing. It's just a DPS check, basically. Huh. He's not charging him in this other guy's game. That's weird.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
The guy has way more room. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the scene.
I got an idea.
Yo, what the fuck?
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the scene.
I got an idea. Boss will never be yours.
Dude, this is so gay. No, you can't get close to him. It just insta-kills you if you're within a certain distance.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
Bro, why is that not hitting him now?
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
Power station's on the scene.
I got an idea. You gonna twirl your mustache? Or you gonna put up a fight?
Bro, I was so close.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the scene.
I got an idea.
What? What the fuck happened? I like tripped.
The walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
The power station's on the scene.
I got an idea. Boss will never be yours.
I don't fucking know, man. This is so gay.
Darius, the walker's shields are down.
Good, because I'm into this.
How do I get this force field down?
Power station's on the scene.
I got an idea. You gonna twirl your mustache? Or you gonna put up a fight?
Got it. Holy fuck, dude. That sucked.
Die already?
You just had to fucking spam the... Yeah, apparently if you had the gravity gun, it made it a lot easier. That's what I read. But that's fucking crazy, dude. That sucked. That was a genuinely shitty boss. Let's see. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Like, oh my god, I really need to stop spending the blue $2 right now. What the fuck?
Give me monies!
And Tim Marco with the 279. RIP Volition, yeah. Their last game was gay as shit, too, which makes it even worse.
Where are we headed?
Why is it paused? The fuck?
The Marauder archives. We need to access the Altor mainframe.
And you know how to do that?
No.
But I know who can. Hostile forces detected.
Buckle up.
Marauder Shiva squads detected. Chain reinforcements incoming. Cultist reinforcements detected. Cultist pupils detected.
Would you just stop detecting? Won't let up.
Well, you did decapitate their leader.
Yeah, I did him a favor.
You're welcome to explain that to them.
I believe this is the 4th. Maybe it's the 3rd. I don't know, honestly. The only one I ever played was this one and then Gorilla, so...
This could be going better.
Not helping.
Obstruction ahead.
They got a force field. We need to find the generator.
Sam.
1 moment.
Oh, crap.
Nope, missed. Yo, what the fuck? Alright, I'll just walk through, I guess. Yeah, I liked Mass Effect. I thought it was a good series.
Force field's down. Let's move.
Warning. Hostile creatures en route.
Well, now we know why that was there.
How about some good news for a change?
Unable to process request.
I have 2 copies of Donkey Kong pre-ordered. I'm probably gonna buy a digital though so I can stream it the night of.
I see him. Looks like the end of the line.
We can take that flyer the rest of the way.
I hope you're right about your friend.
Trust me. If anyone knows what Altor recorded.
Yeah, it comes out in a week. So, a week from today, right? Or yesterday, whatever. Technicality you want to go with?
sure she's in there?
Archivists are like monks. They never leave their chapels. Noella? Noella?
Found her. Are you sure she was the only one who could access the Ultima mainframe?
It's over. It's always over, dude. Yeah, I think I'll enjoy the Donkey Kong game. I had a chance to play it at Target, but I just didn't. I should have.
But not impossible.
Shall we?
I should have tried it out. But I didn't want to be that guy hanging out in the Switch section playing on the
I'm
Nintendo
outside
Switch.
the main gates. What's the situation?
The bugs have shorted out the perimeter shields. Think I can get them back online. The Marauders are gonna have their hands full in the meantime.
Take care.
Darius, be careful.
Oh, this is good. It's definitely swap.
First generator's online.
Good. How many are there?
14.
So you're saying this is gonna take a while?
Need to find an... Oh, there we go. I was about to say I need to find an upgrade station, but there's one right there. Oh, shit. Well, I might be stuck. Fuck. Alright, so what did I buy? This one, I think, and then... this one. Have I given up on life besides money? I wouldn't say that, but I've given up on the idea that you can do anything worthwhile in life without money.
We might just pull this off.
Darius, you doing okay?
Yeah, it plays pretty well. I haven't had any problems.
You've got half the grid running. Hang in there.
Do I like goth girls? Nope. In fact, I have a strong distaste for them.
There's too damn many of these things. We need to slow them down. Sam, try to access the Marauder network. Find out where the damn bugs are breaking in.
We're using a nearby bridge to cross the magma flows. If you take that bridge out, you can buy us some time.
I'm on it.
There we go. Now what? Griffin, you seem to think everything is shit, so to me, it looks like you've given up on life. Yeah, if that was the case, I wouldn't work as much as I do. I wouldn't go to the gym and shit. I don't know. And unfortunately, I have the same feeling that I'm tired of the shit called... I just genuinely hate modern society, man. I just genuinely have hatred for the current state of things.
I can't get over there. Well, that should help for a while.
Darius, power's back up. I need you to distract the bugs while we get the shields running.
Sure, because what could go wrong?
Warning, massive amounts of creatures closing in fast. Darius, one of the marauder turrets is still functioning.
We can use that to hold them off.
Multiple risks detected.
I could do this all day. Come on, that all you got?
We're up and running.
Everything okay on your end?
Hardly.
I'm on my way back.
Oh, there we go. I think I'm getting close to the end.
There has been some difficulty.
This is not a very long game.
Discovered. Locked away. Nightmares. Ultima's records. Contain every detail. Hail is too close.
That's it. Full decryption will take approximately 236 hours.
I like the people where I'm at. Today on my walk, I had like 5 people say hi and wish me a good night. Most people are really nice where I am. That's good, man. Are you in the south? Where I am, people will do anything and everything to avoid making eye contact with you. So, I don't know, dude.
I'm on it. Next time, try starting with that. Maybe you'll get your shit.
You're in Idaho? Okay, yeah, so you're in a rural area.
What's the quickest way into the research facility?
Well, it used to be through the western lift.
Used to?
The lift collapsed. So, unless you're good for a 100-foot drop out of your head...
Gotcha. Sam?
There appears to be one alternative route into the facility. However...
It's crawling with bugs.
Yes.
Well, never a dull moment.
Good luck.
I was wrong. This wasn't the Red Faction. It never was. Something has been...
Alright, let's see. What do I want to upgrade?
awakened. Something that's been here for a long, long time.
Shit,
We should have done that. We were too focused on what we wanted to believe. We've been overrun. The Chancellor is missing. Half our forces are dead. The rest won't survive the week. We planned for the wrong war. And now it's too late.
Oh shit.
Lab reports came back on one of the bugs we brought in, and, well, something has to be wrong. There are distinct genetic similarities between these creatures and the Ultra Plague from 2075. No one knows what this means, but...
2075, dude. Oh my
Just keep it to
god.
ourselves.
That's 50 years away. Need to try Red Faction Gorilla. I've tried it before. I have the remastered edition. The new leak about Intergalactic? I didn't even know there was
How long
one.
do we know about these things? How many people have died because of this secret? Thousands? Millions? All in the name of science.
Heckin' science!
Maybe worse.
Heckin' science, dude.
You doing okay?
I think the 100-foot dive out of my head would have been safer.
Just let me know when you've got the chip.
Where is everyone?
Scans show no movement in the area.
I don't like this, Sam.
Yeah, Uncharted really were their only good games. Yeah, I would much rather be playing this on PC than Resident Evil. Shit.
I've located the V3600 chip.
Yeah, and the only thing in our way is a couple of thousand bugs.
Their estimates seem off. By my calculations, their numbers are closer to several
They're
hundred.
not helping.
There we go. Sweet, dude.
Here's your 3600 chip. Now tell me how to end this nightmare.
I've already calculated odds for a positive outcome at less than...
Just play the damn entry.
I have condemned you all. Hale has plumbed the depths of the Altor mainframe, and I did nothing to stop him. But his plan is not perfect. Capek mapped a hidden path to the central mind before it drove him mad. It begins here. Follow the path and kill the central mind. It is a
The piss of us? Yeah. Dude, I just found out today some of my cards are worth like $1,000 now. Like this Mew I had that I got for $150 like 2 years ago is now worth $1,000. This shit's fucking retarded, man. I don't get it. So I'm probably gonna sell that.
Sit tight, Frank.
I mean, my Aggron EX is probably worth a lot more than the $500 I paid for. The last one sold for $900, but probably higher than that now. My Mewtwo EX with the hand swirl is a $600 card normally, but because of the swirl placement, I could probably get double that. So, still, I don't know. That's pretty good.
Sam, got a force field here. Where's the generator?
Can't complain on that.
Darius, the route to Sergeant Winters is completely infested. We will need to clear a path for the Red Faction to make it safely to the
Just watch
palace.
where you shoot. There are marauders out there still fighting, and they need help.
Rescue Frank. Clear a path. Save the marauders. Am I missing
Yeah,
out?
don't crash. Those things are expensive.
Right.
Station 37B is clear. Taking off now.
Easy, Lieutenant. If anyone's gonna blindly risk his life, that's my specialty.
We'll try to draw their fire.
There we go. Did I miss one? Yeah. Shit. Oh my god, really? That's all that was left, is some fucking strings, bro. Let me get a sip of that Pepsi. Alright, bet.
Sam, this tunnel is blocked. We need another path.
I have calculated an alternative. However,
Taking casualties! Mason, we need you!
Time, Sam, show me. Gonna be a tight squeeze.
Yeah, I like tight places.
Darius, what the hell are you doing?
Path was blocked. We took a shortcut.
That shortcut is taking you right through the main power generators. If you hit the semiconductors, you'll fry your entire ship.
Sam!
I was going to inform you, but you insisted on taking the route first.
That doesn't sound like you at all.
We'll have to blast our way through.
Try not to cause too much damage.
Come on, you know me.
Exactly my point.
Flying directly through the currents will cause severe damage to the ship.
Guess we shut it down then. Son of a bitch!
Uh-oh.
Sam, I can't keep it stable! How we doing, Frank?
Taking casualties!
Perhaps removing the bridge will slow their assault.
Might want to find some cover.
Dude, it's like a Final Destination scene.
Take the damn bridge out already!
I'm working on it.
So what did you find on the holo recorder? Anything useful?
Yeah.
We know how to stop them? The bugs?
Yes, but it's not gonna be easy.
It never is. If you've got a plan, let's hear it.
This is what the archivist called the
Yeah, I think this is the final mission.
That leads straight to the central line. Queen. It's our only chance. All of this was built to redirect the flow of magma and bury the path.
So we take that out.
Right.
Done consuming modern games? Yeah, other than Nintendo stuff, probably. I don't know.
Operating the barge requires 2 people. Hell, you shoot, I'll pilot.
Roger that.
Once we clear the path, we'll need some serious firepower. There's one stashed nearby. If your men cover me, I can grab this and meet them at the lava pool.
All right, let's get to it.
It also released in one of the most stacked years in gaming ever, so... Yeah, she is kind of bad, dude.
This thing better have a damn AC.
If that's the case, I'm driving.
All right, let's get out of here. Turret is primed and ready. Hop on. There we go. Stay frosty.
That's supposed to be funny.
Over there. I got him.
Blue.
Shit. We need to shut down.
I'll find the control panel.
Yeah, this is kind of an annoying part.
Darius, it's Kara. How are things looking on your end?
Hit a bit of a snag, but we'll be fine. You?
We're almost to the locker.
Design is flawless. 8 relays feeding into a central geothermal reactor powers the repulsor beam, and in turn churns the magma. It's literally powering itself. Forever. Publicly, the machine is simply an experiment in renewable energy. It's a pity no one will ever know its true purpose.
Everything's trying to kill me. That's what's wrong. Kara, how we doing?
Perimeter cleared. Moving forward.
PK is one of the gayest people here, that's why, man. Alright, let's see. That's good, because I want to pull down.
Nice work. Hurry back. Are you crazy?
Every second counts.
Oh, hell no. Hang on.
What are you doing?
This way is safer.
Ah.
Oh, this safe? Watch out, Frank!
I didn't say safe, I said safer.
Bruh.
You ever notice how when bad things happen, not mean the absolute worst things imaginable, horrible stuff, there's always a Mason around.
Oh, you're hilarious. You know that?
I'm talking about shit you couldn't even dream of happening. You know, it never fails.
Reminds me of Mustafar, dude.
Darius, we secured the walker. Heading out now.
Frank, we're gonna need to speed this up.
Then you better find a way to open this lock.
Sam, what am I looking for?
Schematics indicate the lock is powered.
Yeah, this is the most irritating part of this level, is just having to constantly get in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Unfortunately, this is a common trope from games of this generation. Is escorting a vehicle of some sort, and then having to go ashore. Like, Halo 4 has this, Gears of War has it, Dead Space has it, like, every game from this era has this, like, exact mission structure at one point, usually towards the end of the game. I think Halo 2 had this too, right? Oh my science. There we go. Oh shit.
They couldn't have put this in a more convenient spot?
You find that switch yet?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Nice work.
I'll meet you on the other side. Come on, Frank.
Give it a second. There we go. All aboard?
I'm glad you think this is fun.
Up ahead.
They aren't gonna make this easy.
Keep him off the barge. Oh, that was close. Come on.
See that?
Who taught you to shoot like that?
I'm almost at the tunnel.
Kara, you're breaking up. Kara?
If she gets there before we do, she'll be trapped.
I know.
Oh, great.
It's almost like they didn't want people coming down here.
Keep cracking jokes. I'll be trying not to get my head blown off.
Don't have enough.
Better hurry.
I found the controls. Head towards the lock.
There we go. Finger fuck those controls.
Did that do it?
Yep. Doors open. Let's go.
Yeah, I have an NYC containment zone. Exactly. Let them live in the hell of their own making.
Darius, the tunnel isn't clear. Where are you guys?
Kara, we're on our way. Sit tight. No, Kara, we're almost there. Kara?
Who's that random N voice speaking? Oh, your dad, but you wouldn't know him.
What's going on? Kara's waiting on us.
Well, hell, you got a plan?
Sorta. Hang on.
Oh, shit. Here we go. I can't keep it steady.
Straighten it out.
No, I can't. Rudder's stuck. Oh, you just full of bad ideas, ain't you?
Frank, look.
You better bring that shit down before we get pulled into that whirlpool.
It's shielded.
Rupturing the emitter should lower the shield.
Keep it steady, Frank. Could take a while.
That's it. Keep at it. Getting a little hairy here.
Almost got it.
I always like
Get
Harry.
those shields down.
This thing overheats so quick.
I think we're gonna need a plan B.
Shields are down.
Hoorah!
Hell yeah, dude. The Balrog.
Let's go.
Sergeant, I'm good, brother. Y'all head down there and kill that bitch.
I'm always ready for a ride with her.
I'm driving.
Am I gonna watch Superman in theaters? I probably won't watch it at all, man. I haven't watched the Cape Shit movie in
Any
probably
idea where
close to
we're
a decade at this point. Oh, actually, I take that back. I did see the
I meant, what are
The
we
fucking
looking for?
Batman
Some
movie.
options, an abandoned Ultra facility not far from here.
I guess we look for that.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
That's an understatement.
This place is swarming with bugs.
We must be going the right way.
Well, we found the Ultar facility.
And we've got a welcoming party. Now what?
Over there. Think this walker can break through that?
Only one way to find out.
Hell yeah, dude. Alright.
outside and see if we can fix it.
Sam, anything on your thermal scans?
Negative. It appears we have not been detected. Yet.
So let's do this quick.
Caution, we are now being watched.
You finished?
No hold. But for how long, who the hell knows?
You're a mess.
Is that were you?
Just fuck already, dude. Uh-oh. No!
Where's the goddamn queen at?
Darius,
I
perhaps.
said, where's the queen?
But I must advise that the odds of a successful...
Not now.
Darius, our shields are malfunctioning.
We don't need them. How the hell do we get through this thing? There's gotta be a weak point. Sam, do a scan.
Target the tentacle ends. Scans show no outer shell in that area.
The fuck am I stuck on?
It's gotta be through that tunnel.
The direct path does not appear to be able to support our weight.
I can make it.
Warning, terrain stability compromised.
No! Not Zemek.
Thermal scans indicate a nearby life form stretching over 100 meters. A target that size would be insurmountable if engaged. Shall I plan your retreat?
Yeah, it's just a dumb, fun action game, man. They don't exist anymore. Everything's emotional storytelling, my female perspective, my daddy daycare. Like, you know, this is a lost era of gaming. Oops.
Easy enough?
The creatures have been alerted to our presence.
Good.
Yeah, Gooner is a retarded word. It just literally means extreme edging, which, I don't know. That has less to do with consuming porn and just being like a, you know, endurance trainer, so to speak. Maximize the load.
Some left.
Let's see, what can I buy? Upgrade was none. It's not that good. That's probably good. There we go. This game came out in 2011. Many great games came out in 2011. You know, it's just really crazy, like, the release cadence we used to get on top of the quality. But not anymore. No, not access. Oh, there we go. Said I could buy a new upgrade, so. There we go.
That should do it. Something sounds angry.
All the tentacles have been removed. The passage to the Queen should now be available.
Some good old-fashioned tentacle rape. All right. I love hags? Wait, what? Who? Who are y'all talking about? Hags? I do not like hags. There's never been a time in my life that I've been interested in hags.
There's our heat signature. Is this thing alive or not?
Scans would suggest yes. But it's
Ghost of
unlikely
Yote,
that
you
the account
buy?
of
Oh,
this
that
false
hag?
data
No, I'm not
will
buying
be
that. I don't think I'm gonna get Ghost of Yote. I didn't like the first one, so I thought it was boring as shit. Another emotional story, dude. Oh yeah, dude, only Melanie, but that's just because that's her, bro. It doesn't matter if she was a grandma. My heart always will belong to her. All right. Dude, Asian women, when they finally start to look old, are really old, so she's definitely a hag. Asian women don't start looking old till like 50. So she looks old, and she's a, like, literal definition of a hag. The only problem with blacks is they go bald, so that's the only other... But yeah, like, skin-wise, is correct. They don't get wrinkly and shit. Alright, here we go.
I don't think she likes us, Sam.
What is our plan of attack?
Blow its ugly head off before she can kill anyone else. Need a new plan, Sam.
The queen appears to have several vulnerable points. You will need to time your attack.
Why
Gotta
can't
hit her in
she
the
just be
G-spot.
easy? Running out of time, Sam.
Davis, I would highly advise stay out of the queen's attack range.
Alright. Damn, it's got like a bee's dick of health left. There we go.
in reserve, as it has a major flaw.
God damn it, still gotta kill this thing!
Air.
What?
Present heavily ionized atmosphere allows the aliens to run an prototype atmosphere with building liquid power.
Your point?
The terraformers machinery would have to be reconstructed.
The nanoforge.
Be ready.
This is gonna be fucking right.
Woo, dude!
She's gonna tear this whole damn planet apart! We need to get the terraformer running. It's our only chance.
The closest entrance is to the visitor center.
Then let's start there. Show me the way.
Oh shit.
Main entrance is blocked. There's no way we're going through that. We need another way in.
Building schematics show an auxiliary entrance several floors above us.
I don't think I can make that jump. Oh, okay, no. I don't have to.
Which way, Sam?
Through the ventilation shaft.
This better not lead to the garbage dump.
To the shaft, dude. I do not need to play another Resident Evil game. Shut your whore mouth.
This place is a disaster.
The secondary units will need to come online before the core can be repaired.
Damn bugs aren't gonna make this easy.
Bro, I have no health. I'm gonna die. Fuck.
This place is a disaster.
The secondary units will need to come online before the core can be repaired.
Damn bugs aren't gonna make this easy.
That's why you shouldn't eat bug burgers, dude.
Darius, the environmental control unit must be engaged.
Support system online. Purging environmental toxins.
It's working. Let's get the rest. Gotta get this blast shield open.
System overload. Reboot.
You gotta be kidding me. That's 2 down. Where's the next one, Sam?
Oh. There we go. Oh, shit.
All secondary units are functional.
Where's the core?
Anything else I want to buy? Whatever. Whatever. Dude, they're never going to make another Infamous game. They're not going to make anything that they used to make other than the movie slop now, unfortunately. That's just the way it's going to be from now on.
The core must be repaired before the terraformer can come online.
Now we've got to get this shit off him first.
Operation Tentacle Raid, dude. Can I not hit it? Oh. I have to be at that exact angle, I guess.
The central core units must be repaired before the terraformer can function.
Got them all repaired.
Systems online. Initializing. Error. Core software failure.
Oh, come on!
Rebooting.
Yeah, this shit sucks.
The terraformer core must be defended while the system resets. Apply the target to core.
Gotta hold him off while the core reboots.
Core functionality at 25%.
Before the terraformer can function.
Core functionality at 50%. Core functionality at 75%.
A little longer.
Alright, almost done. There we go. Yeah, chat. You see that shit, chat? Come on, chat. Chat, I know it, chat. Chat, I know it, chat. Chat, you had to see that, chat. Right, chat? The ending to Gears 3. Total terraformer death. Who am I referencing? Black people on Twitch.
Well, Mason, guess you lived up your family name.
We're down to it. Right down to Mars in the process.
Yeah, but you got the job done.
We all do, Frank.
Sorry about Carl.
Thanks.
Yeah, imagine having to go home that night and jerk off thinking about your hot piece of ass that got skewered, bro. Truly devastating.
Easy there, genius. It's the sun.
My sensors are overloaded.
Mine too.
You just commit sewer slide? Oh my god. Yeah, that's because you're an effeminate bitch. Mr. Toots! Hell yeah, dude. I got Mr. Toots. Yeah, the unicorn rainbow gun. Cool, playthrough again, maybe at some other date. So that was a 6-hour campaign, just about. That's a good length, honestly. There should be more games like that. Oh, here's somebody with Mr. Toots. I don't know why I can't pick the quality. Yo, what the fuck is wrong with Steam? Yep, Call of Duty did steal it. Yes, they did. But yeah, that's Mr. Toots. That's what you get for beating the game. Let's see. Oscar with the 4. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the heckin' doggerino, dude. Did this game make you want to talk to women now? Absolutely not. Why would a video game make me want to talk to women? Chat, I know you see that unicorn. Chat, you see that unicorn. Chat, unicorn. Chat, you gotta see this unicorn shitting. Chat, shitting rainbow. Chat, I can't believe this. Chat, you see that unicorn? He's shooting rainbow out of his ass. Chat. Oh my god, dude, it's like, how do you listen to that shit? Genuine question. How, like, do you just numb your brain to the point where that's like entertainment? That makes me want to punch a hole through my monitor just saying it, much less listening to it. Jesus Christ. It's like subhuman intelligence. Yeah, bro, most kids can't even read, so... That was brain rot? That was the point. Yeah, we've already watched a video on this where basically, you know, school teachers are complaining that kids barely even know how to write their own names. They can't form complete sentences. They don't know how to spell anything. They literally can't read. Their attention span is completely fucking fried. Like, they're basically just mush. Now, granted, I don't know what the demographic of those schools is, but regardless, it's not good. No Child Left Behind was a massive mistake. Yeah, they can barely even read headlines. Tim Marco, the 279, the Gen Alpha problem is on the parents. I agree, but also school is a complete waste of time. I think it falls into both camps. You know, we need to start actually holding back kids that are too fucking stupid that go on to the next grade. It's just literally doing them a disservice. But we also need to streamline the process of schooling to only equip people with, like, necessary skills. Like, obviously you should learn how to read, write, use proper grammar. You should have to do, like, public speaking, basic math, science, you know, maybe an introduction to, like, personal finance and things like that. Maybe a little bit of computer science, but really that's it. That's really all that school should be. Throw in PE in there too, but make it actual, like, workout type shit. Yeah, giving your kid an iPad at birth is like lobotomizing your child, honestly. Like, these parents that give their kids iPads at, like, age 3 are, like, unironically lobotomizing them. They're removing any ability for the kids to have any sort of, like, genuine thought process. It's pretty bad. Well, yeah, didn't you know? Trump controls the rainfall, obviously. He decides how much it rains on any given day. It's part of being president. And history, See, that's the thing, is there's a danger with having history at school. Because unless you strictly, and I mean strictly, regulate what teachers are allowed to teach when it comes to history, and make sure they're teaching the real history, it could do more harm than good. This warped, Semitic form of history that the schools teach now is a joke. Most people don't even know, like, when they go, America's a melting pot, like, they don't even know the fact that it was basically illegal for non-whites to emigrate to the United States until, like, 1965. Like, people don't even realize that shit. When this whole Jewish melting pot bullshit, which that's where it comes from, is, you know, communist Jews in the United States in the early 1900s penned that phrase in order to try and sabotage the U.S. from within and spread communism by importing a bunch of third worlders to change the demographic. Wow. Does that sound familiar? But yeah, basically, that's where the term melting pot comes from. The United States was never a melting pot. It was a collection of European colonies. Which, newsflash, were inhabited by, wait for it, Europeans. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. There's no other type of European than white European, dude. There is no other type. What if you need your Latina mommy fix? I don't. I have zero desire. The only Latina mommy I want is the refugees in Argentina. Jews, man, it's the Marxist teachers. Wait till you find out who made Marxism.
Bruh.
Y'all want to see something funny? So, new Wakanda-inspired city in Africa, which was going to become the real-life version of the city from Black Panther, has officially been scrapped. Phase 1 of the $6 billion futuristic Akon city was set to open in 2026. However, only a single building was made. Senegal granted singer Akon 136 acres to build the smart city back in 2020 to be a symbol for Africa's future. Only a single building was built. People living on the land were asked to move and promised they would receive money. Akon has since been accused of a Ponzi scheme and pyramid scheme, and that his Wakanda city was likely a scam according to his former business partner. Now that the Wakanda city is no more, the land will be used for a much smaller project, a $1.2 billion tourism development managed by Sapco. Here we go, guys. Get ready. Are you ready to witness Wakanda? The African village, man. You have your restaurants, resort of Africa, African open bazaar. Wow, it's got all the amenities. The entertainment district, multiple function stadium, casino, parking, mall, resort. The tech district, whatever the fuck that means. They're gonna build their Wakandian machines.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
You got your office building, residential building, police station. I don't know why you would need that in Wakanda, bro. Because it's only the white people that commit crimes. You got a fire department and the hospital. The education district. What the fuck? The Cinewood? So they're gonna open a massive Hollywood area with filming studios to make all the BBC porn you could ever imagine, the Media Tower, and then Akon Tower. Are you guys gonna move to Wakanda? Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. The Statue of Liberty originally had nothing to do with welcoming immigrants. Yeah, the French tried to give it to like 3 other countries before the U.S. It was a celebration of the end of slavery. That's why there are chains at her feet. Its meaning was changed by J. Emma Lazarus. Yep, exactly. Exactly, man. And also, it wasn't originally made for the United States. We were the only ones that took it. So, it was offered to many different countries before the U.S. Wow, dude. Imagine walking around this. How the fuck did they... Like, this just shows you how retarded the African governments are. They thought this would cost $6 billion to make. Like, really? What do you think costs more money, this 3D render or the actual building that they made? What do you guys think costs more money to produce? This shitty little structure or the Blender video? Yeah, that's what I think too. It's probably the 3D render was more expensive. Akon City. Jesus Christ, man. Holy fuck. But yeah, here's a close-up of the building. That's literally what they built. $6 billion later. There it is. Wow. That's the future, guys. Where's all the chrome and everything?
I can't afford this shit!
Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Ew, what the fuck is that? Not even architect. Yeah, it's ugly as shit, and it's not even probably architecturally possible to build half of that shit anyway. But yeah, here's Akon City in all of its glory, man. Wowie zowie. Look at what we could have had. If it wasn't for those pesky white people holding Africa back, we could have had the true Wakanda forever. Yep, they couldn't even finish one building. Made out of paper mache. Yeah, I don't know, dude. But I just thought that was funny. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. Wakanda is the rape capital of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Most likely. Hold on, I think I sent myself something else. Did I not? Maybe not. I thought I did.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Yeah, the problem is with Dubai, it's literally a sinking city, and on top of that, most of the buildings don't actually have sewage systems. They have to literally pump the shit out into trucks every morning from a lot of the big skyscrapers. Like here.
It almost mimics a small city. The whole building speaks of the structural and architectural excellence involved in its creation, but it faces a ridiculous issue. The issue is none other than poop. Yes, poop. A few years ago, a video surfaced on YouTube depicting a large number of trucks carrying the human waste of Dubai. These
like, bro, come on.
trucks were also carrying human waste collected from the large building, the Burj Khalifa itself, and other major centers. To have a better understanding of the problem, let us first try to understand how Dubai was built. Each and every project in Dubai is sponsored by its government. To reduce the economic dependency on oil and gas revenues, Dubai stakeholders targeted the tourism industry. By targeting tourism, Dubai attracts a lot of business from all around the globe. Dubai's tax policies are highly welcoming, as there are no income or sales taxes. Since the tax revenues is not surplus, any new project in Dubai is based upon debt, construction, advertisement, and running costs of any project in Dubai, including the Burj Khalifa, accumulates a lot of debt. and the overall debt of Dubai is more than the GDP. Countries like the US have a much higher debt to GDP ratio as well, but unlike Dubai, they have strong and constant sources of income via taxation. Dubai relies on tourism fees and foreign investments, which are directly linked to how many eyeballs the city manages to gather. This situation renders Dubai economy to be highly volatile, and also got immensely affected by the financial crisis of 2008, which caused most of the state banks to almost
Yeah, it is kind of ironic that Dubai is literally run on Indian slave labor, and they have shit trucks, so I wonder who's driving the trucks.
collapse. To avoid bankruptcy, Dubai went on to get a $20 billion bailout from the central bank of Abu Dhabi. Still, that was not the end of the story, as they needed to gather more income to be completely out of those miserable circumstances. The ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, pledged to not use the revenue generated via taxes to pay off debt. So, they focused on the completion of the Burj Khalifa, because there was no second opinion on how big of a tourist attraction it would be. Now we were starting to get to our problem. When the building was underway, the decision of not building a sewage system was taken because it was certainly not a profit statement, as the sewage system was not directly adding to the revenue. It was dished. But here's the thing that's...
The sewage system wasn't adding to the revenue, so they just decided not to build it. Jeez.
Understand, the whole discussion does not mean that the Burj has no sewage system, but it stands for the fact that this building's sewage system is not directly attached to the city's main sewers. The reason being that the city's sewers and sewage facilities lack capacity and cannot hold it for a building that would be such a huge source of influx. The focus at the time was just to get done with the project and start generating revenue, because that was the need of the hour. Spending millions of dollars and time on linking the system to the mains didn't sound like a great deal to the stakeholders of both the Burj and the city. They went with the conclusion that for a short period, trucking the waste out of the building to any landfill site would be cheaper. But when the Burj went up and running it produced way more waste than expected, courtesy of its holding capacity of 35,000 people, the Burj Khalifa produces 7 tons of poop every day. Double that with no wastewater. You would need an average vacuum truck each day or a larger one every other day. Replicate that across the city, and that's why you have lines of trucks ferrying the stuff away daily. Sometimes the truck has to remain in the queue for more than 24 hours before it gets a chance to dump the waste. With time, as the city continues to progress in terms of construction.
Yeah, and then they just dump it into the fucking sewer drains all along the street. Like, yeah, gross. Imagine the smell.
But unlikely all newer buildings met the same fate. Dubai's main concern was to still continue being the attraction it was. The trucking system was pretty much getting their job done, but then they started to focus upon building an effective sewerage system because it was giving birth to a lot of health issues. Again, these were just minor investments to deal with public concerns. It took them years to make a final decision on the sewerage fiasco. As in 2017, they decided to spend $8 billion for building an effective sewerage system. They call this project development of the century, and it certainly is because it is the most advanced sewerage system in the entire world. The management of wastewater will still also enhance the production to millions of liters of irrigation-friendly water. Everything was good until 2019 when the world got exposed to COVID-19, and every development project got sabotaged. Dubai's new sewerage system is still in its initial stages, and for it to see a completion of a lot of work, time and finances are required. The new system is projected to see completion in 2025, unfortunately, so it'll be able to last well past 2050, and will eliminate most of the tankers. The Burj itself is an iconic landmark, and for obvious reasons. Also a favorite among any property buyers and tenants. Any apartment higher than the 20th floor in the UAE can give you some amazing views. From jacuzzis to the lake parking, there isn't any amenity that the Burj does not offer. And soon, with a purposely designed sewer system, everything will become smoother than ever. Do let us know what you feel about such a mesmerizing city, liking a basic sewering system in the comments down below. If you like the video, do give us a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more.
Yeah, it's like the more you learn about these so-called futuristic cities and stuff, you're like, yeah. I mean, look at China's real estate. Like, everybody gawks at how amazing China looks. It's like, bro, it's literally a third world country with a coat of paint on it. Like, yeah, put enough neon lights on a fucking building, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh my god, bro, it's so amazing. But yeah, if you actually look at the build quality of the buildings and all that type of shit, the shitty steel and concrete and everything else, it's like most of those buildings are literally just ticking time bombs for literal collapse. So there's plenty of examples in China where people have just died in a building collapse or having to mass evacuate buildings and relocate because of, you know, structural integrity issues. Like, hold on, let's see. Chinese building. Let's see. Falling apart.
The Chinese-made building in Thailand was supposed to show off Chinese engineering until it completely collapsed in an earthquake. The story is even shadier than you can imagine. When Jonathan's numbers travel. On March 28th, a massive 7.7 magnitude earthquake hit Myanmar, leaving more than 2,700 people dead that we know of so far. At the epicenter, the destruction was catastrophic. Even more than 800 miles away, Bangkok, Thailand, tall buildings swayed like trees in the wind, turning rooftop pools into waterfalls. Except for this one, this 33-story, 137-meter tall building just collapsed in on itself like a house of cards. The collapse was instantaneous, killing and trapping dozens. The building was under construction and was meant to house the State Audit Office of Thailand when completed. How did this happen? I'm sure you can see CP where I'm going with this.
CP?
It's a flagship construction project for China. The building was being constructed by China Railway No. 10 Engineering Group, a subsidiary of the Chinese state-owned China Railway Engineering Corporation.
If you watch the movie Empire of Dust, the Chinese railway company is what's building the railway in Africa. If you ever watch that. So, just for a little extra context.
Help from Italian Thai Development Public Company Limited. Not too long ago, China Railway No. 10 Engineering Group, which sounds like the worst monopoly property, heralded the building as a model of strength and resilience, bragging about it on social media. In addition, multiple Chinese blog posts and articles showcase the project's safety and quality management, and how it supposedly used advanced technology to show better integrity and stability during earthquakes. Yep, that aged fantastically. Since then, Chinese posts about China Rail No. 10 Engineering Group have been scrubbed from the internet, unlike a wreckage of the building that's still there. But it's not just online information being taken down. A Thai news crew spotted suspicious men smuggling dozens of construction files for the building, away from the construction site and through a fence to a truck parked at Bangsu Central Station. Because forget any trapped people, we gotta save these papers. The news crew called the police, who tracked the trucks and detained for questioning 5 Chinese nationals and 1 Thai interpreter, and seized 37 documents. Only time will tell what those documents hold, but Thai authorities are also conducting a probe into the Chinese-built high-rise collapse, with a 7-day deadline. I'm sure that's plenty of time to reveal any deeply rooted corruption. This isn't the first time the State Audit Office building has faced scrutiny. Before the building collapsed, anti-corruption investigators had already flagged concerns about delays, worker shortages, and possible corner cutting. You don't say. Next, you're gonna tell me that Drake isn't the most reliable babysitter. Now, an investigation from Thailand's Ministry of Industry has collected samples of construction materials from the site, and initial tests indicate that substandard steel, not
this is 3 months ago,
ideal for tall buildings, was used, which would explain why the rods folded like paper clips. This comes as the Thai government has been cracking down on companies producing substandard steel over the past 6 months, which officials say use an old production process and equipment relocated from China.
Exactly, and that's their entire city skyline in like Beijing and Hong Kong and fucking I don't know, Guangdong. I don't know many Chinese. Shanghai, there's just another one. All right, there's 4.
The thing is, this is not the first time this sort of thing has happened. Chinese propaganda would have you believe that Chinese construction is out of this world. But this kind of thing happens all the time in China. Chinese companies just don't take safety and quality nearly as seriously as they should. Take, for example, the middle school gymnasium roof collapse in 2023 that left 11 dead. Or the Changsha collapse in 2022 that left 54 dead. Or the warehouse collapse in 2020 in Harbin that left 9 dead. But hey, those were just this decade. Surely this is a new problem, something that hasn't been going on since then. There was the 2016 Wenzhou house collapse, the 2015 Wuyang County building collapse, and more. So much more. But I'd lose my voice if I listed all of them. And those are just the buildings that buckled. There have also been tons of ground collapses due to shoddy construction, like this one that happened last year in Shenzhen under a railway building site. Or this one that happened in Chengdu after water pipes under a road suddenly burst. You get the picture. The picture that's more disturbing than one of those AI JD Vance memes. China spends all this money on foreign travel vlog propaganda, yet things are so corrupt, they can't stop their buildings from collapsing. It's almost like they could have used some of that money to...
That's why they have those ghost cities, too. Is not only because the entire Chinese economy is propped up on artificial construction, but also they cheap out so much on the materials that entire cities are deemed uninhabitable because of the risk of collapse.
Stop cutting corners in construction. This is a problem everywhere China builds, and unfortunately, that's all over the world. China has mega projects across the globe, and they are falling apart. In Kenya, another China Railway Engineering Corporation subsidiary called China Overseas Engineering Group built a bridge only for that to collapse just 2 weeks after the president inspected it in 2017. I guess they didn't inspect it closely enough to see those held up by paper clips and chewing gum. The China Overseas Engineering Group also built a hospital in danger of collapse in Angola. Back in 2010, patients were evacuated after someone discovered deep cracks in the walls of the pediatric and gynecology wards. So essentially, the women and children would have been the first to die. I guess that's a win for equality, in that they equally don't care who dies. Amazingly, my favorite Chinese paper, the Global Times, published that. I'm surprised the headline didn't read, "This hospital came down with a case of the whoopsie daisies." China sells itself as a bringer of development to the poor countries of the world. But turns out, it's actually only a bringer of tragedy. What else is new? I'll tell you what's new. Operation Honeypot Phase 3. We have a brand new, free newsletter.
But yeah, the Chinese have all sorts of problems. Oh yeah, I know about this. Yeah, that World of Islands thing, where each island is modeled after a... This is kind of cool. Have you guys ever heard of this? But yeah, it's completely empty, and it suffers from the exact same problem that China has, is they're built like fucking shit. Here, we'll watch it real quick.
Dubai's man-made island was supposed to look like this: luxury, exuberance, and grandiosity. Instead, after 20 years of work and $13 billion, they make up an unimpressive scatter of sand with a few barely recognizable continents. Where did it all go wrong? When the idea came about in 2001, Dubai had a limited coast left for waterfront property, setting into motion a plan of, well, creating more coastline with the introduction of 4 new coastal megaprojects. It was the World Archipelago and what was supposed to have been the universe surrounding it, the Palm Dira, the Palm Jebel Ali, and finally the Palm Jumeirah, which has since become the only successful development for a few notable reasons. Firstly, the Palm Jumeirah was built prior to the other projects, having been completed in 2006 before the global financial crisis. On top of this, Jumeirah was the smallest and most easily accessible of the 4 projects, being built off the already established Al Sufu, a popular area known for being the most expensive district in all of Dubai. The Palm itself has been planned incredibly well, with a perfect mix of residential and commercial property, making it a self-sustaining area with businesses for the residents.
Dude, there's no way I would ever live on a man-made island. That is just like inviting disaster.
However, that's not to say that the project has been without problems. Shortly after its completion, the New York Times reported that the Palm Jumeirah, as well as the 3 other mega projects, were all sinking back into the ocean at a rate of 5 millimeters per year.
They're sinking.
Stating, we're guessing that sand piled up from the ocean floor is not that good at sustaining the weight of tons of man-made structures, cars, and so forth. The island's developer Nikhil Properties responded to these claims by stating, the Palm is intact. If there was subsidence, you would see cracks in the buildings, windows popping out. We have no evidence of that happening, even going so far as to sue the builder Penguin Marine, who simply stated the erosion could eat away at the islands. Then there's the issue of the water itself. The 3 man-made palms were designed with the crescent on the outside, protecting the residential houses on the inside from the open ocean. Although this has since resulted in issues with water flow, essentially turning the ocean into a lake by stagnating the water within the crescent. On top of this, a study was published in 2022 discussing the Palm Jumeirah Island's construction effects on the surrounding water quality and surface temperatures, which found that the island construction permanently changed the quality and temperature of the water, causing yet another concern from the public to do with the environment. I have so many questions though, ecological and economic concerns. Did construction of the island's driveway marine life? Where did the brought in sand come from? And what methods did they use to make sure that the original place of the sand didn't suffer any ecological disaster? When construction began on the island's...
I mean, I don't really give a fuck about the ecological impact, but...
In the early 2000s, environmental sustainability wasn't the massive concern that it is these days. The islands were built by transporting 94 million cubic meters of sand from the seafloor, displacing marine life in the process. A Duke University study from 2006, which analyzed the island's impacts on marine wildlife, found that the Palm Jumeirah has buried and asphyxiated wildlife, increased turbidity, and changed the alongshore sediment transports, while also completely changing the wave patterns on the mainland. The 2006 WWF Living Planet report then found that at the time, the average person in the Emirates puts more demand on the global ecosystem than any other, giving the country the world's largest per capita ecological footprint, owed in part to projects such as the 4 man-made islands. And if these issues apply to even the most successful island, then the other 3 unsuccessful islands must have even more problems. Take for example the Palm Jebel Ali to the south, which suffers from one of the most unfixable property-related issues, a terrible location. I had the chance to view the islands from the shore as they were being built. Even before viewing them in person, I could never understand why anybody would want to live in that location. The Palm Jebel Ali is located so far south of the city, its closest notable development is the Dubai Port and Industrial District, while the Palm itself extends from nothing besides the already existing desert, which isn't exactly the greatest spot. The original plan for this Palm included a new residential district at the entrance, however, as you can see, they never really got there. Some sand and road work has been completed on the Palm, although if you look a little closer, there are signs showing that the project had to halt suddenly. For example, these broken sectors at the end of the Palm indicate that they weren't quite finished like sand. And see this little island over here to the southwest? Well, that was supposed to be another artificial island called the Dubai Waterfront, designed to combat erosion on the Palm.
Jesus.
However, as you can see, the waterfront project has also since been abandoned. Official data was published showing that Nikhil sold only 29 houses on the Palm Jebel Ali before it ceased construction in 2009, with this date hinting at the first major problem.
Dubai has been hit by the global financial crisis, especially in real estate. Mega projects like the artificial island off the coast are in danger of collapse. Many construction sites have shut down.
The global financial crisis evaporated demand for Dubai housing, with prices falling by over 60% in 2008 and 2009.
Yeah, if you ever want to see a soulless, city, Dubai is definitely it, man. It's just a collection of the world's degenerates from third world countries gathering in one fucking place. I don't know, bro. Like, it seems like a pretty evil place, generally speaking.
At the end, the Palm Jebel Ali was abandoned as Dubai's low property prices meant Nikhil could no longer earn enough to cover its construction costs, which was then tied in with an even more serious problem. The developer of the man-made island was funded by the Dubai government, which relied on oil for its income, which over a 6-month period in 2008 dropped from $140 a barrel to $40 a barrel. This meant that on top of being unable to fetch the property prices they needed, the developers no longer had the money to build the homes in the first place, and it's not like a better location offered a fix to this problem. The Palm Dira to the north was said to be Dubai's largest of the 3 palms, possibly for its central location close to the sea and airport. However, this project made it no further than an entrance and a small section at the tip of the crescent. For this reason, in 2013, the project was rebranded as the Dira Islands, with the goal of utilizing the half-built area to feature 8 hotels, multiple residential towers, as well as a golf course. The project should be completed in accordance with Dubai's 2040 master plan, which might still be sooner than the most catastrophic of the 4 man-made islands. The world. The 2003 promotional video for the world described it as an island paradise where unprecedented opportunity can be found, before going on to state that residents and visitors will enjoy an exceptional array of retail venues. The video showed lavish green islands with prestigious villas, boats, and cafes, calling it the ultimate in exclusivity, and while this might be true to some extent, it's likely because nobody else has any desire to be there. The islands themselves look like an absolute travesty. North America and Canada are shaped like a diamond, and cut off by what appears to be the North Pole, while Greenland is the same size as the North American continent, when in reality Greenland is approximately 20 times smaller. Australia looks more like the head of a dog, while New Zealand is shaped like an archway and is missing the bottom half of the country, yet the shaping of the islands is a pretty small problem in comparison to their complete lack of development. Over 90% of the islands are completely empty, despite being 60% sold 15 years ago, with most being used for Google Maps advertising of computer stores, cafes, and of course the swag like Ohio Beach. However, that's not to say that there hasn't been any construction on the islands. A $7 million house was built by the developers in the northwest corner of Greenland, which was then bizarrely gifted to the German Formula 1 driver Michael Schumacher, who's never even commented on the project or given any indication that he's even visited the house.
Jesus Christ.
On top of this, the island of Lebanon has been developed into a beach club, which can be used to escape the noise of the city. When it was visited by Yes Theory in their Exploring Dubai's Empty Islands video, he showed that the Lebanon island was fairly empty, yet he also noted that it was right in the middle of COVID, which likely impacted its popularity at the time. The beach club describes itself as the first development to open its doors to the public, yet this might hint at why the rest of the world's islands are yet to be developed. There's nothing else around. Without any close businesses or things to do, people aren't going to build houses out there, but at the same time, without any houses, business owners aren't going to go and launch a business out there. Given the isolated location, the only people
I don't know who the fuck would want to live on these islands. Like, it just seems so retarded, man.
who use any such business
Do you want to live on a fucking sand strip in the middle of the desert, but not be able to go anywhere unless you have a boat? Then move here. Like, there's zero reason to do this shit.
would be those already on the islands, because it's not going to be efficient for a mainlander to get on a boat and travel all the way out to the world just to buy something at a store. Even then, what kind of business are you going to launch in the middle of the ocean with nothing else around? What's even crazier is that between 2023 and 2028, Mikhail probably plans to develop another set of islands around the world called the Universe, which seems totally crazy given the lack of success on the existing islands, for which a Reddit user had a different theory about their failure. My understanding is that when the master developer sold the islands, you didn't just buy a plot of sand in the sea, you bought much more. The land was sold with infrastructure, and that included electricity, potable water, waste management for trash, waste management for sewage, transportation links, water taxis. When the master developer handed over the islands, they said, no, if you're on your own, none of the above. The reason why so few are built on their islands is because now they have them, they have to build their own power plants, desalination plants, water sewage treatment facilities, find someone to take all their trash, and provide all the transport to bring all their guests to and fro. For most developers, they don't have the experience, ability, or funding to do all the above. The only thing they could do is walk away or try to find a new buyer for their island, but knowing the current fact, who would buy them? Despite these limitations, a luxury hotel complex called the Heart of Europe has recently been completed on the European islands in the world, which has some absolutely insane features, such as a snow room, a massive sauna, and an underwater bedroom, which in a weird way shows that the project has been somewhat successful. The point of the islands was to increase Dubai's coastline and tourism by doing something unprecedented, and while only one of the 4 mega projects has been successful, they've certainly generated some very interesting discussion.
So mad I can't. Dude, I don't want to live in Dubai. You know, I have enough Arabs where I live. Thank you very much. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't really have a desire to live in a foreign country, personally. Like, all there is to do in Dubai is just spend money. Like, that's literally it. It's just a cash extraction tourist trap. Like, they have all these luxury stores and fucking, you know, expensive restaurants, expensive experiences, overpriced everything. Like, it's literally just a way to fucking extract as much money as humanly possible. So the only reason you go there is just to blow fucking loads of money. I don't know, man. I just don't have a desire to go to, like, the Middle East at all. Other than to Israel, of course, to go and, you know, kiss the wall and pledge my allegiance to our greatest ally. And then take home 2 pairs of Khazar milkers for the road. Obviously. You'd want to live in Japan or Australia? I don't know. There's not anywhere in the world that's, like, better than the US, and that's the problem. Because, one, like, you're not going to speak the native tongue, so that's already going to fucking suck. You would live in Mexico? It's only because you're a Mexican born. Okay, gotcha. I would not. I don't know. Unless I speak the native language, I wouldn't even consider moving there. In all honesty, like, just generally speaking. Saudi Arabia's $8 trillion disaster.
April 2016, Mohammed bin Salman, the then Deputy Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, unveils Vision 2030. The goal, diversify Saudi Arabia away from oil and make it a global business and cultural hub. To capture the world's attention, they unveiled jaw-dropping renders, futuristic cities and structures that look straight out of Dune. The Line, a 170-kilometer-long mirrored city, taller than the Empire State Building.
Yeah, this is not going to happen.
Trujena, a ski resort in the middle.
It looks cool, but
of the desert. The Rig, Red Sea Global, King Salman Park, Diriyah Gate, Hidayah, Masr, and many, many, many more. All in all, they plan to spend $3 trillion to reshape Saudi Arabia and shake up the world. But fast forward nearly 10 years, and the vision looks more like a hallucination. All projects are well behind schedule, over budget, and looking less likely than ever before to complete. What went wrong? This is Vision 2030, Mohammed bin Salman's nightmare. To better understand Vision 2030, we need to go back nearly 100 years. In 1932, Ibn Saud unified the tribes of the Arabian Peninsula to officially form the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And although it was a kingdom in name, Saudi Arabia was very poor and relied on subsistence farming to get by. Things only worsened during the Great Depression as demand for pearls weakened and pilgrimages to Makkah slowed down. To this end, Ibn Saud granted Standard Oil of California a 60-year concession to extract oil, and in 1938, they did just that, striking oil with the discovery of the Daman No. 7 well. Saudi Aramco was born. Fast forward to today, and Saudi Aramco has generated over $500 billion in dividends since 2020. Although this
Damn.
Sounds great. There's a problem. Saudi Arabia is very reliant on oil. In fact, in 2016, oil represented nearly 82% of all Saudi exports. Fearing for its future, MBS decided it was time to revitalize Saudi Arabia and launch Vision 2030. One of the main pillars of Vision 2030 is to diversify the economy and develop private industry.
Give me some of those dividends.
How did MBS expect to accomplish this? One word, maybe two. Giga projects. Taking a page out of the Dubai playbook, Saudi Arabia decided that to attract the talent of the future, they needed to build cities of the future. And what does that city of the future look like? This. NEOM is a $500 billion futuristic megacity that launched in 2017. And the largest, most ambitious element of NEOM is the line. The line is, well, a line that literally stretches 170 kilometers across the desert and is expected to house 9 million people. Not only that, but the whole way across is over 1,600 feet tall, which is taller than the Empire State Building. Not to mention, it is fully covered in reflective panels. All of this required nearly 20% of the world's entire steel production and was to be completed
20% of the world's steel for holy fuck, man.
in the middle of the beating hot desert by 2030. But given we are only 5 years away from the completion date, wouldn't some of this incredible megacity be complete? No. To date, no true structure stands. Instead, they have done a ton of trenches. But as anyone knows, in line construction, digging the trenches is the hardest part. Building 1,600-foot solar towers over 170 kilometers is super easy. The NEOM team realized that they were way behind schedule, so they decided to adjust their goalpost just a little bit. Instead of 170 kilometers, the line will now be an impressive 2.4 kilometers, a measly 98.5% reduction for phase 1. And instead of 9 million people, they will have an equally impressive 300,000 people. And as such, the line will be rebranded to Pittsburgh for the desert. Now, this is a screw up for sure. However, they continue to emphasize that the line will be built eventually. And pulling back up a level, let's remember that NEOM isn't just the line. It includes Oxidon, a floating industrial complex and automated port. Trojana, a mountain ski resort on a mountain that barely produces enough snow to make a snowball. And Sindala, a luxury island destination that differentiates itself from the thousands of other island destinations by being named Sindala, which sounds an awful lot like Cinderella. You get the idea though. NEOM has a lot of random projects that feel almost aimless, but there's a reason for this. Most of these ideas are being developed by MBS himself, but this is deeply flawed. For one, MBS has no
It's like he booted up Minecraft and was like, alright, I'm gonna build my fucking creative world in real life.
formal training or experience in engineering, architecture, design, or finance. He is simply deeply passionate about science fiction and innovation. Furthermore,
there you go.
This centralization of decision-making around the Crown Prince has prevented an honest assessment of the project's costs and challenges. For instance, Thomas Payne, the original architect of the line, was prevented from expressing concerns about costs to MBS. A project manager for Sindala was removed after they challenged cost estimates, and even McKinsey, my alma mater, a firm that prides itself on its independent thinking, has seemingly helped executives juice IRR figures to make projects look better on paper. But at least McKinsey didn't go empty-handed. For their beautiful spreadsheets and lack of backbone, they received $130 million in fees. This avoidance of having real and tough discussions has led to NEOM's expected cost to rise from $500 billion to $8.8 trillion. Yes.
Jeez.
25 times greater than Saudi Arabia's entire budget. And MBS is not happy. He is so unhappy that he actually left Tom Brady and Will Smith hanging at the launch party for his incomplete luxury island resort, Sindala. But at least they spared no expense on the party, spending an estimated $40 million, which I guess is a drop in the bucket given they spent $4 billion on the project to date. All this said, many Saudi fanboys will be quick to point out that the kingdom has actually increased its non-oil GDP in recent years. And this is true. Saudi Arabia has been hyper-focused on increasing non-oil GDP. One way it has done this is through its strategic investments, through PIF, its sovereign wealth fund. PIF is not like other sovereign wealth funds. Its goal is not simply to generate returns, but to also support Saudi Arabia in diversifying its economy and innovating. To do this, PIF invests in businesses around the world. From 2017 to 2023, these investments generated an 8.7% annual rate of return, with these returns directly reinvested into local projects and more businesses. But here's where we get into some issues. For one, only about 20% of PIF is invested abroad, representing about 160 billion US dollars, which sounds like a lot, but really, it isn't. Saudi's non-oil GDP is around $450 billion. An 8.7% return on $156 billion is about $13.5 billion, or 3% of non-oil GDP, which means that PIF's foreign investments mean very little in the grand scheme of things. Instead, Saudi's non-oil GDP is almost entirely linked to local projects, which might not be an issue until you realize that the bulk of local projects are related to NEOM. By our estimation, if you remove this spending, non-oil GDP may have actually declined. Why is this important? Well, it basically means that the Saudi...
Yeah, they're basically doing what the Chinese did. In order to, you know, inflate their economy, you just spend a shit ton of money on infrastructure. You just blow loads and loads of money on infrastructure. And it artificially props up the economy. The problem is, if you can't catch up on the back end in order to subsidize that reduction when it inevitably is no longer a viable option, then you're fucked. The entire economy collapses.
Saudi government is failing to shift their economy away from oil in a durable and sustainable way. Yes, theoretically, they are increasing GDP, increasing employment, and the like, but Saudi Arabia can't indefinitely spend money on NEOM and other Vision 2030 projects. Instead, they need to achieve a return from these projects. Construction GDP is not a means to an end. But enough with the building. Who the heck is...
Stop laughing at His Excellency, the Crown Prince. What if he wanted to make you in charge of Xbox if he bought it? I mean, I don't have a problem with him, but... that line is extremely unrealistic.
Planning on living here. Once the structures are there, they need people to drive an actual economy, right? But before we do that, a few months ago, we partnered with economics and politics experts. We're populated, then line will be most 1 million people to live on the line, or in the line. Remember how they wanted 9 million people to live on the line, or in the line? That projection would make the line 10 times more densely populated than Manhattan. Even more alarming, this is 26% of Saudi's current population, which basically means that the line will be mostly populated by immigrants. Historically, the kingdom has had a net migration of around 6.7 per 1,000 residents, which implies 250,000 immigrants per year. This pales in comparison to the 9 million needed for the line.
So how will the kingdom
Jeez.
attract all these incredible people? For one, they want to streamline the visa process and introduce initiatives like premium residency programs and entrepreneurship visas. They want to introduce special economic zones to encourage investment, introduce scholarships and exchanges for students, and much, much more. And although these ideas aren't bad, there is a fundamental question that needs to be asked. Do the world's best and brightest want to live in Saudi Arabia? Highly educated people are generally more socially liberal. As such, they want to live in a place that reflects their cultural values. And Saudi Arabia is not that place. For one, Saudi Arabia has male guardianship enshrined in law. And yes, we are aware that these laws have been loosened, but they are still starkly contrasted to the Western world. For example, women still need a man's permission for marriage, divorce, custody, and travel with children and more. So this
are they trying to sell me on moving to Saudi Arabia, or are they pointing out negatives?
Alone takes out a large chunk of educated women who would never want to live or work in such a place. And frankly,
well, luckily it's not any of their fucking business. Once you get there, then their opinion means fuck all.
Takes out many educated men who also think such a law is deplorable. However, for those who would still work there for the financial rewards, they would likely be transitory, because unlike other expat countries such as Singapore, the laws of the kingdom make it extremely difficult to seriously consider a life there. But it continues. Saudi Arabia ranks 3rd globally for executions, and I can already hear the comments.
Based.
Singapore does the same thing, and people move there too. Sure, but there's a big difference. Singapore is still above the global average on—
We need to become #1 for executions. You get caught stealing, shot. You get caught raping, shot. You get caught, I don't know, destroying property, shot. All of it, bro. Any violent crime, shot. The only shit that would not be punishable by death would be like, oh, you filed your tax return incorrectly or something like that. Non-violent crime would not result in death, but anything related to, you know, a physical act against someone or their property, then that would result in immediate execution.
On human freedom, where Saudi Arabia is well below. And although Singapore has strict laws and a borderline closed press, there is religious freedom. You can dress however you'd like, you can drink alcohol, etc. In addition, foreign workers have historically been treated terribly in the kingdom. Saudi Arabia exploits workers via the kafala system, which grants employers control over migrant workers. In fact, it is estimated that 21,000 migrant workers from India, Bangladesh, and Nepal have died working on NEOM projects. Given this, why would people with Western values want to live in Saudi Arabia? And thankfully, we have data to support our hunch. According to the 2022 census, there are over 13 million migrants working in KSA, but countries like the US, the UK, and Canada only represent 0.2, 0.1, and 0.1% respectively. In a competitive world, the kingdom is deeply unappealing. Saudi Arabia's ambition and spending go far beyond building a tax haven. They want to create an innovation hub, a country for the future rooted in values that haven't changed in the past 100 years. The question the kingdom should ask itself is, if a foreigner is highly skilled and can make great money elsewhere, why should they pick Saudi Arabia? But here's the twist. This isn't just a foreigner problem. The problem is deeper and extends to Saudi citizens. Saudi Arabia ranked 41st out of 44 countries polled on STEM graduation rates. But even these figures need to be taken with a grain of salt. A recent report showed that Saudi had a financial scheme to make their universities rank artificially higher. They paid researchers to lie about their place of employment with the goal to attribute research to Saudi Arabian institutions. This speaks volumes to how the kingdom is dealing with its skills crisis. Instead of fixing the root cause, they're trying to solve it the only way they know how, by throwing money at it. But as we saw in NEOM, that simply doesn't work. Furthermore, it's not just an issue of skill, it's an issue of culture and work ethic. Reporting suggests that many Saudi public sector workers give little priority to hard work.
What if we make fun of you in stream for your spurging and sucking at a game? What's the punishment on that? A mandatory $5 super chat.
Such a deep-seated issue that the former undersecretary at the Ministry of Social Affairs has commented on this, saying, "This is an incredibly low level that needs to be studied extensively. Transforming our society to a knowledge-based one is the only solution." Part of the problem for the kingdom's poor work ethic is its heavy reliance on foreign labor, especially unskilled labor, which makes up the bulk of immigration. Even after making meaningful efforts through Saudization, the kingdom has struggled.
Yeah, it's like literally the same thing as Dubai. What they do is they import a bunch of Indians, Pakistanis, and Bangladesh people. And what they do is they hold on to their passports and make them work basically as indentured servants for like 10 to 15 years doing manual labor before they give their passports back and allow them to go home. So it's pretty wild, man.
To convince its local population to work harder, especially in the private sector. Public sector jobs are stable and pay well, with 78% of unemployed Saudi Arabians saying they prefer a public sector job. This makes it harder for private businesses to hire locals, drives up the reservation wage, and deepens dependence on foreign labor. This issue is so pervasive in many oil-rich Arab nations, as locals have benefited deeply from strong government support, giving little incentive to change. All of this to say, we are skeptical that Saudi Arabia can be a beacon for innovation. The kingdom is not built to attract or produce top talent, but maybe they can convince people to vacation there. Creating a tourism economy is tough. When you ask people where they want to vacation, Saudi Arabia really doesn't come up all that often. A part of
that is not true at all, dude. Millions of people go to Saudi Arabia on vacation or take a trip because they have fucking Mecca there. So that is not true at all, bro. Millions of people travel to Saudi Arabia every single year.
reason is the aforementioned cultural issues. Lack of women's rights and dictatorships don't attract Westerners the same way freedom and mimosas do. But what if Saudi Arabia...
Yeah, Mecca, the fucking Islamabad, holy city.
...can flip the narrative and make itself...
that they all lay down on the floor and pray to.
...a bastion for entertainment. Enter Live Golf. In 2022, the kingdom launched a rival to the PGA Tour called Live. The idea was straightforward. Let's pay golfers way more and create a competing league so that they can attract eyeballs to Saudi Arabia. Sounds simple enough, but paying players guaranteed salaries without any care for performance is like paying a car salesman for wearing nice suits. In 2022, Live lost nearly $250 million, and in 2023, this climbed to almost $400 million. With the piling financial struggles of Live, you'd think they might reconsider this strategy, but no. They decided to do the same thing for soccer. PIF acquired a majority control of the 4 biggest teams in the Saudi Pro League, and through them spent over £1 billion on transfer fees alone. In total, conservative estimates put the PIF spending on soccer at over £2 billion. They signed players like Ronaldo, Neymar, and dozens more. So you think people are watching these games, right? No. In the 2023-24 season, the average attendance for SPL matches was a little over 8,000. Compare that to the Premier League, with over 40,000 in attendance. Well, let's look at TV viewership. Surely that's better. Nope. Across 70 matches aired in the US, matches averaged 10,000 viewers. Compare that to the nearly 550,000 US viewers per match for the Premier League. No matter how you cut it, people aren't buying it. The best players in their prime don't play in the Saudi League, and even if they did, fans want community ties and heritage. Arsenal and Man United have both been around for over 140 years, Barcelona and Real Madrid for over 120 years, and over that time, they have won over the hearts of their cities and the world. They have captured the imagination of future soccer stars. In a word, they are authentic. The Saudi League is not. It comes back to the same point. Saudi Arabia is trying to buy their way into success. Put differently, anyone can make an Hermes bag, but no one can be Hermes. Saudi Arabia doesn't seem to understand that. These cultural attractions don't have a good ROI and don't leverage the advantages Saudi Arabia has. They are hollow. That said, people are visiting the kingdom. In 2019, 21 million people visited, compared to 30 million in 2024, an increase of 9 million people. Although these numbers sound good, they come with a major asterisk. 18.5 million of these visitors were pilgrims visiting Mecca. That's over 60% of all.
That's what I was about to say. You know, most of them go to Mecca.
Visitors. Furthermore, 30 million is still a far cry from the 70 million needed by 2030.
So what does that tell you? If you're a Saudi whatever real estate investor or developer, what should you do? Should you build these coastal tourism traps, or should you just expand the infrastructure surrounding Mecca to extract as much cash from people traveling?
To make the numbers work. But let's give Saudi Arabia credit and assume they can make this happen. If you assume that these tourists spend in line with the international tourism average of $1,100 per trip, that equates to about $77 billion of revenue. Compare that to the estimated cost of NEOM of $8.8 trillion, and you get an incredible pre-cost ROI of less than 1%. That is a one-way path to bankruptcy. Even if you 10x how much people spend, it's still not enough to justify the cost of NEOM. And at this point, I don't even know why we keep doing so much analysis. This whole strategy is so clearly flawed and muddled. None of the numbers make any sense. The conclusion is simple.
I wonder if I'd ever wear a turban if I decided to visit Mecca one. Okay, first of all, how would visiting Mecca make me a good goy? And second, you do know a turban has nothing to do with religion, right? It's just literally something they wear in the desert to keep the sun off their head. Right? Like, it's like wearing a rain jacket, dude. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just another way of, like, covering your head so that you don't get a sunburn.
Tourism strategy is a mirage in the desert. Ambition and vision are great, and we applaud MBS for that. They are needed to change a society and take it to another level. But more than ambition and vision, execution is what makes things happen, and not the type that Saudi Arabia is known the world over for. Anyone can dream of incredible cities, innovation, and a wonderful future, but few can make it happen. Vision 2030 was just that, a vision. It promised grandiose cities and attractions without reconciling their purpose or ROI. It claimed it would attract the best and brightest from the world without addressing the main inhibitors for high-talent immigration. It sought to establish itself as a cultural haven by creating fabricated attractions. And now, many years on, what have they accomplished? The takeaway? Mo money, mo problems. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, hit subscribe and check out our news.
Oops. Well, no, I'm not saying that you should make Mecca like the tourism trap area. I'm saying that you should take advantage of the people who are already going to Mecca and find a way to build the infrastructure out in a way that like existing travel, you know, bulk of people will stay in Saudi Arabia longer, and when they do, spend even more money. So I'm not saying make Mecca appealing to like Western travelers. What I'm saying is utilize the existing tourism industry and just improve upon it. Do I hate Asians? Why would I hate Asians? Asian thirst trap? This one.
Japan is amazing, but some everyday things will seriously surprise you. First, imagine walking in Tokyo at night and seeing someone in a full suit, just passed out on the sidewalk. Not homeless, just drunk. And the wild part, nobody cares. As long as he's not bothering anyone, people just walk around him like it's normal. Second, escalators. In Tokyo, you stand on the left so people can pass on the right. But in Osaka, it's the opposite. It's one small move, and boom, you're instantly not from here. Third, rush hour trains. They're so packed, they hire people, actual staff called Oshiya, to physically push passengers inside. Yeah, you're getting shoved in like a suitcase. And somehow, that's just how mornings work.
Bug people, dude. That's so gross.
Respect, order, and silent chaos. That's Japan for you. Weird at first, but you'll end up loving it.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Pack into your sardine can, goy. You'll be late to work. Griffin is racist. He hates everyone. Exactly. Bro, the Twin Towers short. Alright, we can watch it.
Did you know there was a third Twin Tower that never came down? While most remember the original Twin Towers in New York, which were built in 1973 and stood as the world's two tallest buildings before tragically being destroyed, there is actually a third building that still stands to this day. Built just 4 years after the Twin Towers, the Bank of Oklahoma building, formerly One Williams Center, was designed by the same architect. Although it never got its complimentary Twin Tower, it became an iconic landmark in its own right. Despite its height of 670 feet, it remains a powerful symbol of the original tower's legacy. But did you know there...
Those are so... Dude, the Twin Towers are so ugly. I hate modern architecture with a passion. I genuinely do. It's just soulless, like, sardine can garbage, bro. Yeah, McDonald's is leaving Chicago because of crime. Yeah, what kind of crime? That's such a crazy thumbnail, bro. She was only 14. That's fucking weak. Oh, I've heard about this. The Three Gorges Dam. Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know, we're kind of on an interesting video trend here.
In 1975, the dam called Banqiao had collapsed in China and it unleashed a tsunami-like wave, swallowing entire towns and claiming over 170,000 lives. But what if a
They always had this wonderful track record.
Far larger disaster loomed. Imagine a structure so colossal that its failure could drown entire nations, displace 500 million people, and rewrite the map of continents. This isn't a Hollywood script. It's a chilling possibility tied to the world's largest dam. And we are talking about
Sounds like I know where to send the Predator missiles.
the Three Gorges Dam of China. Before we begin, this is one of the most propagandized topics on YouTube. There are hundreds of videos where people are saying that the dam will collapse in a month or even in any given day, and this slander has been going on since the construction of the dam. It would have collapsed probably a million times by now if they were all correct, but we will try to be as objective as possible and assess the risks. Because if a China and Taiwan war breaks out, the Three Gorges Dam can be a target and significantly damage China. It's like a nuclear bomb of Taiwan. Let's start with the Leviathan itself.
Yup.
The Three Gorges Dam in China stretches 2.3 kilometers long, towers 181 meters high, and holds back 42 billion tons of water, enough to fill 16 million Olympic swimming pools. The Three Gorges Dam stands like the colossal titan itself, an unmistakable wall between humanity and catastrophe. Built to tame the Yangtze River, it powers 22,500 megawatts of electricity, equivalent to 15 nuclear reactors. Yet, this marvel of human ambition has a dark side. Its collapse could unleash a wall of water 100 meters tall, surging downstream at 100 kilometers per hour.
R.I.P. Wuhan. They don't deserve to survive.
Obliterating cities like Wuhan and Shanghai within hours. But
don't threaten me with a good time.
Let's first briefly talk about how do dams like this even work. Think of a dam as a colossal plug. Its weight pins it to the riverbed, while its curved shape like a bow deflects water pressure outward into the canyon walls. Modern dams use reinforced concrete, steel, and sensors to monitor stress, but even the mightiest plug can fail. And when it does, the math is terrifying. The energy stored in 42 billion tons of water is roughly 100 times the Hiroshima atomic bomb. In fact, the Three Gorges Dam is so massive that when the reservoir was filled, it literally slowed the rotation of the Earth by a tiny but measurable amount. That's 39 trillion kilograms of water held back by human engineering. For comparison, the Benkiao Dam failure released just
That's crazy, bro.
1.6 billion cubic meters of water. The Three Gorges Reservoir contains 26 times that volume. The scale is almost incomprehensible. History warns us that no dam is invincible. Take the 1928 St. Francis Dam disaster. Poorly designed and built on unstable rock, it collapsed just hours after an engineer reassured everyone it was safe. The resulting flood killed 600 people and washed bodies 80 kilometers out to sea. These dam failures echo the fall of Wall Maria, sudden, devastating, and leaving no time for evacuation. Fast forward to 2018, when Laos Sapientia Namnoi Dam, built on weak karst.
Bro, I don't know. Chinese is such an ugly language. Jesus.
Evacuation. Fast forward to 2018, when Laos Sapientia Namnoi Dam, built on weak karst limestone, crumbled during heavy rains, displacing 7,000 people. These tragedies share a common thread. Human error, sooner or later, meets natural fury.
Casual racism? How is saying a language is ugly racist? It's like such a hideous language.
But the Three Gorges faces unique risks. Since its completion in 2006, the dam has already caused 400,000 landslides due to the massive weight of its reservoir pressing on fault lines. Add China's frequent earthquakes like the 2008 Sichuan quake that killed 87,000, and you have a ticking time bomb. Even a magnitude 7.0 tremor could fracture the dam's foundation, triggering a domino effect of structural failures. The massive weight of the reservoir has been linked to increased seismic activity through a process known as reservoir-induced seismicity. Since the reservoir was filled, the region has experienced over 3,000 earthquakes, most minor, but each
This sounds like a great fucking thing, man.
one potentially weakening the dam's integrity. During construction in 1998, several cracks were discovered in the dam foundation, and in 2003, just before the reservoir began filling, Chinese hydrologist Huang Wangli publicly criticized the dam's
Huang Wangli
design, particularly regarding sedimentation issues. Well, it's a communist country and he was promptly silenced.
Shocker.
Let's hypothetically break down the collapse step by step. First, the trigger. Maybe an earthquake, maybe record rainfall, or even sabotage. Once a crack forms, water infiltrates like a knife through butter. Concrete erodes, steel reinforcements snap, and suddenly the dam's spine gives way. The reservoir transforms into a liquid avalanche. Within minutes, downstream towns vanish. Survivors? They'd have less warning than a TikTok trend. But the chaos doesn't stop there. The Yangtze Delta, home to 500 million people and 40% of China's GDP, would drown under 10 meters of water. The flooding would be so catastrophic, it would make the Aqua Laguna of Water 7 look like a gentle tide. Imagine New York, Tokyo, and Mumbai sinking simultaneously. The economic fallout, $10 trillion lost, enough to buy Amazon, Apple, and Google combined. And ecologically, the Yangtze's delicate ecosystem, including the critically endangered finless porpoise, would face extinction. Yichang, just 40 kilometers downstream with a population of 4 million, would have less than 30 minutes of warning. Wuhan, with 11 million people, would be largely underwater within 6 hours. The impact wouldn't stop at China's borders. Such a catastrophe would trigger global economic collapse. The Yangtze River economic belt accounts for almost 50% of China's economic output.
I mean, they're almost threatening you with a good time.
Housing countless factories that produce everything from electronics to pharmaceuticals. A 2017 study by the University of Zurich found that just 20% disruption to China's exports would trigger severe global supply chain failure, affecting every...
Yeah, I'm thinking, how do you land a few cruise missiles? You know, right in the middle of that little fucker.
Continent. Why aren't dams foolproof in the first place? Blame the glass jaw of material science. Concrete, while strong under compression, cracks under tension, and steel eventually corrodes. Sediment buildup like in the Three Gorges weakens the dam's base. And let's not forget climate change. Heavier rains and rising river flows strain aging infrastructure. There's also the reservoir-induced seismicity paradox. The weight of the water itself can trigger earthquakes. It's like stacking books on a wobbly table. Eventually, the legs buckle. Even with modern tech, monitoring 2.3 kilometers of concrete in real time is like babysitting a sleeping dragon. One missed sensor alert and boom. Dam failures typically result from one of 3 causes: overtopping, foundation defects, or structural failure.
Dude, I hope I live to see the day that thing cracks.
Overtopping occurs when water flows over the dam's crest, eroding it from above. Foundation defects involve water seeping under the dam, weakening its base. Structural failures happen when the dam itself cracks or shifts due to pressure, poor construction, or external forces like earthquakes. Then there's the issue of sedimentation. The Yangtze River carries approximately 530 million tons of sediment annually. While the dam was designed to trap much of the sediment, the accumulation rate has been higher than expected. This buildup increases pressure on the dam and reduces its storage capacity. In 2020, the dam experienced its largest flood peak since completion, with inflow reaching 75,000 cubic meters per second. That's roughly the volume of 30 Olympic swimming pools every second. During this flood, satellite images showed concerning deformation in the dam structure. Almost everybody fell for it and pushed the false narrative because it's an optical distortion common in satellite imagery. There is wishful thinking among certain people who hate China, and they want this dam to collapse, millions to die, and wreck the global economy. Sure,
guilty.
hating the centralized dictatorial government is one thing. It's understandable, but wishing millions to lose lives and homes is evil. So, are we doomed? Not quite.
Bro, the Chinese don't even have respect for their own people. Why should I?
Engineers have lifelines. First, stress relief tunnels divert excess water during floods. Second, AI-powered drones scan for cracks with laser precision. Third, countries like Norway are experimenting with floating dams that flex with seismic waves. But the ultimate fix? Decentralization. Instead of mega dams, smaller hydro projects and solar farms reduce reliance on single points of failure. But sooner or later, everything goes down. Every single dam all around the world goes down, either premeditated and controlled way or catastrophically. Yet, politics often trumps pragmatism. Mega dams symbolize national pride and power. Demolishing the Three Gorges is unthinkable for China, like the US tearing down the Statue of Liberty. So
I wouldn't care.
we're stuck in a catch-22. The dam is both a lifeline and a death sentence.
Rip that stupid fucking statue down immediately. I genuinely could not care less.
Of course, the Chinese government insists the dam is completely safe, designed to withstand a once-in-10,000 years flood and magnitude 7.0 earthquakes. They've invested billions in monitoring systems and regular safety inspections. Climate change introduces another variable. The Yangtze River
Oh my god, guys, climate change.
Basin has experienced increasingly extreme weather patterns, with the 2020 floods being among the worst in decades. As global temperatures rise, glacial melt in the Tibetan Plateau, the source of the Yangtze, accelerates, potentially increasing both water volume and sedimentation. The Three Gorges Dam embodies humanity's Faustian bargain with nature. We harness immense power, but at the risk of unimaginable destruction. Not everything anti-China personalities, no China haters or China lovers can't deny the three.
So basically what we need to do is take a big-ass mirror up in space, reflect the sunlight at the top of the mountain, and watch the fireworks. There we go. Just get a big-ass fucking space mirror, reflect it right at the top of the mountain, and add some little extra water pressure.
Three Gorges Dam is undoubtedly and absolutely one of the wonders of the modern world. And this is an engineering marvel. Props to China pulling it off. So what's the likelihood of failure? Most experts put the probability extremely low, perhaps 0.01% in any given year, but that small percentage carries catastrophic consequences. It's like a lottery no one wants to win, but 500 million people are forced to play every day. History has shown us repeatedly that structures once deemed unsinkable or indestructible can fail. The Titanic sank, the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed, the Bankow Dam failed. Hubris in engineering has a long and tragic history. Is the Three Gorges Dam destined to join this list of catastrophic failures? Probably not, but the stakes are so high that even a fraction of a percent risk deserves our attention. What do you think? Should we build bigger or smarter? Can technology outpace nature's wrath?
No, we shouldn't have these fucking megacities. We need to decentralize populations. But
drop your thoughts below, and if you'd sprint faster than a damn burst, hit like and subscribe. Thanks for watching, and stay curious.
Well, dude, if you know anything about Chinese construction, you know, they don't really have the best track record for quality. You still think about Dark City too, huh? I know Griffin misses. Not really. I think he gave me money like twice, and that was it. Oy vey, indeed. Made in Bingchiling. I agree with that. South Korea is everything wrong with society. Let's see if this is good.
The view from the Mapo Bridge is one of the best in the city. The night soar's glittering skyline stretches across
Isn't this where they all kill themselves?
the horizon, standing as proof of how far South Korea has really come. But for many young Koreans, this picturesque view was the last thing they ever saw. The bright lights of the city contrast with the darkness of the Han River. Its strong cold currents promise an escape from the high-pressure world above. Because of its accessibility and location, Mapo Bridge has gained a dark reputation as a favored spot for jumpers. As South Korea
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Korea's mental health crisis worsened in the early 2010s, Samsung was hired to try and reverse the rising number of casualties on the bridge, and their solution was rebranding to the Bridge of Life, with a set of LED signs running along each side of the bridge's railings. Written on these signs was a series of optimistic slogans and pictures of happy families. But as you can imagine, this only had the opposite effect of what Samsung intended, and in the year after they were added in 2013, incidents on the bridge increased by over 400%. Surely
Yo, hey, Samsung, do you want to come run our trans suicide hotline for us? Please and thank you.
afterwards, the scheme was scrapped, replaced by more conventional physical barriers. A much higher fence was then put along with CCTV and pressure sensors to alert rescue workers. Multiple phones were installed across the length of the bridge with direct links to crisis hotlines. While casualties did eventually fall, not all of these measures worked as intended, as shown by the Korea Herald's interview with one potential jumper on a similar bridge. Referred to as aid to protect her identity, the 19-year-old woman was just moments away from jumping before she was held back by a passerby. Before trying to jump, she had used one of the crisis phones, but strong wind stopped her from hearing the person on the other side. In a conversation afterwards, the passerby who had just saved her life asked the girl why she had done what she did. Quote, "Your mother would have been so sad," she said. A then responded, "My mother and I don't get along. She told me you're good for nothing." And this brief exchange shined a light on what
she's probably right.
Could be the root of the problem, something which slogans and guardrails have failed to deal with. South Korea's young people should have inherited the benefits of South Korea's economic miracle. The country brought itself up from tragedy and poverty to become one of the world's richest nations, both financially and culturally. But that promised utopia has been turned upside down. With the lowest birth rates in the world, political chaos, cultural division, and crushing inequality, life is getting harder and harder for young South Koreans every day. But the biggest pressure on them is how brutally competitive education has become in the country. You see, day-to-day life for the average South Korean high school student is eye-wateringly long and stressful. Let's just have a look. If you're a Korean student, your school will most likely start at 8 AM sharp, meaning you'll have to get up far before then. So let's say
Dude, my school started at like 7:30.
if you're living in Seoul, you can expect to spend over an hour traveling to school. Add in the rest of the morning routine, and the tightest you can start is 6:30. Once you arrive, lessons begin, and you'll be working until the end of the day with just a short break for lunch.
Yeah, I used to get at school at like 6:55. And then my classes would start, I think, at like 7:45 technically. But yeah, I used to just get there and then do my fucking homework or whatever.
age. While most kids have some friends in these classes, they can't ever let their guard down either. As if you're in the system, the competitive nature of your education system pits you against every other kid. Whether it's meddling parents, teachers, or just the way the tests are graded, it's all set up for you to create harsh rivalries, especially at the top. And as you get older as a student, these rivalries will get even more intense as the end draws closer. Finally, you'll finish school around 4:30, but you'd be mistaken if you thought that was anywhere close to the end, as you might only just have enough time to make some instant noodles for dinner as you then head for your extra classes at night school, or otherwise known as Hagwon. As you arrive, this will be even more intense and strict than just your regular school. Every hour you spend, it has to be paid for. Every minute is an investment from your family. Your entire parents' life savings often hanging.
See, like, what's the point of this shit, bro? Like, this is literally just the bug farm. You know, go be a little worker ant and do everything. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Like, all this schooling is just completely worthless. You know, for a country as intelligent as South Korea is, you'd think they'd realize that. It's just very fucking stupid, man. Like, what is all this increased schooling resulted in? All of these Asian countries are in decline rapidly. So, I think that should be reason enough to not be obsessed with education. Maybe focus on other shit, like, I don't know, having families.
Balance, and the pressure is insanely immense. To put into perspective, lower income families spend nearly as much on private education as they do on food. So it's obviously a lot of pressure to have on your shoulders.
That's really not that much, but...
And finally, between 8 and 10 PM, or sometimes even later, Hagwon lessons end, and your school day is finally over. But of course, that's only if you forget about homework, one of the most important things of all here. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking there just isn't enough time for that. How could schools ever expect kids to get this done? Well, the answer is that most of them don't really. It's incredibly common for parents to do at least some of these assignments for their children. The kids are unlucky enough to have parents who are too busy just have even more work on their plates. And with that hour-long commute, kids might be getting back at about 11 PM or sometimes even later. Then they've got to somehow get sleep as quickly as possible, despite the fact that they've been sitting still and staring at books and screens all day with incredible stress. And if you don't fall asleep, you'll barely get 6 hours of sleep before school happens all over again.
A recent survey showed that young South Korean students are suffering from lack of sleep, and more than half of students chose study as a reason of their sleep deprivation. Especially high school students average 6 hours and 3 minutes, which is about an hour and 50 minutes less than the US high school students.
Dude, I wish I could get 6 hours of sleep.
This is a silent killer, and one of the worst physical aspects of this whole system. One of the strange things right now with the recent TikTok ban is that you can go to any data broker's website and buy anyone's data just for a few on the list on USD monitoring.aura.com/moon. You'll get 14 days for. This has shown that this will impair teens' development while making it harder for them to resist their own impulses, which is not a good mix when their life demands so much discipline and hard work for them, all whilst an entire culture bases your worth on how well you rise up in this education system. So then, what is all of this building up to? Well, after years and years of these long days you're doing, the end goal is a good score in the final exam, the CSAT. This 8-hour marathon is mostly a test of memorization, with harsh time limits and some of the hardest questions in the world all mixed in. Just like most of the tests our students have been taking.
Usually 3 or 4 hours is generally about the amount of sleep I get in a day.
Throughout their time in school, the final result is decided by how their score compares to the average. It means everyone is always competing with each other. The reward for making the top percentile is massive, a coveted spot at the top Seoul University. The big companies that dominate South Korean society, like Samsung and Hyundai, almost exclusively hire from them. One of these jobs will give you and your family access to a good wage, a good reputation, and a higher place in Korea's hierarchical society. Of course, at these jobs, you'll probably work even longer hours, but that is the best outcome. Failure for these kids who can't afford a redo is almost a dead end. It means the shame of disappointing your family, your culture, and your country, and then a choice between destitution or a lifetime of hard, menial labor. You can see the effects of all of this pressure just by watching interviews with students from just after they've taken the exam.
워낙 기대했던 시험이었고 또 1년 동안 되게 열심히 준비했던 시험이다 보니까 시원섭섭하네요.
머리는 어떻게 이렇게 됐을까요?
아 이게 항상 그 고비인 부분들이 있을 때마다 제가 머리 쥐어잡는 습관이 있어가지고 그것 때문에 저렇게 붕붕 뜨게 된 것 같아요.
One described the feeling of ending it like being let go after being tied up for a long time.
하다가 묶였다가 해방된 느낌이라고 생각해요.
지금까지 준비했던 이제 여러 가지 노력들을 이번 시험에서 다 표현할 수 있었던 것 같아 좋은 경험이 됐던 것 같고요.
Others scream as they let out all the pent-up emotions they've had to contain for years. Most are just relieved, looking forward to a brief period of life that isn't all about studying or working. However, for those kids thinking they didn't do as well as they could have, other emotions are flowing through their heads.
수능을 본 후 어머니가 쓰신
I'm gonna be lucky to get a job as a janitor because even to become a janitor in South Korea, you have to have a diploma from a, you know, prestigious university. It's pretty crazy.
돈이 굉장히 크신데 죄송하다는 죄책감이.
I mean, it's almost like our world now. You know, you need a college degree. You need a college degree to work at McDonald's or Starbucks or what. It's just retarded. It's just, you know, another form of enslavement.
These interviews are great for accessing young people's personal experiences, but this small collection fails to illustrate just how widespread and deadly young mental health problems have become for South Korea. For years, it's been the leading cause for loss of life in South Koreans under 40. South Korea also has the highest rate for any OECD country, a collection of developed economies like the UK, the US, and Australia. While academic stress is a major part of this, it definitely isn't the whole story. Lots of countries and cultures put the same kinds of pressures on their young people. Maybe not to the exact same extent, but it doesn't work as a full explanation, as we still haven't revealed why South Korea's young people are so much worse off than the rest of the developed world. Instead, social media use stands out as a likely suspect, as South Korea also leads the world in both internet coverage and download speeds. As over 97% of the country is interconnected online, social media use is also somehow much higher than in Western countries, as 92% of South Koreans now use social media in some way, with the average user spending over an hour on it every day. The landscape is quite different, however, a mixture between the Chinese model and Western apps. Like in China, nearly everyone uses a domestically made app which offers a mixture of different uses and services. Korea's version is called KakaoTalk, but unlike China, the market was far more open for Western apps to take hold, and of these, Instagram was by far the most successful, with over 60% of Korean social media users having an active account, and it's also taking control of the youth market. Despite being less popular with the overall population, young people spend nearly twice as much time on Instagram compared to KakaoTalk. Its popularity does make sense. South Korea is a very image-dominated culture. South Korea, just like China because of their shared Confucian heritage, puts a bunch of focus on reputation and saving face. The image you put forward to your friends and community means everything, because acting against cultural norms reflects poorly on you and your family. And this isn't necessarily a negative thing. A brief stroll through most Western cities proves some people could definitely use a bit of shame sometimes. But regardless of
yeah, that's putting it lightly.
harsh competition we mentioned before has its roots in this kind of culture. Instagram, as the ultimate image-focused platform, has played incredibly well into this culture. It has spiraled things out of control, popularizing the promotion of complete fantasy life for everyone else to see. Airbrushing and filters that were once reserved for beauty magazines have spread to every part of the online world. It's being pushed forward by the entertainment industry, which has always looked for any way to chase perfection and unrealistic standards. And this shift in culture is epitomized by
yeah, and it's the way to sell a bunch of shit to people. Like, spend $10,000 a year on makeup. Spend $10,000 a year on fucking hair care products. Spend $5,000 a year on fucking manicure shit. Like, you know, it's, especially for women, it's just literally cash extraction. That's it.
the rise of so-called virtual influencers in South Korea. Even with all the filters, makeup, and surgery, regular influencers and models still weren't perfect enough for marketing teams, so they just turned to completely artificial people to advertise their products. Rosie was the first of these corporate creations. Permanently 21, she popped up on South Korean Instagram in 2020 to fill whatever advertising niche she was required to. The benefits for these companies were endless, as she never gets tired, never refuses a job, doesn't need training, never acts out in public, and never asks for a pay rise. Sometimes she appears on her own, other times her mathematically perfect head is stuck on the top of real human models. In the following 3 months, hundreds of different virtual influencers just like her came onto the scene. They created virtual actors, musicians, and even whole K-pop bands. Any celebrity niche you could name could be filled, and these virtual influencers are now slowly making their way across the ocean. As of late March 2025, H&M have begun using virtual models in their advertising. By superimposing AI images of the models on top of pictures of real people, they can easily attain these inhuman levels of perfection. South Korea is at the forefront of this very dark revolution and is having awful effects amongst young people, something that's an omen for the West, and regular people dealing with the body image problems this causes often fall through the cracks. But it's telling that even the most beautiful and famous celebrities can also fall victim to the same types of
Megan Fox was never beautiful.
Negative thoughts. The K-pop industry blends the worst parts of South Korean competitive pressure with the negative effects of its body image culture. Sully was just one of the many men and women pushed into this industry at a young age and molded into a K-pop icon. Now at first her career seemed like a classic success story, trained from a young age when her K-pop group FX released their first singles and
yeah, these bitches are literally slaves, dude. It's pretty crazy. Like, they make no money at all. Every single aspect of their life is controlled. And, you know, it's just like all to be famous. That's it. They're obsessed with like status in Asian countries. So they will literally work for like minimum wage to become like a so-called celebrity and have like shit in their contract where they can't go out in public, they can't date, they can't eat certain foods or be seen wearing certain like product, like all sorts of crazy fucking shit. You're basically a slave, essentially.
Album, they immediately shot up to the top of the charts. Before the rise of BTS, they were the most internationally recognizable K-pop band in the world. But unlike most K-pop stars, she challenged the constant demand for perfection. She would often post pictures on social media without any makeup, challenging the beauty standards of the time. She would even openly talk about subjects that are taboo in South Korean culture, like mental health or even romance. This brought her wave after wave of unrelenting hate comments, personal insults, and death threats. And after a period of depression relating to the constant abuse, she sadly took her own life.
Singer and actress Holly, a former member of the K-pop girl band FX, was found
roped
dead Monday afternoon. Solly had been harassed by malicious online comments throughout her career and had openly spoke about her experiences
Dude, Run the Dog should have saved her.
on cyberbullying. Police said in a statement that the 25-year-old had been suffering from severe depression and how for now they suspect she may have taken her own life.
In the wake of her passing, South Korea then implemented strict laws on cyberbullying, allowing anyone to report it and enabling law enforcement to expose people's real names if they ever leave hate comments. But the systemic issues that led to this tragedy remained, and it's no wonder with such a massive focus on your outward image that people are willing to do anything to match the insane beauty standards. So it's not really a shock that—
Oh, I wonder, hold on, let's see. I don't know if they're gonna show it, but here, let's see if I can find it. This shit's like so creepy, man. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, here it is. This is at a plastic surgeon's office in South Korea. And what it is a display case of all the jaw shavings that take place. So it's like literally the pieces of jawbone that are shaved off of people's like lower jaw in order to have a more shapely face, essentially. But yeah, the doctors literally display it in the fucking lobby like it's like, what the fuck, man? It's dystopian as shit. But yeah.
South Korea is the plastic surgery capital of the world. The industry is literally worth over $1.7 billion, and is predicted to grow to over $5 billion by 2032, truly showing how normalized plastic surgery has now become in South Korean culture.
You obviously don't need it at all, both of you, but would you ever consider having surgery done yourself?
있어요. 저도 이제 눈이 조금 작아서 여기 뒤에
I have small wound. What the fuck?
살짝 이렇게 톡 하고 싶거든요.
더 예뻐지는 걸 보면 부럽다는 생각은 해본 적이 있지만
Most of the time in South Korea, people get surgery to try and look more naturally beautiful. For years, beauty standards have aimed at this idea, characterized by features like a V-shaped chin, pale skin, a small nose, large eyes, and a clear complexion. Never mind that lots of these things aren't all that common in Korean people to begin with. Eyelids are a common cause of tension for people concerned they don't match this standard. The so-called double eyelid surgery is now one of the most common in Korea to replicate this feature. It's often given
Oh, yeah.
to young women by their parents as a graduation
White people eyes.
present. In an interview, one anonymous woman talks about how this had happened to her and how she had felt pressured by her family to get the surgery. Quote, I was satisfied with my own appearance, but my mum and grandmother seemed unhappy with how I looked before I had the surgery. I was pushed to feel grateful that my parents could afford the surgery cost even though I never asked them for it. And if family pressure wasn't enough, these surgeries are often pushed by advertisements and influencers as well. Posters and billboards show before and after images, promising that they can make you beautiful in the eyes of society as well. Unfortunately, the rise of Instagram filters, airbrushing, and AI enhancements will only push plastic surgery further. As the beauty standard becomes even more artificial, the result of plastic surgery will only get closer to matching this look. And the result is just lots of people left worrying about how they look more than anything else. Like narcissists from Legends, they miss out on life because they can't see beyond their own reflection. And we've only just scratched the surface of the amount of pressure on South Korean society, and especially on their young people. It's especially bad because lots of these costs and societal factors have determined the birth rate.
But the Kims need help. They've just applied for a recently introduced government child rearing grant. The grant of 500 to 700 euros per month for 2 years is the latest attempt to address South Korea's growing demographic crisis. Many blame the low birth rate on the high cost of living, which has soared in recent years.
The culture around education and the costs associated with it mean that people are less likely to have children. It's just too expensive, especially recently with the crushing rise in the cost of living. And as South Korean society has gotten more focused on appearances and moved further into the virtual world,
yeah, it's this endless consumerism, man. You know, if people would just stop spending money on dumb shit, like stop blowing your entire paycheck on eating out, going to fucking movies and sports ball and concerts and clothes that you're never gonna wear, or, you know, just shit. Microtransactions in a video game, all this stuff. Like, the amount of money you would save if you did that. You would have more than enough to basically do anything you want, as well as to, of course.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
But yeah, it's just the endless consumption that's like eating people alive. They're spending way too much money on shit they don't fucking need that offers zero value in their life whatsoever.
it's also ruined the relationship and dating scene. The standards are sky high because of social media. People are more anxious than ever, as everyone just works so much they never have real time for themselves. And the result of all of this is the lowest birth rate in the world, and it's going to be putting even more pressure on the few people that are left. They're not just facing all of these problems, but they're also facing the prospect of supporting a massive generation of elderly people.
You said that, but you bought the Switch too? Well, you know, not everybody's perfect, but honestly, that's like a splash in the fucking bucket compared to like some of these people wailing out on Fortnite. That's a whole ass gaming platform. So what I'm talking about is just, you know, spend money more conscientiously, not based off of impulse. So buying stuff you like is fine, but really think about, like, is this something I want, or is it something I really want? And if you really want it, make sure you really want it for the right purposes. Like, are you just buying it to show it off? Are you buying it because it's something you're going to get utility out of for a very long time? Is it going to bring value to your life? Or is it just something you're buying for the sake of buying?
People in the near future. And as millions of people leave the workforce and need full-time care or financial support, there aren't going to be enough young people to shoulder the societal burden. All of this pressure has understandably led to a lot of societal division. South Korea has lots of Western ideas, brands, and influences, but most people still adhere to strict gender roles and traditional values. However, today women are increasingly rebelling against them. The 4B movement has been gaining traction for years, and it promotes women completely cutting themselves off from men by saying no to kids, marriage, intercourse, or even dating. Meanwhile, there's also been a huge backlash against all of this happening. Remember the Mapo Bridge from all the way back at the beginning? Well, one of the most high-profile cases where someone lost their life after jumping was based on this. An activist protesting against the changing social landscape, threw himself off the bridge as a stunt, apparently assuming he would survive and swim to the shore. But despite having a very high average success rate at saving people, rescue workers took 3 days to find his body. And it doesn't matter where you personally stand on these issues. The fact remains that gender is just one of the many divisions that has actually crept into South Korean society. Age, income, social status, appearance, they're all being used to keep South Korea divided. With all of these long-term problems, you have to wonder why it's all been allowed to continue uninterrupted. Well, the answer actually reveals itself when you uncover the final piece of the puzzle. Who is
a doll? What type of doll?
Benefiting from all of this? Ever since the dictatorship ended, and even a bit before, the real power in South Korea has rested with the chaebol. These family-owned conglomerates own nearly all of South Korea, and they can get away with anything. We've seen their sinister influence throughout the story, like some.
Do you know what's crazy, like about Hyundai, for example?
These family-owned conglomerates.
Hyundai is a banking company. It's really South Korea is really fucked up. Like, all of these companies are like banking companies, real estate companies, food companies, insurance, like everything. They don't just make cars, they don't just make phones, they don't just make electronics. Like, all of these companies do everything. So the centralized, like, corporate control of South Korea has literally resulted in the 2 political parties of the country being the LG family and the Samsung family. Like, these are your 2 political parties in South Korea. You know, previously it was the Samsung family who was in charge. Right now it's the LG family, I believe. So, it's really fucking crazy, man. It's really fucking crazy. Like, that's the level of corporate control that, you know, we're talking about with South Korea. It's wild. They living the life of cyberpunk before GTA 6. Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, it's fucking, I don't know. Crazy shit, dude. I mean, this is the end cycle of fucking just, you know, unrestricted consumption. Like, they literally consumed themselves into non-existence. It's sad, man. Very fucking sad. But it begs the question of which governmental structure is better. Is, you know, North Korea more effective at the continuation of their people than South Korea? Like, in North Korea, yeah, your living conditions are a lot shittier, but they'll still exist by the time the last South Korean has died. So you could argue that if the end goal is to ensure the future existence of your people, the North Korean model is far more effective. So just kind of something to think about. Because you have 2 countries that are the polar opposites of the economic and political spectrum that share a border and a common ethnicity. So you have, like, literally the perfect, you know, comparison between the 2. And North Korea, at this rate, will continue to exist long past South Korea at, you know, the current rate of things accelerating. I don't know. Something interesting to think about. See with the 2... I guess that's a video. Well, I'll take a look and see what it is. And Juan with the 2, what is this? Alright, we'll see. Okay, yeah, I can watch that, I guess. Tim Orco with the 279. I root for the Hyundai family. Me too, man. You know, when I whip the Hyundai every day, I'm thinking, you know, those are my guys. So, personally, I like my Hyundai, but I did like my Samsung phones as well, too, so. But I don't currently have a Samsung phone, so I'm guessing I'm sticking with my Hyundai bros.
Own nearly all of South Korea, and they can get away with anything. We've seen their sinister influence throughout the story, like Samsung's dystopian signs on the Mapo Bridge. But everything that's damaged society has been a benefit to them. Take the academic competition. You've got millions of people competing and putting money into this exam to get into the top universities. And the end goal after all of this is a stable job at a chaebol like Samsung or Hyundai. It's a system that indoctrinates people for a lifetime of work, filtering out everyone who can't deal with the hardest problems.
If I ever have to get a work phone, I'll buy another Samsung, just so I have both.
in 12-hour days. The image-based culture also helps them. It keeps people occupied and concerned with other things. People's eyes will be on themselves or on the entertainment industry, never on what's really going on. The virtual world is just another level to this, and it also
bread and circuses, man. Bread and circuses.
the fires of social division as well. That helps them keep fighting over each other rather than the chaebols or their control over politics and life in general. In many ways, South Korea represents the future. In technology, entertainment, and culture, it seems like they're racing ahead. But all of the problems we've discussed are also becoming more prevalent here as well. Competition over earning a good living, and image-focused culture, and falling birth rates are all hitting the West right now. This is what happens to a society when it's left in the hands of a few and designed to serve their interests. And it's why South Korea is both a dystopia and a warning to the West.
The international clique. I don't know, bro. Maybe we just need to broadcast this over the Korean airwaves.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She wanna fuck with Japan, I put the chrome on the bench. Nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down in my pants, she got the world in her hands. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler?
But yeah, I mean, if you think about it though, hold on, let's go back to that image. I'm just, you know, my mind is thinking, dude.
Leadership ended, and even a bit before, the real power in South Korea has rested with the chaebol. These family-owned conglomerates.
Okay, so what is communism? It's when the state owns industry, right? Well, what happens when all of your politicians are from industry? And it just so happens that, you know, your party lines are literally carved down industry. You could make the case that this is like some capitalist, communist, like, chimera, just, you know, weird fucking government. So you could almost make the case that this is almost a form of communism. You know, when eventually one of these families takes over everything, they essentially would have de facto communism, because if the CEOs of these companies control the state, then it's basically the same thing as the state controlling industry. So, kind of interesting to think about, man. Like, it's like almost like the end stage of capitalism is literally communism. So, interesting. But globalism 101, baby. Globalism 101. Gotta love it. Not every country is meant to be the same as every other one. And that's the problem we face in this modern world. You have small countries like South Korea trying to compete with the United States, when in reality their standard of living should not even be remotely close. I'm a communist? Not necessarily. I'm not like a hands-off completely type of capitalist. I definitely believe in personal property, but when you get into the topic of foreign control, foreign ownership, as well as, you know, monopolies, I think that's where things, you know, get a little more complicated than just saying, yeah, I like capitalism. So, Too bad Griffin would never make into a communist hellhole. He would want his country to be a dictatorship and rule with an iron fist like Joseph Stalin. Bro, that's literally communist. So, no, I would not rule with an iron fist like Joseph fucking Stalin. I would rule with an iron fist more along the lines of, you know, one of the greatest dictators of all time, Augustus. That is more in line with my mentality. You know, get rid of the foreigners, bring jobs back to the actual citizens, enrich the people, establish morality laws, you know, reinvigorate the culture, that type of stuff. No, I would not be like fucking Stalin. So, yeah, I would basically want to recreate the Pax Romana, essentially, because we're headed down that route very quickly. As a failing republic, you know, we basically need that. I'd be Nero? Yeah, I don't think so. See, the thing is I'm not a degenerate. So, my main goal would be to create a lasting legacy of greatness for myself and for the country as well. So, yeah, I wouldn't be some fucking weird, fat, disgusting slob who, you know, just wants the power because, you know, I'm a Reddit chuckles dude. Would I ban porn? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not only would I ban porn, but the production of porn and the distribution of porn would be a death penalty offense. So, yeah. Degeneracy must be routed out at the source, but yeah. So the consumption of porn would not be illegal. Let me just make that clear. The production and distribution of it would be. So that, I think, is the thing to keep in mind. So I wouldn't punish somebody like, oh, dude, you got a fucking porn video saved on your phone. Like, okay, whatever. You know, the damage has already been done with that. But, yeah, the people actively making and distributing it, yeah, no, that would be illegal. Who is more degenerate, Nero or Caligula to you? Definitely Caligula. But he had like a brain aneurysm and went fucking actually crazy. Like schizo crazy. So, a little bit different scenario. Now, before he had his brain hemorrhage or whatever the fuck it was, definitely Nero was worse. Caligula was actually a good emperor until he had, like, his head illness and went legitimately crazy. So he was actually a good ruler up until the point he had that issue where, you know, everybody thought he was going to die, and then he recovered, air quotes, and then just went fucking crazy. That's when he started marrying his sisters and having sex with everyone's wives, you know, executing everybody. So, yeah. Oh, Tiberius is a terrible emperor. He didn't even rule. He just hid away on Capri the entire time. He left the Praetorian Guard to run basically the empire for him. And he just fucked little kids. No, the same thing didn't happen to Henry VIII. So Henry VIII did not suffer brain damage. He broke his leg, and it never healed because, you know, it just, you know, old school medicine is not even remotely close to what we had. But ever, like, past the point of him breaking his leg, he became very short-tempered. So he wasn't like actually crazy or anything. It's just he had a really bad temper because he was in constant agonizing pain. He genuinely couldn't even walk. They had to like basically carry him around in a chair late in life, and he would just basically gorge himself constantly because back in the day, think about what you could actually do for entertainment. You either like did physical activity or you just sat around all day. So he was like super athletic and everything, and then he broke his leg and it never healed. So basically he just like would stay inside and eat all day, every day. And he was like 400 pounds, which actually made his injury worse because now he had to haul around all that extra weight. But yeah, he was just in constant agonizing pain. It's not like he actually went fucking crazy. Griffin, if you ruled, would you kick out all the J's? I wouldn't have to. Because I would just take control over, the currency and banking systems. So, basically neuter any control and authority they think they might have. So all you need to do is just take away their ability to control. And then, problem solved. Dismantle the Federal Reserve and, basically seize control of the big banks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that was the catalyst for World War II is when Hitler arrested the Rothschild in Germany. I can't remember what his name is. But yeah, that was the catalyst for World War II, FYI. Because that's what pushed the Rothschilds to fund Churchill in order to go on his anti-Nazi rampage in order to try and thrust Britain into World War II. Because, Churchill was broke prior to World War II, and he got a mysterious cash injection from the Rothschilds' bank a year or two beforehand, which then he started, rallying support in the British, populace for, his ascension back to the prime minister's seat. And, just conveniently, it just so happened to be right around the time that the Rothschild in Germany, who was the head of the bank, was arrested by Hitler and the bank was seized. But don't look into that one too much. Don't look into that one too much, man. You might not like what you find. So let me see what this is. $13 Yeah, we can watch it.
Thousands of people have gathered outside City Hall in central Seoul today. Usually in the weekdays, we only see people in their hundreds coming out. But today, the first day after President Trump...
The words "get angry" could be heard echoing throughout the streets of Seoul, the sprawling capital of South Korea. Citizens had gathered in their millions to let their voices be heard. Never had they seen such a disgusting scandal. Only in movies could they have expected such an absurd, surreal circumstance. Just days earlier, the entire country watched on in shock as the news released. Their president, the person most of them had voted into the Blue House, the person that promised to run a clean, trustworthy government, was being controlled by a cult. Her every move was dictated by a shadowy figure. Classified information was being sold, political favor bargained in back rooms with the elite chaebol, and the media was being silenced. Millions of Korean people were standing shoulder to shoulder, and they were not going to stop until the president and her puppet master were brought to justice.
Certified woman moment.
For this to all make sense, let's go back a while, to that of yet more political scandal and the beginning of democracy in the Republic. Park Chung-hee comes from a political family. In fact, one of the most influential families in the country's history. Her father, Park Chung-hee, became the second most powerful man in the South Korean army, at which time he became the leader of a military coup in 1961. He served as chairman of the military control group until he was elected officially as president in 1963. His leadership had incredible impact on the country and how South Korea exists in modern day, including massive economic growth, which often came at the expense of human rights and the constant erosion of economic equality, which is a massive factor in current South Korean society. He ruled as dictator using the
I wonder who funded his revolt.
Korean Central Intelligence Agency that he created in 1961 to maneuver behind the scenes, threatening, torturing, blackmailing, bribing, and arresting the opposition. Despite this and the massive financial backing of the country's richest corporations known as the Chaebol, which we will discuss later in this video, Park almost lost the 1971 election, something he could not let stand. He then established the Yushin Constitution in 1972, which would ensure his perpetual dictatorship, replacing direct voting, repealing presidential term limits, and giving himself power to suspend the constitution, appoint all...
My man. Sounds like right. That sounds about right.
Judges and dismissed the National Assembly. When people spoke out about these actions, he used the same powers he gave himself to decree any opposition to be punishable by up to 15 years imprisonment. When the people are given no democratic option to remove somebody from office, they will often find another, less civilized way. On the morning of August 15th, 1974, the South Korean Independence Day, President Park's wife was shot and killed by gunmen who was aiming for her husband during a speech. Park Chung-hee continued to rule until about 1979, when he himself was assassinated in perhaps the most poetic of fashions. His assassination came at the hands of the South Korean Central Intelligence Agency, the same organization he had used for the last 18 years to stay in power, and they'd finally removed him from it. The leader of the KCIA, Kim Jae-gyu, a long-term friend of Park and classmate of the Korean Military Academy, was the one to pull the trigger. During Kim's appearance in court for this attempted coup, Kim stated one of the motivating factors for the assassination of his longtime friend and sitting president was to stop further corrupt activities stemming from the cult leader that had grown close to the presidential family. You see, after the assassination of Park's wife in 1974, a man by the name of Che Tae-min presented himself at the family side, stating he'd had visions of the incident which prompted him to offer support and guidance in such a difficult time to the Park family. Che Tae-min was the leader of a South Korean cult called the
So
Church.
wait, this is their Rasputin, essentially. Their equivalent of Rasputin.
Of eternal life. This cult leader was present for almost the entire upbringing of the president's daughter, so much so that a leaked document from the United States Korean Embassy in 2007 described Mr. Che as a, quote, Korean Rasputin.
Oh shit, there you go.
Whom has complete control over her body and soul during her formative years, and that his children accumulated enormous wealth as a result. The cult leader died in 1994, though for the previous 20 years of being close to the family, he had used his position to solicit political bribes and consolidate power for himself. During one of his 6 marriages, he had a daughter called Che Sung-sil, whom would also become incredibly close to the Park family, specifically Park Chung-hee. In 2007, 28 years after her father had been assassinated, Park Chung-hee, while being interviewed by a newspaper, called the cult leader a patriot and described how grateful she was for his counsel and comfort during difficult times. Now, the last factor to understand before I tie together the 2016 presidential scandal is that of the Chaebol, the most important, influential, and powerful people in South Korean society. During the Park dictatorship in the early 60s, the industrial policy was set up to guarantee large businesses everything they needed to spur rapid growth. This resulted in a handful of companies, and therefore a small, powerful group, having control of the majority of industry, wealth, and power in South Korea, with it only growing more so each year since. The word Chaebol loosely means a large South Korean conglomerate that are controlled by individuals or families, which according to 2021 statistics are accountable for nearly 60% of the country's gross domestic product, or GDP. Some examples of Chaebol are Samsung, Hyundai, SK Group, and LG Group. With so much of South Korean wealth being in control of these small groups, they have exercised their power over democracy since the inception of the concept within the country. The Chaebol work together to fund the democratic process with the expectation that those elected with their help will return the favour, whether that be from massive government contracts, reformed laws to assist in their operation, or presidential pardons for their multiple crimes such as tax evasion, bribery, embezzlement, fraud, and even violent crimes. Most, if not all, elections since the 60s were won with Chaebol money, and that money comes with a price. Almost all presidents that entered office in the last 40 years did so with the claim that for South Korea to prosper, the Chaebol must be given more economic power. Only in recent years have presidents talked of economic diversification, and that's when we get back to Park Chung-hee and her election. Taking office in 2013 as the 11th president of South Korea, Park Chung-hee was met with a mixed reception. Being the daughter of a dictator and someone who many claimed may be under the thrall of a cult leader should of course raise questions. Despite this, she was dubbed the Queen of Elections for her prowess at winning votes, in part due to the lifelong walk in her father's footsteps with the influence that brings, and of course...
Or did she just buy the votes? That's also entirely possible.
...through the sheer effort of campaigning tirelessly. Park ran on positions that the Korean people had been crying out for, a focus on a job-centered creative economy, strong security measures for peace on the Korean peninsula, and a trustworthy, clean, and capable government. These were, and still are, important topics for the South Korean people. In terms of the economic focus, the Chaebol's control over industry has resulted in a massive economic divide. Small to medium businesses are often unsustainable, while the conglomerates outsource their work, employing very few Korean people, and keeping profits for those at the top. Speaking of a trustworthy government...
Wow, where does that sound similar to?
That's something that the people feel they have very rarely, if ever.
Look at what happened with Microsoft just the other day. 9,000 Westerners fired and 15,000 Indians seeking to be hired.
Ever had since the beginning of democracy. Over half of the sitting presidents have been convicted due to corruption or scandal. Park Geun-hye was supposed to be different, but time would prove she was probably worse than the rest. Since 2014, the Park administration had flexed their influence in the media via business relationships with executives in order to censor certain unflattering stories, such as the administration's response and involvement in the sinking of MV Seawall, in which 304 civilians had died, most of which were children. Silencing critics in the modern era is not as easy as it once was for her father, and Park's power stretched only to those who sought power and influence, not to those who sought truth for the Korean people. Starting in 2016, journalists picked up on a thread regarding Park's close involvement with Choi Soon-sil, the daughter of cult leader and longtime family confidant Chae Tae-min. This story was spiked by executives at the publication due to the political or financial implications such a story would have for the publication. The truth, however, was determined to come out. Reporters working for JTBC Newsroom located a rental office in Germany, which had been temporarily used by the cult leader's daughter. She had unfortunately left a Samsung tablet while leaving, which the reporters recovered, and it contained information that cast a shadow over the entire country, validating a document that leaked 9 years prior from the US Embassy in Korea, which claimed, should Park become president, this cult, who had already enriched themselves due to their proximity of such a political family, would be in full control over the presidency of South Korea. It contained drafts of over 44 presidential speeches, which were being edited by the cult leader's daughter. In response to this, President Park denied she had any of her speeches sent to private individuals. That is, of course, until JTBC publicized their possession of the tablet on October 24th. The very next morning, Park admitted that Chae had been acting as her unofficial, unpaid, personal assistant. That, however, was not true. The reality that was discovered was much more serious. Choi Soon-sil, the daughter of the cult leader, was alleged to have control over the president. She was referred to behind the scenes as a power broker, allegedly receiving daily presidential report packets from the Blue House that were almost 30 centimeters in thickness. She was behind the president, pulling the strings, using her position to sell that influence to the chaebol, such as the Samsung vice president, who gave her $36 million for political favors. Claims were made that President Park made no decisions without Chae's input. Projects or documents were drafted by Chae, and the official versions with Park's signature would come back without a single word being changed. When this information went public, it took months of protests by the Korean people in the street, by the millions chanting, "Resign Park Geun-hye," before action was taken, which came in the form of an impeachment. On March 10th, 2017, the court issued a unanimous ruling. Park became the first ever South Korean president to be removed from office, which is quite an achievement considering the multiple other presidents that were eventually convicted for their corruption. Numerous trials were held from early 2017 until mid-2018 to determine the scale of Park's scandal. The result was dozens of people convicted and sentenced to prison for their involvement. President Park herself was sentenced to 24 years in prison after being found guilty on 16 of 18 charges against her, though it was increased later to 25 years when more evidence came to light. Choi Soon-sil, the power broker behind the scenes and daughter to the cult leader, was sentenced to 3 years in prison, which was extended by an additional 20 years after the full
I was about to say, only 3 years? What the fuck?
Investigation had concluded. And so President Park, who was elected based on her promise of a trustworthy, clean government, one that would focus on the ever-growing economic imbalance created by her father's empowerment of the chaebol, turned out to be a puppet for a woman who, along with her father, had controlled Park's actions since her mother's death in 1974. Actions that further extended the chaebol's power, directly contradicting her position and creating the most corrupt hoax of a democratic government the South Korean people have seen in recent history. To end the story, just so you know how the world works and that justice for the
to end the story, never elect a woman.
elite will never truly be served. On December 24th, 2021, roughly 3.5 years into her 25-year prison sentence, the sitting president Moon Jae-in pardoned disgraced President Park Geun-hye, and she was released months later on the 24th of March, 2022. President Moon had previously pledged he would not pardon those who were convicted of corruption. After he did, his office quoted him as saying, "I hope this would provide a chance to go beyond differences in thoughts and pros and cons, and open a new era of integration and unity." And that is how the daughter of a dictator was controlled by a cult leader, became president, colluded with the most powerful families in Korea to receive hundreds of millions of dollars in bribes, got impeached, went to prison for 25 years, and was pardoned by the opposition party leader less than 4 years later, all in the name of unity.
They. Who's they? Let's see. Alright.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, never, ever go on a 3 or 5 day carnival cruise. Ever. Don't ever do it. It's not worth it.
It's nice to me. I will be pissed off. I'm with my family seeing this. Oh, if I have kids, they don't look to be 25. They don't look to be under 25. These are adults. They lit though.
This is Boombox.
He's hiding his camera.
I was going to baby's her. She had a bottle of Zanies. I took every last one of them. I'll be back. Yeah, she got the bar for her. I took every last one of them. I'll be back. The wallets in the rooms.
The craziest shit I ever seen.
I got all the Zanies.
Shall we continue, my brother? We got, hey man, this is racially motivated.
Oh, I better back it up. World Star.
Damn.
World Star. Back up, my man. Back up. It's going down.
They throwing chairs, bro. This is crazy,
shit.
bro. Like,
welcome to the motherfucking cruise.
They're not sending their best.
Oh, shit. There go. There go. Shit. God damn. God damn. Welcome to the cruise. Holy shit. Come on, man.
This shit is bad, bro.
God damn. Holy shit.
man, I'm just confused. Like, why would you mess up the whole area, bro? Like, I don't know, bro.
Man, bro, come on, man.
This shit is crazy. This look like no home training right here, though. This is pretty.
She put her wig off. She swung her up. It's over 100 videos. Oh my God! Okay, that was pretty violent right there. Yeah, brother. I mean, hey, man, it's over hundreds and hundreds of videos.
Yeah, it's so many videos.
And I mean, hey, let's. Is it a trend here? Can we, if we type in carnival fights, do we see another demographic of people fighting?
No,
absolutely not, buddy.
That's the sad part about it, buddy.
Absolutely not.
What's that right there?
Oh, this one's super viral.
I remember this one. I've seen this one.
Yeah, it get like that. Y'all, we ain't gonna run that one. Y'all, look, guys.
Damn.
We ain't gotta explain it. Everybody already know. Carnival double down on it. Say, yeah, Black Monkeys. We said no music.
All right, bro.
No
monkeys. You don't gotta do all that.
Monkeys
is crazy.
That was insane.
That was insane. They say monkey. That was insanity. This is like some activities. Like, you on a cruise, bro. Like, pause. What? Think about you stuck on a cruise with this for 3 days. Like
3 days, bro.
With your kid. Like, a cruise is supposed to be a family environment.
Notice how they say 3 days. What did I say earlier? Never go on a 3 or 5 day cruise.
And it's like, what was crazy to me about this
7 days might even be too short.
Is people will scream racism. But it's like, if you can't be held accountable for your actions, it's nothing white people can do about racism, brother. Because this is bad. If you're going to scream racism because of this?
Yeah, this is horribly bad.
But look, y'all just type in Fight Carnival on Twitter. Y'all will see everything. So let's just go down. What Carnival really wants to promote, guys. Hey, but when I'm scrolling here, Brandon, I'm going to blindly scroll. Tell me when you see somebody black on the Carnival X page, brother.
Family.
Family.
They want family. That's what they're looking for, is family. It's getting out of hand. It's not a family trip no more. Family.
Family.
Yeah.
Where are the blacks?
You can't.
Working. This is bad, bro.
Yeah,
Where are the blacks on?
Hey, bro, you enjoy this too much, bro. They're blacks, but look, family. It's a family. They want family.
Man.
They don't want the club environment. They want.
This is what they want.
I told you what they need to do. Up the price point. You have to price them out.
There we go.
They want family, bro. That's what they're looking for. They don't want no club life on the damn cruise. That is the problem.
So they got to stop music requests. There you go, right there.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. It was a long scroll.
We seen a black dude and his wife.
Look, bro, that's not what they want, bro. That's not what they want.
They had a whole family. Yeah, like, okay, the past videos, you can't have no kids around there. That nigga talking? All right, bro. Yeah, I can't have my kids. Like, imagine walking with your kids through that.
So with Carnival, we just seen what Carnival wants. And this is what's actually happening.
Yeah, they want family, bro.
So then that leads.
At least you know they don't have guns.
Into this. That's all that leads into.
It's disappointing. Oh yeah, I didn't know it was this bad. I had no idea it was this bad. So I started doing my research. The research fucked me up all the way. That's it. I've never been on a cruise, so I wouldn't know.
No more rap music. So basically,
I went on Crown Royalty or Caribbean. You know, it was pretty nice.
No more rap music, guys. Carnival's in the right here.
You know what's sad about this? Like, if they would have had a weapon, if weapons was allowed on a cruise, you think somebody?
Look, Carnival basically said
somebody did.
We are toning down the blacks on our cruise. I mean, they double down on it.
I don't think they're toning down on the blacks. I think they're toning down. They want more family oriented. They're just making it stricter, bro. It's been way too loose in the past. They just tightening things up, and a certain demographic obviously feels targeted by this.
So you're not going to hear any of your music anymore, and you can't play a speaker. So where are you going to listen to?
Go back to the Carnival official rules. I want to see if it say something about reduced music options. I don't see nothing about no music. Handheld fans. That is it. The handheld fans, that in itself that is where the fans at. Where the fans it says you can't drink on the dance floor.
Wow.
You spit your drink on my shoes. I already know how all the situations. I can't see how
this is racially targeted, guys. You gotta call it what it is. I'm not mad at it though.
Chronicle with the 2, that cruise was basically World War C. Yeah, they all start piling on top of each other.
Let's know what y'all think in the comments though, guys.
Yeah. You definitely want to avoid Carnival. just generally speaking. Spend the extra money and actually enjoy your vacation. So.
I can't afford this shit!
Well, yeah, it's like why certain bars refuse to play hip-hop. It's why certain bars refuse to sell Hennessy or Patron or Ciroc. You know, it keeps a certain demographic out because they just so happen to be more troublesome than others, but don't ever point that out because then you're a racist, dude. But, yeah. Musashi with a 2. And words have money to go on a cruise with the yeah. Well, the 3-day cruises are cheap. They're very cheap. So they're very, very cheap to go on like a 3-day or 5-day cruise.
Afford this shit!
Cheap my ass? That is cheap. Yeah, they do use Afterpay, unironically. Let me just put that shit on my credit card. No Hennessy? Shit. Yep, indeed. Oh, this fucking homo. Let's see.
Oh, this was crazy. Like, this kid, like, oh my god, I don't even think I saw this.
Once again, we covered Dean Withers. Dean is, well, actually was, the biggest progressive TikToker. A couple days ago, we talked about his anxiety pen meltdown.
It's an anxiety pin. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Get the fuck out!
Well, now he decided to grace us with even more content by kamikazing his whole career.
Y'all ready?
You answer my question. Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that you
not
have the
really
right?
father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent, and I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never.
So here's what we're gonna do. I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child. So
Imagine being like a parent with like a job and some random TikTok kid just decides this based off of a conversation.
And especially because the father said the opposite of what Dean thought.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
No,
That is like the leftist argument tactic to the fucking T. Take something you said, completely twist it into something, you know, that's not even remotely close to what you said, and then argue from that point. It's just the perfect example of lib shits.
That's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said. For those watching, their handle is
nope.
It's going to be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here good, it has like facial recognition software.
Oh my god.
Okay, what's your name? So I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you. Feel free to like take his profile picture. You could save his profile picture, run it through some like reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to like a Facebook, or you could find his name.
Yeah, see, this is the type of kid who needs his fucking kneecaps busted in Minecraft, of course, from falling from a great height, specifically a skyscraper over 10 stories tall.
Feel free to take that information and report it to authorities in his area.
Maybe made out of cobblestone.
He's like his local CPS. I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we.
So everybody can screenshot his face.
Anybody that's interested in trying to do
so you
this,
can dox him and call
can, like, grab his
CPS.
profile picture.
This is something that I think that you probably should get in trouble for. If you are making a call to weaponize a government agency that is meant to protect battered, beaten, abused, and molested children, and you want to weaponize that, you really need to take a vacation from public life. And what's so insane about it is that these people are so cavalier about this that they just go out and they say this shit in front of everybody. He made a response video. He said the situation was just a prank. I don't know about that.
This is now going to impact my life. If I ever stop doing what I'm doing right now, I went to go get another job or something, my employer looks up, sees that I doxed an innocent father and I'm a pedophile and that I just was making a joke. Dude, like this shit will like fuck me for life.
Good. Because you are a pedophile, you child raping creep. There you go. Life ruined. Yeah, oh no, my actions have consequences. You know, buddy?
Oh, this was...
He forgot about something. You know, if you want to have no consequences for your actions, try not being white. Try not being white. That's what you libs love anyway, right? Anyone who's not white can literally get away with murder because of systemic racism. So, perfect example. You know, why don't you just no longer be white, bro? Skill issue. Hey, pick the wrong parents, exactly. He got caught sexting and manipulating multiple... Who cares? That's not a big deal.
Pure gold is actually really soft.
What the fuck is that sound effect?
Unless you've never really played around with true 24 karat gold, you don't really realize how soft it is. This
Yeah, it is very soft.
TikTok that I got tagged in says, this is how soft pure gold actually is. We can then see these sheets of gold stacked on top of each other, and this person cutting them with a knife. Now when it comes to gold, there are different carats or...
Nobody cares, bro. I just wanted to see somebody cut gold. Because for whatever reason, I don't know why, whenever I see gold, I'm immediately attracted to it. It's like something takes hold of my very being, and I must possess it. So Griffin loves Aspen Gold. Yeah, that's why I can't watch him, bro. I just hyperfixate on his username. You know, it morphs from Aspen Gold to Mine Gold. Alright, I guess we can, I said we watched this, tonight, so here. Let's see, where is it? The iDubbbz forced to sell his house.
Oh!
Alright, we'll skip ahead to where it actually starts. We'll see what, iCox has to sell his house for.
Part of this folder. There's a real salt in the wound to this, which Anissa is now finally promoting the event and the charity, but only after it's been canceled. What? So Anissa today, following
Oh, did they actually cancel it?
all of this, all of these people coming out, speaking out against the event and finally being fully canceled, is now going to take this opportunity to promote Stand Up to Cancer Tiltify link. Money can still be...
Gold is a black people thing? No, it's not, bro. Gold has literally been desired by every group of people on planet Earth ever since recorded history has been a thing. So, every single culture throughout human history has valued gold. Whether it be the ancient Egyptians, whether it be the Chinese, which they didn't really have access to gold, it was mainly silver. So gold was even more valuable to them. The Native Americans, every culture throughout human history has had a affinity and attraction towards gold. So gold is the oldest form of like standardized currency known to mankind.
Raised for charity. Well, if it could be still raised for charity, doesn't it prove we never needed a boxing event to raise money for charity in the first place?
Yeah.
Maybe I should have just been shilling this link the entire time over the last few years, and a lot more would have been raised for charity, wouldn't it have been?
Yeah, actually, look at that.
Engagement.
Musashi with the 2 search puff fish eats carrot meme. Okay. Let's see. Copy.
Clear? Clear?
Now that's my type of fish.
Ooh, buddy. That's very funny. Well, it's not going to help now, Anissa. Very
so,
funny.
following the massive disaster that was the Creator Clash situation, the event being fully canceled, H3H3 coming for iDubbbz and Anissa, and the entire Hassan Orbiter crew launching these lawsuits or whatever, Anissa...
Yeah, I would definitely make sushi out of that fish so I could put it in my mouth raw.
has decided, because we all know Ian's not calling the shots, that they need to move to Canada. And there was small hints of this coming. iDubbbz search history on stream pulled up cryptocurrency taxation in Canada, stuff like that. And so we kind of knew there was hints that they were moving to Canada, but now it's been fully confirmed. Of course, we saw them in the basement, but it's, oh, the cope was, oh, they're just visiting. It's just a trip. No. So what happened is they fully listed the house for sale on the market. They purchased this house back in March of 2022. It was listed for sale at $899,950. Anissa was so desperate to move to Seattle as quickly as possible and get Ian out of San Diego, away from his friends, away from his family and his support network, that she decided that they needed to offer well above asking, and they closed on the home at a price point of $1,050,000. And I can't really show you. I was on the fence as to show you the house or not. I decided it would be better not to show the house just for TOS reasons.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, $1 million in Seattle doesn't really get you jack fucking shit.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay. And they've now listed the house for sale on June 27th. So it's been 2 weeks now since they've listed the house for sale. And they're listing it for sale at exactly the same price that they bought it for.
So hold on. How many square feet is the house? Let's see. So divided by 695. Bro, it's a 1,500 square foot house. Bruh. He really is broke, dude. Holy shit, he's living in a fucking crack shack. Damn.
So in 3 years, apparently there's no...
Griffin wears gold chains and watches. Nah, I only have a small piece of gold. I don't have any jewelry. But yeah, I don't have any, like, watches, chains, rings, any of that type of shit. So, all I have is my Apple Watch, which is made out of titanium, dude.
Appreciation on this house whatsoever. And I think they want to move this house fast. And I think they'll probably accept any offer on the house, even below asking, if they don't get something above asking soon. So guaranteed, they're probably taking a loss on this house. Even if they sell it for what they bought it for, you got to consider the opportunity cost of all the capital being tied up. You got to consider the realtor fees. They're taking anywhere from a 3 to 5% loss on this property. Right. And they have to move all of their shit. Now, people have been to the house, and they peer in through the windows, and there's f*** all in the house. Everything's gone. All the furniture's gone. Everything's gone. Now, where is it? Whether it's in a storage locker, in somewhere between them, if they sold it all on Facebook Marketplace, who knows? But where they're at now is Anissa's mother's basement.
I bet they sold.
Ascendant with the 5. He's broke.
All right, awesome.
He's
Thanks,
poor.
nigga. All right.
And so am I.
In Edmonton.
Look, Anissa feels like a Facebook Marketplace browser, right? And what are you gonna do? Like leave it in storage or like drive it?
Now, my theory on why all of this is happening is they know.
How are gold watches for black? Bro, I don't know what logic you're using to come to that conclusion. Like, hold on. So you're telling me that, you know, if I buy something like this, I literally have to be black. Does owning something like that make me black? This is the watch that I would buy. The 116655 is the exact model I would buy if I were to buy a Rolex right now. But I'm not spending that much money on a watch. Or really anything right now. This is all gold. Dude, the entire body of the watch is rose gold. All the watch is gold. The only thing that's not gold is the band, which you can change out if you wanted to. And then, you know, the dial and the face, which those are never actually the metal. So it's usually ceramic. There's also a white gold variation too, but I don't remember the reference number for that off the top of my head. So I can't pull it up, but you can get the white gold version too. It looks really nice. But yeah, if I were to go out and buy any watch right now under 50K, I'd get this one. I really like this watch. Like, it just, the black and the gold is a beautiful combo. I absolutely love black and gold, so yeah, I would have to get that. Make sure you ice it out. Absolutely not. But yeah, I don't think you have to be black to want to buy that watch, bro.
Right well that they screwed everybody that was involved with Creator Clash, and that the promoters that they screwed, who now have no event and are certainly taking a massive financial loss, are probably going to turn around and sue these motherfuckers and try and take them for every last red cent. So they're desperately trying to liquidate any assets they have and move countries to make it harder for an international lawsuit to happen.
You must have black in you. Not right now, but I did earlier tonight.
Plus, they know H3H3 is very litigious, has been going after their friends, and is potentially going to sue them in the future. So you just know Anissa is paranoid, she's scrambling, she's looking for an out, and also she's looking to further her control over iDubbbz. So she's moving him to Canada, a foreign country where he doesn't know anybody, he doesn't have any friends, he doesn't have any family, he doesn't understand the culture there, and he's going to be forced to live with Anissa's mom, which is insane, because Anissa's mom is insane. For those of you who don't know, Maureen...
Bruh, iDubbbz absolutely knows the culture of Canada. It's a bunch of self-hating whites and SARS, which is basically Seattle. So, I hate to say, Seattle and Canada are pretty much identical.
AKA Anissa's mom is so crazy that she modded her own daughter's Twitch titty stream.
Wait.
And would ban the haters and argue with the haters in the chat.
Wait, her mom was a mod?
Yes, and her mom battled with Froggy Fresh,
I saw that.
Creator Clash 2, and all these Christians. So iDubbbz now has to live in a house not only with Anissa, but Anissa's mom. No. So he's just living in absolute fucking hell, and he's going to be forced to live in fucking Edmonton. It's a shithole. It's a fucking shithole, buddy.
That's
and by the way,
nuts.
This entire move, too, iDubbbz is looking at a situation where he might have to pay double tax because as an American citizen, no matter where you move, you're globally taxed by the United
Yes and no. I think anything past 150K, yes. But, yeah.
United States, so he may have to pay Canadian and American taxes. Now, there's some credits and stuff like that that you can apply for.
Yeah, and there's a huge, like, reduction in the, like, you know, remittance tax, I think is what it's called. So it's like 10%. It's way lower than, you know, the typical tax rate. And it's only after you make a certain amount, which for a married couple might be like $300,000.
To where if your income is under $100,000 or so a year, you don't have to do that. But let's be real. Is Anissa going to stick around for a lifestyle under $100,000 a year?
No, remember what you think about her mom? She was like, oh, my mom said, like, marry a millionaire.
Yeah.
And she did.
Yeah.
And now it's gone.
He's not anymore. He's not anymore.
Not at all.
I think that they're really strapped for liquid cash, and that's part of the reason, too. They're also liquidating the home. But at this point, like, I don't know if iDubbbz is going to make over $100,000 a year at this point. His income earning potential seems pretty limited based on the arson that he's done to his career over the last number of years, especially this year, which is where now Anissa is back to streaming. Let's have a look here. Anissa back.
Griff, you're a proto-Jew. What does that mean?
To streaming. Ooh. So Anissa goes, excited to announce, I will be going back to streaming once we get back from our vacation.
Yes.
So there might be some real
Let's fucking go!
You know, because last time Anissa streamed, she crashed out over and over and over again, seething at the haters, flipping the middle finger. Yeah.
Bo Blacks rattled her. Bo Blacks. I'll be watching every minute.
Maybe that's part of it. They want to keep income in Anissa's name. Yeah. Who knows? I'm excited for that. So we have some Anissa and iDubbbz miscellaneous content here before we get into the blog and all the other stuff. So let's go to our next slide here. We have an old Anissa clip. Now, Ian Jamha is very well known now for being a crybaby. He's a big crying softy little bitch, okay? He cried after he got beat up at Creator Clash. He cried to the therapist multiple times. He just keeps crying and crying and crying. Well, here's Anissa's thoughts on men who cry.
Uh-oh, let's check it out.
Things that are just instant turnoffs for women crying. You should not be crying, period. It shows emotional weakness, and you wonder how they're going to handle serious, actual, legitimate issues. Crying at really stupid shit is a really good way to make a girl not like you.
Oh my god! So she tries to say like, "Oh, you have to express your feelings," but she's just saying what.
Never express your feelings as a man, guys. That is the biggest like test of masculinity a guy can have to a chick. If you cry in front of your girlfriend, if you open up about your feelings or blah blah blah, that is a sign of weakness, and she will dump your ass almost immediately after. Things will start to feel colder and colder and colder until she eventually breaks it off. When women say they want you to open up more and talk about your emotions, they want you to be a sounding board for theirs, not the other way around. No woman wants to hear your fucking problems or anything that's bothering you. So unfortunately, you got to keep that shit to yourself.
She thinks should be
It's the
said,
politically correct thing to say. That was her real
but
opinion
as
back
a real
in the day.
woman, you really don't want a man who's crying all the time, especially on camera and shit, and on therapist sessions and posting it.
Okay, so now here we have another classic. Let's have a look.
All right.
I put in the behind the scenes, Fiona. See? Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh, he stinks.
His breath.
He stinks. So this is back during his console stones era, where his breath stank horribly. He's stinky. Uh-oh, stinky.
See? Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Look
bro.
at he's breathing here too. He's like,
Dude, it looks like he's afraid she's gonna fucking punch him.
Watch.
Behind the scenes,
He's
Fiona.
breathing heavy.
See? Oh.
Look how he flenches, bro.
Oh, it was a real visceral, and even he, I think, smelled himself and like.
You drown that out with some more mango.
Oh god.
Maybe what was that? Oh, I'm gonna
That's brutal, buddy.
That's actually brutal.
Oh man, he just takes L after L after L, and here he is getting beat up in a boxing ring by a girl.
Stop.
Now, whether or not Anissa made him throw this fight to the girl and get beat up, or whether he was actually so weak he just got his ass kicked by a girl, I'm not really sure. But this is a tough look. I mean, you look at this woman. It's not like it's like China from the WWF or Rhea Ripley or some jacked bodybuilder. This appears to be an average woman. Okay, who's just teeing off on iDubbbz.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's curdling. He's curdling. He's backing up. Bro, come on, Ian. Come on. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Bro, they got the Sigma Male music playing.
Bro. And the worst part, Anissa made him upload this to the official creator class. Talk or Instagram or whatever this is. Oh, no! Ian, no! Oh, stop. How did that happen, bro?
Wait, is this the same?
Okay, her name is Avelina Sabrina.
Wait, is this
She just beat the piss out of him.
Wait, is this real? Did you edit this?
No, I didn't. I swear I had nothing to do with it. That's how it was.
Yeah,
Dude.
I thought you did, but I see the text still down here.
Bro, he got his ass beat. Oh my god. Oh man. Look at his forehead. There's like a cut on his forehead. He's got a bloody nose. There's a cut on his chin. There's blood all over his shirt.
God.
Is that a sticker?
What a
His face? 10
bitch.
subs for the iDubbbz. Beaten by a girl sticker?
Bro, this is brutal. Why would you?
Oh man.
Wait,
That's
is this
boxer.
Sabrina Albelina? Whatever. What's her name?
Well, let's Google Avelina Sabrina. Is she like a professional boxer?
Sure. Let me go. Albelina.
Even still.
Whoa, that's Spanish
Well,
talking
her
on Google.
bio says the Polish ice.
Okay.
I think this is just some random girl.
She's a
dude.
TV personality.
Oh
hang on, let
no,
me,
she's a voice artist. Stop it.
For what?
She's a voice actor. What? Bro.
Welcome back, children. Let's get out our handy-dandy notebooks.
Bro. He got beat up
Welcome back, children.
by this lady? Oh god. No.
Oh my god.
No. Stop. Stop.
That was the best. That was the best. Like,
What the fuck is this?
wait. What else we got here? I actually got tears. That's funny. Oh, she was that edit. That was like
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Buddy, listen,
really great
you never,
spooky season this year.
never agree to fight a woman because if you win, you just beat up a girl. Nobody, you don't get
That's
credit for that. In fact,
brutal, dude. That's absolutely fucking brutal.
like that. And if you lose, you got your ass beat by a woman. What was he thinking?
I don't know this. Oh wait, was she? Oh, she was in
No, doesn't matter.
Wait a second. I remember.
She was in Creator Clash too.
Wait, didn't she lose?
I hope not. I hope for iDubbbz.
Dude, that's absolutely brutal. All right, children, open up your notebooks.
Take that didn't happen. Let me see. Let me see.
You
Oh, by the way,
she lost. She lost.
She lost. I love how, by the way, the Creator Clash Wikipedia page has now been edited to say the Creator Clash events were a recurring crossover boxing event. They got on that quick.
She lost. That's that like cut was so funny, bro. All right, that was great.
Was there any more in the last 2 seconds to felt him? Oh, there was! Oh no, that's a sticker! Oh no! Oh no! Zoom in! Zoom in and hit! Zoom in and hit! Oh my god, that's a sticker! That's the sticker! Let's get 5 subs for that sticker. No, that's the sticker. That's the sticker, man! I don't care if we get subs. You know, that's the sticker.
Yeah, we love
His
support.
eyes are fucking swollen shut. There's all sorts of bruising on his forehead. I didn't notice.
Okay.
Oh, a woman did that to you, Ian.
Bro, I got tears in my fucking eyes. Oh my god. How do I have new followers? We're on the front page. What's up, guys? We make fun of people Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And today,
I see Paul 90 for 5 subs, and the ironic Ridge for a sub as well.
thank you. Oh my,
Oh my god,
this is
bro.
gonna be a really funny sticker, bud.
Man, that's
What should I call
brutal.
That's almost worse than he looked after Wasabi and Dr. Mike leaving. Actually, I think
That
was
is
worse for this girl.
brutal, dude.
Oh man. Okay, let me just I'll delete this
Yeah, he
one.
looked like the cops beat him with a billy club. He beat him with the ugly stick.
A member of the movie
Oh,
Observe and Report.
Yeah.
This is like after Seth Rogen fought the 50 police officers in the mall. He's like, oh,
I know Liam Neeson would actually beat iDubbbz's ass.
Yeah.
She probably does.
wow. Here we go. iDubbbz
No.
lost to a girl, beat up. Okay, there it is. It's called iDubbbz beat up. Check out that.
He had headgear on, and this still happened to him.
Yeah, what the fuck? Holy.
Crazy.
That's crazy. You're like, is there anything good in the last 2 seconds? Yep.
Last second, they zoom in.
Okay,
Like the
so-
humiliation rituals that this man has had to go
But
through.
look at that sticker. That's
Generate.
cool.
Oh no!
Is that the
All right, here we have the boxing coach. This is just a brutal clip for
Okay.
Ian.
Okay.
She told me that
Oh, sorry about that.
the reason why we moved away from LA was because she had all these friends that wanted to use Ian and just take from him.
Oh my
And
god,
so, yeah.
she's so doing textbook isolating him.
Yeah, she's isolating him. And literally, besides me and Michael in the gym, he doesn't have any friends.
Wait,
And
this
she
is
has
actually
no
really
friends. He
sad.
has no friends as well. It's ridiculous.
That's why I would feel bad for him.
Yeah.
That's why I felt bad all the time. I'm like, man, it's just that.
Yeah.
God damn.
Friendless.
Is there anyone more down bad right now than
I honestly don't know. He might be low cow of the year at this
Holy
point.
I think shit,
because now
man.
we have iDubbbz trapped in the basement.
The crazy thing is when H3 revealed that iDubbbz had never had sex before or held the hand of a woman or anything prior to her, it just makes the entire thing even more pathetic, bro. He literally got the first chick who ever showed him any sort of attention whatsoever and then married her. She sucked him dry of all of his money and internet fame and has completely ruined his life just because he was pussy whipped by the first girl that ever looked his way.
Bruh.
That shit's crazy, man.
There's no escape. He's homeless. He's chairless.
Okay, and let's just say, be real here. With Ricada, it's old news. It's been done. This is beyond.
And you know damn well she's been run through, very well before she got around to iDubbbz.
Ricada may push forward. Who knows? Him and Aaron are battling hard, and one of them's probably going to end up in prison forever. If not both of them. Here we have just this image at the start. Look at Anissa. Look how down bad she is in the basement of sadness and horror, bro. And they started the podcast telling this whole long story about how their dog almost died for sympathy. And it's you guys are down really bad. Your dog's dying now too.
How did the dog almost die?
Yo, hold on. Bro. It's literally uncanny. Fails to realize she's already become her mother? Check. Some dogs are doggos, some are puppers? Check. Missed out on being a whore? Check. Man-child lacks all personality and will. This has in turn become his entire personality. His own existence is okay with him somehow. Child replacement. Dude. Unfucking canny. That's all I could say.
They were driving along, and then the dog just like flopped and started drooling all over the place, and they thought it might float, and they had to drive it to the vet, and the vet had to do an intervention on their dog. It was a long story that went on forever and ever.
Do you believe that?
I guess I don't even believe it. I honestly think they made the whole thing up for sympathy. There's no proof that was provided. But now they're telling us about, so they took a retreat into the Canadian wilderness. So they decided that like they would go into exile, and they spent 2 weeks driving around the Canadian wilderness, where they then had this adventure with this fisherman on a fishing boat. And that's where we're going to pick up the story here, as they're in the basement of unspeakable horror, destitution, poverty, and sadness.
Did they find Mama JF while they were walking around the wilderness? By the way, everyone, if you watch the clip, remember to hit like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more content. We really appreciate the support there on YouTube, guys. Thank you. All right, let's check her out.
But yeah, I mean,
whoa,
we did enjoy ourselves. We
had to sell their mic stands.
They have no mic stand.
Where's Dane?
Mic standless. Oh, Dane, don't worry, Dane's there.
Oh, Dane's there still. Okay.
Dane's still loyal to a fault. He's never going to leave. He's just really hoping that he can pick up Ian sloppy seconds when he decides to Ben Wyatt.
Wait, Sank in chat says he saw them in Banff.
Did you see
them for real? Are you joking?
No, they do. They look like hostages of Al Qaeda, and they're being forced to perform this like, apology at gunpoint or something. Like,
fishing excursion
with an anti-vaxxer, a Canadian anti-vaxxer, a Joe Rogan fan.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Sorry.
Yeah. But like, she just has to laugh at the idea that somebody who has different politics than her could ever be a nice person.
Yeah.
Ian, this guy, he was a nice guy. He was a chill guy. But Anissa hates him because his politics are different than hers. Why don't you listen to this? This is actually crazy. This really goes to show how stupid and terminally online Anissa really is, what she's about to say about this fisherman.
Fear North in chat says, a Joe Rogan fan. Like Rogan, some niche guy?
No, like a neo-Nazi. Like, he was an Andrew Anglin fan. Daily Stoner.
Yeah, Richard Spencer.
It's the most popular podcast in the world. Literally the most mainstream thing in the world.
Yeah.
But he's the devil. He's evil.
That was funny, Fear North.
It's really interesting meeting Canadian Joe Rogan heads, Canadian anti-vaxxers, because, man, he was so loud about how stupid the Second Amendment was.
No, for real. Joe Rogan's like the most popular podcast by a long shot. Like, can you believe someone in Canada liked Joe Rogan?
Well, what's crazy is
I don't know if they're actually poor or not, but they're definitely not anywhere near as wealthy as, they used to be when iDubbbz was, relevant.
Was against the Second Amendment. He was pro-gun control, and he was in favor of universal health care. So he was basically, had a bunch of left-wing positions. But because he didn't agree with Anissa on vaccines and climate change, he's a Nazi, he's irredeemable, he's human garbage, and she actually can't understand. She can't comprehend somebody who's not lockstep ideological and agreeing with every right-wing position or every left-wing position. She can't understand the idea that there are people who actually have, diversity to their thought and aren't actually completely ideological lockstep right-wing, left-wing. Like, she wants to divide everything into easy-to-understand camps because she's a simple, stupid-minded person.
Yeah.
And so loud about public health care and how it's important, but everything else, global warming.
Hang on. So the whole world hates you, right now, Anissa. And there's one guy in the wilderness who like spoke to you, hung out with you, was probably firriendly, Yeah. And the first, instead of being like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to bring up all the negative stuff. No.
Well, there was a point, I didn't include this, but there was a point in the story, and I should have included it, where Anissa explains that this guy was so nice to them. They said, oh, Anissa has trouble on boats. She gets motion sickness. She might have trouble with this and not be able to do it. And he said, if at any time that does happen, I'll take you back and I won't charge you anything.
What?
That's the sort of person that this guy was. And they're going to shit talk him and publicly shame him on the internet because he didn't lockstep agree with every single aspect of Anissa's ideological agenda.
What pieces of shit? What absolute garbage?
And she really believes that every single person has to agree with her on everything or they're completely irredeemable Nazis. And it's just a really sad way of viewing the world, that all of your human interactions are through the prism of politics. And you know right well, by the way, that she was the one that brought up all the political shit. You know right well that she was poking and prodding and just looking for any excuse to categorize this blue-collar fisherman as subhuman. It really
100%.
bothers.
And by the way, this whole obviously this is not gonna make YouTube, but this whole can you believe they were anti-vax?
I think a lot of people were pretty vindicated.
Yeah, everybody who has a brain is anti-vax now.
On that?
Yeah, exactly.
Vaccinations. It was like we were just talking to an American.
Yeah.
It was weird.
No,
yeah.
Because we didn't ask about the second.
The idea, by the way, that all Americans and all Canadians are ideologically in lockstep. Yeah. Like all Americans are pro-Second Amendment and anti-global warming, but all Canadians are pro-gun control and believe global warming. That's just not the case, Anissa. And it's delusional to view reality in that way. There are general trends, sure, but she's acting so. Can you believe it that there's a person in Canada that would believe such a thing? Yes, Anissa, we're Canadian, you stupid bitch.
And by the way, in America, you have Hassan, you have his whole crew, you have all those types of people, the protesters. Yeah. What do you mean? What, is America full conservative? Shut the fuck up.
And they lived in Seattle, which is one of the most progressive cities in the world, not just in America. It's a really progressive place.
Yeah, it's
man, bro just started going off.
Yeah, you can just sort of remove little chunks that don't seem to sit with you very well.
See, look at her; she's disturbed at that idea. iDubbbz is well, no, you can just gloss over. Not everybody is going to agree with you on everything, and you can gloss over those things, and they're still a good person. But Anissa, she verbally agreed, but you can tell on her face she doesn't agree, and that she can't ignore those aspects of people that disagree. And so it's just going to be a real sad existence for her.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to find somebody, even like left-wing people or right-wing people have disagreement. Like there are tanky.
But the thing is iCucks will never disagree with her because he's like eternally pussy whipped. So he'll just agree by default with everything she tells him.
There are neoliberals, there are democratic socialists on the left, on the right wing, there's libertarian type people, there's like Christian.
All right, I'm going to go take a piss real quick, guys. I'm just going to leave it playing, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
And traditionalist type people, there, you know what I mean? There's differences. And so if you are trying to go through life demanding that everybody conform to every single political position you have, or you won't associate, you're going to have a very miserable life.
If you don't agree with everything Hassan believes, you're a bad person.
That's the thing is like, they don't even, they honestly only believe that Hassan's word is gospel, and anybody else on the left is just garbage. And like, it's crazy.
Which is, I think that's a good way to be generally, but when it like contradicts your other ideology, it maybe it's worth it to reflect.
Like we were like in a different universe.
Yeah.
Right.
Like an alternate universe.
It's being in an alternate universe because somebody is pro healthcare, universal healthcare, pro gun control, but they don't believe in global warming. Then we must be living in an alternate reality that's crazy and insane. It's just so sad how stunted these people are, and they're in their 30s.
And the thing is too, it's like you probably spotted out what you believed, and he said to him, and did he like say "f off"? No. Sometimes you just go, all right, I disagree with you, let's move on, right? It's like this.
He was so busy talking about Canadian politics, we didn't realize that we were getting in the middle of a lightning storm.
Storm was coming.
There's a lightning storm. We're in the middle of a lake, and he just goes, "Oh, can you help me reel this in?" And we're like, trying to motor back as like lightning and thunder's happening. I'm like, we're gonna die with this guy. I'm the son.
I hate her.
You know how it's so
We're
disgusting.
gonna die with the lowest of the lows.
It's this lowly, pathetic, subhuman person that disagrees with me on a political opinion.
Meanwhile, look at them right now. The whole internet hates them.
Like they're literally living in a basement. Yeah. They're living in her mom's basement. They're broke. Their careers are in shambles. They're getting shit on by everybody. They've completely tanked a boxing event and brand that was allegedly worth 7 figures, is now worth 0. And all of their former associates, including their boxing coach, their top janitors, Nathan Barnett, and Harley Morenstein.
The sad fact is they actually thought a celebrity boxing, charity event was their fucking, cash out opportunity. Like, what does that tell you? Hey, let's make a charity boxing event so we never have to work again and we can just, milk other people's effort and make money when people think that they're, actually contributing to a charitable event. Dude, it's just, there's so many layers to this fucking bitch, and it's her idea, not his. So, yeah, literally, let's just milk charity for all it's worth. Typical left-winger, man.
All turned on them, but they're going to sit here and act as though they're better than other people and they know what's best, and this dirty person is subhuman. Like, it's just disgusting, the way that they view the world. And it's why I have zero pity for them. Even with as much as has happened to them, they still have no humility. They're not humbled whatsoever. Ian kind of is, but Anissa is just the same fucking horrid bitch that she ever was.
And a mixed William Balkan says this in chat. They're living in the gutter and they still turn their nose up at others. You'd think you'd learn and go like, you know what? I got to really figure out my life and look in the mirror and reflect. No. She's still the same bitch she was when they started like dating.
Yeah.
Like, you'd think you'd be like, okay, I got to have some humility and sort of build myself back up. No, doesn't learn anything.
That's beating down into onto my white fleshy skin.
Pause, man. There she is.
Even look at her fucking shirt, dude. It says Queen on it. Like, she's really impressed with herself.
Admitting that she's white, but Anissa, I thought you were Arab.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Like, that's worse.
Okay.
My Irish anti-sun skin.
Right, but I thought you were Arab. So now she's finally admitting that she's majority Irish and only 8% Arab, and that she has white skin. Like, but next week it'll be back to I'm Arab and I'm Muslim, blah, 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 blah. Like,
I've got the whitest skin. We've been, it's so...
Even Idub's like, bitch, you've been telling everyone that you were fucking brown. Look at her here. That's a terrifying face. Oh my God, look at that. That's like a horror. That's scary stories to tell in the dark in that book.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, sunny in Edmonton, and the sun just like attacks you. And coming from Seattle, it's like...
Oh, I just came up with an awesome new word.
Okay.
Sundulate. It was so hot, it was sundulating that day.
Man, I would say don't quit your day job, but allegedly you're an entertainer. It's your day job. I don't know where that really leaves you. I would say quit your day job then and go get a real one. This ain't working, bud.
But look at his legs. That's so humiliating.
Oh my
it's like
God.
Okay.
It looks like he's wearing a diaper.
It looks like he's wearing a diaper.
A very childlike pose.
I was going to say that. He looks like he's a giant baby.
Thinking more like it was sundulating.
I was sundulating in the car.
No, I was thinking it was sundulating that day. We're still in the basement. Not our basement, but someone's basement.
Oh no! That's tough. Oh, that's tough. They're in the basement, but not their own basement. They're in Anissa's mom's basement, which for whatever reason they're refusing to admit. But I mean, it's obvious that they're in her mom's basement. So
yeah.
And we're not homeless.
Yes! So fun. So whenever you have to say we're not homeless, You know you're down bad.
There's something going.
So bad, buddy. The cope is real. Look at Anissa. Look how disgusted she is with the fact that she's nothing but a filthy poor person now that's basically homeless, living in the cock basement. Ooh.
You married a millionaire, and here you are in the basement. How long have they been like married? Was it 4 years?
Something like that. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 years.
Fuck, man.
I feel cozy. My relatives told me, they were like, "Why did you film like this? Why'd you film this way?" And I was like, "Ian always films all of his shit like."
I'm not saying that this is cozy.
Oh, okay.
It's not cozy. It's not.
I didn't mean this. I didn't mean.
Their own families are like, "Why are you filming like this? Like, couldn't you any effort in? Couldn't you guys get chairs, mic stands? There's no money for it. They're just totally destitute."
Relatives, you know what that means? He means the mom. The mom walked downstairs with like, the fucking tang and like snacks. Here, I got some tang for your podcast. Why are you filming like this? Like
Why are you sitting on the floor like bums in this empty basement? Oh man, she's like, I have folding chairs out in the garage. You guys can sit in
the garage.
No, it's okay, Mom. We like it.
Griffin, is Anissa a good case as to why a man should never let a woman run his life? It's more so a good example of how picking the wrong woman can completely fucking destroy your life, I would say. And Daryl's on with the 2. Wish Ellie can beat up Griffin. Okay. Well, hopefully your wish comes true, man.
Like this.
Hey, oh my God, someone said they tipped over a lamp. Were the lighting? It's the top. It's the top of the lamp.
So bad. Oh my God. By the way, Vibes, YKTV for 5 subs.
Big support. Thank you so much for your support, man. Appreciate you, man. This is so funny, bro.
Dane, do you think this is cozy?
What, like the little setup that you got going?
Yeah.
No. The owls just keep coming and they don't stop. Even Dane, look at iDubbbz. He's like, I was really hoping Uncle Dane would have my back here. Look at him. Bro, he looks betrayed by what Dane just said. Look at his eyes.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but there is a centipede that is on the...
Yes! They're having to live in a creepy, crawly, dirty, dingy dungeon where there's centipedes, giant centipedes attacking them. And Anissa's having a tough time dealing with it.
Why would you bring up the centipedes?
Because she wants Ian to kill the centipede because it's rapidly approaching her and it's poisonous and it's going to attack.
The carpet of the
Really?
space.
I'm not alarmed at all because I'm not there.
Yeah, it went underneath my shirt.
Dane has no sympathy.
That's all because I'm not there. That was actually pretty funny.
Right by the tripod. It's out of my shirt.
Oh, I
it's
see it.
coming closer. Oh my God, it's like a line.
Tell Marlon to get it.
No. I think these things are poisonous.
Oh, well then I'll take care of it. 1 second.
Yeah, don't let the dogs see it because they might put it in their mouth. Oh my God, it's coming.
Like he's moving real slow.
By the way,
This doesn't care.
I know a lot of people have watched our show before, but if you're new to our show, this is not a live podcast. This is a edited. They chose to leave this portion in.
Yeah,
This is their paywall.
That's crazy, dude.
Literally right towards me. Fiona, kill it. No, I'm just kidding. Don't kill it. Oh, Ian just killed it with a chicken bone, like a chicken chew toy. People are gonna think we actually don't have a home. And maybe
Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's so good. Yes, it's because you don't, Fish. You're homeless. You're chairless.
How hard would it be to get a green screen and go, we're just, changing the back, pretend you're still living there?
Oh my God. It might help.
I also want to, this is not related, but I just want to say it's Canada Day today while we're recording.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Canada Day.
He's so cocked he can't celebrate the 4th of July anymore. He has to celebrate Canada Day. Doesn't he look so excited to be a Canadian and celebrate Canada Day? He does not. He does not. He looks real miserable, buddy. He looks like he's in hell. He's trying to cope. He's got the biggest cope smile going. But it's barely even an attempt at covering up his disdain for the situation he finds himself in.
So it's Canada Day. People are outside doing fireworks, making some barbecue or hanging out with family or drinking.
Paul with a 5. Some Nazis commit suicide during the Nuremberg trials, like Goering, who was given poison, so it's not improbable that Epstein did the same. I mean, the thing is, I saw something very interesting today. And, maybe in a world it does kind of make sense that Epstein killed himself because he didn't have a list of all the people that he was blackmailing. And the Ghislaine Maxwell woman
All right,
did.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because whatever happened to her? Like, she's supposedly off in, some prison or something for 15 years or whatever it might be. What if she was able to provide the information and got a more lenient sentence? And because she already provided the info, he had nothing and then proceeded to rope. So, That was kind of an interesting theory I saw. It's like, crazier shit could have happened, but I don't know, man. I don't know if we're ever gonna know what truly happened with that. Because even if they do release everything, let's say, how do we know it's actually real? So that's why personally I don't really care too deeply about the whole Epstein thing. Like, yeah, it'd be nice if we knew. But if it never comes out, it wouldn't surprise me for a second. Honestly.
They're in the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear the Roman candles in the backyard on the neighbor's backyard.
Yes. How free we stand on guard.
She's not technically out until 2037, but again, do we actually know for a fact she's in prison? Just like, do we know for a fact that Epstein actually killed himself? Because if you look at his ears, they were different on the corpse versus him in life. So, yeah, it's a whole rabbit hole, dude. We will never fucking know the truth surrounding that. Ever.
For motherhood, for fatherhood, from coast to...
Listen.
Whoa, buddy. Know the tune to the Canadian anthem? Like, he started it, and then he switched to the American anthem?
Yeah.
It was an abomination. It was an auditory atrocity, man.
And what's Anissa doing here with her head?
How free we stand on guard, for motherhood, for fatherhood, from coast to... What's wrong with our dog? Its body is pulsating.
Did you finally see the? I sent you the clip.
Oh, no. Wait, where'd you send it?
Oh, this is sad.
I sent it in the group chat that we have on Discord.
Oh my god, I've been offline.
Oh no! Poor Dane, buddy. Like, he's like, guys, did you see what I put in the group chat? They never read the group chat with Dane. They never check it. And Anissa starts making up excuses that she hasn't been online, which we all know.
Bullshit.
We all know is the fib. It's not true. So Dane has to come up with like an additional cope to try and make it less sad.
You just exposed yourself, Griff, to what? I don't think that camera's on.
Long time ago, but I mean, yeah, I don't expect you to check Discord.
I think. Whoa! You can't help but feel bad. We'll bring it back.
I actually feel bad.
Really, yeah,
I don't expect you to actually read my DMs or anything. I know I'm nothing but a worthless worm, Anissa, but please. So sad. He's such a simp.
Oh, Dane had to get a new job, it looks like, huh?
You can't lend.
There's a lot of red in this job.
Expect you to check Discord.
I think we watched that.
I don't really pay attention to many other awards besides.
I'll take a Baconator, sir.
Here is just Ian just being exposed as a cultural Philistine and an idiot. Let's have a look.
Okay.
The Oscars and maybe the freaking Golden Globes, sort of.
What's the Academy Awards?
Oscars and the Academy Award are the same thing.
Okay.
He was so embarrassed. He doesn't even know what the Oscars are.
That's wild.
And he looked down and away in shame because he knew that was embarrassing.
Of course he did.
Oh no!
The Rottweiler keeps looking into my eyes longingly.
That really is.
Oh, he's being look at him! He's jealous of the dog. Look at him there. Zoom in. Okay, we gotta look at both images to really capture the full sense of this.
Oh my god! I gotta put porn music on.
God, Anissa is staring lovingly into this dog's eyes, desperate to be mounted by it and taken in savage, animalistic fashion that iDubbbz the cock simply cannot deliver. Meanwhile, iDubbbz is just bitter and resentful, jealous of the dog macking on his wife. Like, you can tell. Bring it back a few seconds. Watch it again for yourselves, folks. Am I not right? Am I not right?
Oscars and the Academy Award are the same thing. Okay.
Tell the Rottweiler to stop. The Rottweiler keeps looking into my eyes longingly.
It really is a Rottweiler, isn't it?
It is a Rottweiler.
Literally has rot in its fucking chest right now.
Poor Nick Fuentes needs.
What?
To just come
so
out.
now Anissa's gonna get a rare W here.
No way.
Closet. What happened to him? Poor Nick Fuentes needs to just come out of the closet.
Oh my god! Bring it up.
You know it's bad when Fuentes even getting felted by Anissa in the basement.
What happened to him pepper spraying that lady, and did he go to jail? What happened with that?
I gotta ask, does anybody actually know what happened with that? Because it's been like 7 months and there's been no update. Were the court records sealed, or just nobody bothers to try and figure out what the hell is going on with it, or what?
He doxed a bunch of more groypers, so they fucking let him off. Allegedly, in my mind, the theory. Is it fed?
I don't think so.
There's that lady that went up on his property and he pepper sprayed her, and then
you know she knows that from watching our show, by the way.
100%.
A guy pepper spraying a woman, kind of weird. Right?
Kind of gay.
What the f is on?
This is, by the way, like, isn't this homophobic, guys? This is a little homophobic there. But Anissa's going in. Go off, Queen. Like, isn't it a bit gay that he, pepper sprayed this one?
Well, I'm just saying, it's kind of the most effeminate weapon that you can use, Nick.
That's true. That is true.
What the f is going on?
He's just biting down on his lip so hard because I'm just gonna shut my mouth. Like, just let them say their shit. I can't chime in or I'm gonna be canceled again.
But
it's very feminine because, like, when you think about it, it's so cunty to spray. Like,
yeah, exactly. I'm imagining
her down this.
Yes,
that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Off Queen Slay. Get him, Anissa.
She's right though, right? It is like.
steps, and the phone like fell to, like, and he looked at it in such a like cunty way. I got bit by a parrot so hard I almost fainted.
What?
Okay, what the fuck is she talking?
What are you talking about? Look at iDubbbz's face. Like,
He's like, no.
What is this bitch talking about?
He looks
What it is,
Mexican
is
here,
she-
right?
is desperate for attention. Is I think what it was is the conversation wasn't about her. It was like iDubbbz and Dane were talking. So then she had to interject and make it about herself with this weird like parrot thing. In fact, I think she's going to admit that. If I remember correctly.
Apparently the Fuentes case is still under a litigation for a hate crime right now.
I mean, it's been a long time though. That happened in what, December of last year? Man.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I asked Josh about that the other day, and he had no idea either. So I don't know if anybody knows what the hell's going on.
Dick Dickstein he's saying, "Oh, he attacked the Jew." Yep, it was an old Jewish woman. Well, that's
What does that have to do with it?
I wanted the attention back on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so mentally ill. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Bring it back.
And
bring it.
I thought you were spitting out a theory, not the actual full facts.
What does that have to do with it?
I wanted the attention back on me. Yeah.
And fucking really bit down into her finger hard.
Well, the big thing with it too that kind of made me like, so she bit right in the knuckle, right on top and right underneath the middle knuckle of my finger. And I know with parrots when they bite, you're supposed to like move your hand a little bit so they feel a little unsturdy and then they like let go. I think I was like feeling extra bad because she's like a rescue and I don't know what her trust levels are like with humans. So I was like, I don't want to scare her
What the fuck?
more. So like she'll bite and then she'll like let go. She was not letting go and she started really trying to break my finger.
I think I guess for the future.
So
I'm gonna
I
be
just
honest,
love though that the parrot just instinctually hated Anissa and was determined to break her finger and destroy her. Animals know, dude. They know her inner nature and they know she's no good and evil. And the parrot just decided, you know what? I'm gonna make this witch pay today.
Yeah, in the past, because it's like maybe a little nausea or fear that she's gonna faint, and it's like, all right, let's sit here all fucking day.
Yeah,
Well,
let's sit here for an hour. Let's.
Okay.
iDubbbz got serious resentment of Anissa. Look at Anissa; she's kind of panicked.
Yeah, she
because
should be.
Hasn't heard that voice from iDubbbz in probably a long time. iDubbbz putting his foot down and iDubbbz being like, this is bullshit and calling her out on her shit. That she just sits there for hours because she loves the attention of milking that she had a nausea attack or whatever. And he doesn't like it. You know, but it's kind of like abusive of him to bring this up too. It kind of paints both of them in a bad light. You know.
Sit here for 3 hours and there's like no end as long as she's like feeling this like uneasy.
Buddy, I thought this wasn't your emotional dumping ground. I thought podcasts weren't a place for an emotional dumping ground. By the way, Anissa, she's panicking.
Elijah Petty with the 5. Some argue the government is too incompetent to pull off an elaborate plot to assassinate Epstein. Sleepy Joe couldn't even remember when his son died. Well, the thing is they wouldn't have gotten the U.S. government to do it. They would have gotten our greatest ally to do it.
She's upset.
Since we know that Epstein was their guy.
She's upset.
She would like not move.
Yeah.
I've experienced that a couple times. Hasn't been crazy.
The morphine one was really bad.
Yeah. But you got to move. You got to live life. You can't just.
I need a woman bad. Yeah, I need my very own Anissa, dude. Absolutely.
Rot. Will you lay
Oh my god.
for 24 hours? So
You're acting like she's decided that that's the rest of her life.
yeah, legit. If you gave her the option, she would be like, I don't know if I'm. And then she'd start to get up. She's like, I can't. And then she'd get back down.
Only if I felt like I was about to puke or faint.
Well, yeah, of course.
But this time I did. I got up.
And the
right
feeling
away.
of puking or fainting, though, that might just be.
So his real feelings now have like, I think this whole situation has like opened him up to like finally start spewing out what he feels. So in the moment that happened, he's like, oh my god, but he's holding it in. Yeah, don't worry, baby. But now he's just like, when you don't fucking move, it's just like, he's like, why would you want to? Yeah.
You got to think at a certain point, right? Like he's being forced to sell his home. He's being forced to move to Canada. He's sitting in a basement, broke as a joke. Everybody hates him. He's had to betray all of his friends from the past. Answer crew, he had to betray. H3H3, all for his wife's selfish desire to be with Hassan and worship Hassan. And he's just sitting here.
Griffin needs a woman who will suck all the life and money out of him. She better be sucking something else too, dude. But yeah, you just want me to kill myself, bro. It's okay. Just say so. You don't have to code your intentions. You know, just say, I want Griffin to have an Anissa so he finally gets pushed over the edge.
And he probably can't even afford his meds that he's been doped up on to lobotomize. And he's fucking lashing out.
Yeah.
And you can't really blame him because this bitch has ruined his life.
But he's like 2 weeks away from hitting her for the first time. You know what I mean?
Man.
Your body when it moves, when you're in, when you have morphine or other things going on.
Next time that he's getting all like that, Anissa just say like, well, you can carry me if you like.
Oh, I should.
Oh my god, Dane, you simp.
White Knight simp Dane to the rescue. Shame on you, Dane.
See, when Ian starts to, here's the problem. When Ian starts to pipe up, you have Dane shutting him down. You have Anissa's mom shutting him down. Everyone's shutting him down. Hassan, all this. Like, Ian has no real person to be like, listen, bro, she's ruining you. Like, she's being a fucking bitch. You need to wake up and stand up for yourself. The moment he starts standing up for himself, it's, oh, you're an idiot. You should do this and da da da. He's broken, man. He's broken, dude.
Yeah.
She gave me a Band-Aid for my boo-boo, and then Ian took me for an ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay, so now she's just like reverting to being a child and acting like that. It's sickness. This is mental illness on display, and these people need to get off. Like, it's obviously not good for them. They can't handle it.
Yeah, look at Look at Ian's legs, by the way.
Oh my god.
Presenting.
I'm like this fully tattooed, fucking nasty looking woman. I haven't showered in like 4 days. I'm like,
Why is she admitting she hasn't showered in 4 days? So she's not practicing proper self-care. Her self-image
Yeah, you know that shit smells like a fucking marina.
is just a nasty, disgusting woman.
4 days?
4 days?
Ooh, imagine that, puss.
Well, Ian never gets any, so.
fainting in the middle of their fucking animal exhibit.
But yeah, I mean,
wow. How long was the whole thing?
Bums, an hour and 50 minutes long.
And 50?
7 minutes. Yeah, it was an extra long episode because they skipped the previous episode.
She's pheromone maxing.
But what extra long meant was really that they were just going to meander around in circles for 20 minutes about nothing additional. It was terrible. It was probably one of the worst episodes of all. I'm not going to lie.
I don't doubt an hour.
So now our finale to this is now the Anissa versus H3 battle. So H3 comes out, and this is a bit histrionic, but I love him playing the victim this hard. It's so Kino. Because I've said since the beginning, it feels like they want me to kill myself. This is their goal. Unironically, he's probably not wrong, you know?
Yeah.
But he's taken the situation about Michaela Raines and made it about himself, which is a bit twisted by Ethan Klein there. But of course, you know, Anissa has to pipe in and battle with him.
Okay. Let's...
This is coming from the guy who literally said his goal is to harass me and Ian to the point of leaving the internet.
Based?
Yeah. H3 goes, Anissa, open your books on Creator Clash 2. Did you pay for denims or Frogan and Son's flight and hotel from charity money? Did they fly coach or business? How much did you spend on the before and after party?
Wow.
Anissa fires back. I did not literally said that. I said you guys should leave the internet after being totally disgraced financially and reputationally as a result of your own actions. Anissa, you participated in the CPS lie, and Ian justified it. You guys participate in snark. You have shouted them out and used posts from there. You are an evil, snark-brained loser. I am defending myself against scumbags like you, cry bully. And that last word is the most righteous word of all, because these people started this shit. They came after H3 with the content cop, released it while he was live, totally snaked him to his worst enemies, people that justified calling CPS and having his children taken away. And now when he comes back down on them, and honestly, like, he hasn't put together a massive documentary hit piece that's an hour and a half long or any of it. He hasn't done that. He's pushed back against them, and he brought on the boxing coach for an expose. He hasn't swatted them. He hasn't doxed them. He hasn't sued them, you know, but they want to cry the victim because he's finishing a fight that they started. They're only upset because they're losing. If everybody in the world was pressing on H3 and destroying him as a result of their content cop, they would show no mercy. They would show no grace. So it's bullshit. They are cry bully. And then Anissa goes, hey, Ethan, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Please write a concise paragraph explaining exactly what I did that warrants this harassment campaign. I mean, just look at what she's responding to. It takes a special type of psychopath to play victim after what she did. Yeah. It really does.
Wait, what? Hey, Ethan, I'm not sure. What?
There's no harassment campaign, by the way.
Well, okay, but it's like, no, they're
allowed to make criticisms and call out failings and hypocrisies as they view it, but nobody else is. And because Anissa is a woman, I guess she's supposed to be exempt because of pussy privilege, but it's okay for them to go after Ela Klein and say she's a genocidal...
She's barely a woman.
Baby-killing murderer, blah, 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 blah.
Or that H3.
Barely a real woman.
Like, H3 has to deal with the fucking people talking about, like all right, human skulls. His children eat shit in the CPS conference.
He had laughed, right, at the idea of human skulls being sent to H3's house, which is clearly like a death threat. It's clearly not something that somebody would like to receive in the mail. I'll tell you that. But, you know, iDubbbz laughed and basically said it's all fair game. But then when he just gets, like, normal internet criticism, commentary videos, people laughing at him and stuff, he freaks out and plays the victim. That's what him and Anissa do. Whereas H3, it's not justified for him to spiral when people are calling CPS on him and mailing skulls to his house. It's fucking bullshit.
Well, also, too, people are pointing out what they've done wrong with the Creator Clash, with everything, right? And instead of being like, you know what, it was a bad idea, we fucked up, and being humble about it, they're digging their heels in the sand. No, you're all wrong. We're right. Why wouldn't people still shit on you? You haven't learned from your lesson what people are criticizing you in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
And then Anissa goes, I want to remind everyone that I didn't make the content cop either. But he's talked about me sexually nonstop.
You're on OnlyFans.
In some sad attempt to feel some type of control. I didn't even say anything until quite a while after his creepy meltdown. It's just insane. All right, before we go to this, which is basically H3 becoming Lex Juicer and his like full-on villain arc, I want to go back to the miscellaneous iDubbbz folder.
All right.
And I just want, you know, because people might feel like, oh, Anissa was the victim and H3 was always a piece of shit. Yeah, go back into the iDubbbz folder, and then Hero, and then the folder up at the top. So this is H3 and Anissa in better time. And so this is Anissa posting on Instagram, somebody, you know, shitting on her and basically saying, you know, iDubbbz should get rid of Anissa. She's controlling. It's a toxic relationship. Divorcing her is worth the hit. Well, do you know who came to her defense? Was H3. But Anissa goes, I just want people to see at this point, it's been 7 years and I'm exhausted. I'm alone right now at home and I'm just not built for this. I'm a human being. I can't even post on social media anymore. This used to be my job. I didn't even know it was possible to be hated this much as a person. I feel like I'm a special type of terrible and it never gets better. Well, what did he...
Well, you are correct.
Ethan Klein say to that? First of all, he liked it. Second of all, he comments, if we go to the next slide, says, people see an hour-long podcast and think they completely understand you and your relationship. Even for the internet, people have been particularly nasty to you. It can feel so painful to be hated and misunderstood by so many. people that have never met you, but I don't think it has anything to do with you. People hated you from the beginning because of what you represented as an extension of Ian, him maturing and changing. They feel betrayed by him and you are their scapegoat. It sucks that people won't just move on and accept the change, especially after years. The only thing that really matters is how you guys feel about each other and remembering as much as possible that everything you read online is just noise. It's not real. It's a few unwell people that obsess over you, and if you ever met them in real life, you'd know their opinion is worth exactly nothing to you. Love you guys. Now, how did Anissa respond to that?
Wait.
So what's crazy is that's an actual real friend.
Yeah.
And even though a lot of what he was saying was copium and like hopium,
How can a chronically online virgin pushing 30 be so picky about women? I'm assuming you're referring to me. How am I picky about women? I don't want some disgusting, tatted up whore. I'm pretty sure that's like a standard operating procedure for 99% of guys. Nobody would want anything to do with a chick that looks like Anissa.
you know, that's what you say to a friend when you have their back when they're going through a hard time. And Anissa said, "We love you, Ethan. Thank you so much for taking the time to write this. Really, you have no idea how much it means to me. You and Gila are such strong people, and just looking at you two push through really helps me. So to have you comment this is really important to me." And then they turned around after that and stabbed Ethan Klein and his wife in the back and justified having CPS taking their children away.
That's
what
fucking
they
brutal.
refused to speak up in their friend's defense when he spoke up in their defense and gave them comfort. So I just want people to understand that's the context of what's going on and why H3H3 is acting the way he does in this video. Because yeah, the way he's going to talk in this video is very villainous. It's like a comic book villain, like I said, Lex Luthor, whatever you want to say. He's going Joker mode. But it's because of what they did to him. It's because of the level of betrayal and sickness that what they've done to him has made him into the villain. But let's have a look. This is really cute.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed this. The Joker.
Oh, the Juker.
That was
You
a year ago.
That was 1 year ago. The Juker.
You swung at me and you fucking missed big time. And
I
guess
love the
what?
piano.
Yeah,
Like a villain.
I've
yeah, it really is.
And then you've got Gila in the back is just cheerleading, like hype womaning it on.
never been betrayed like this.
This is like a Bond villain as he's telling
He may
Bond
as
the plan.
He may as well get a cat. He may as well have a Persian cat that he's stroking and shave his head bald at this point. But I love it. I'm here for it.
Me too.
My whole life by someone I cared about this closely. And then you have the audacity to come and make another video and justify CPS call. You endorse snark. You live snark. Again, you are elevating disgusting, hateful people who have spent their time harassing me and my family. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose. And I'll tell you why.
By the way, you know it's serious when he's not doing the hand thing. Like, you know he's like focused.
Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
And I win. Do you understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone.
That's true, man. He's not even a real human being anymore. Flubble Nugget with the 5. If Melanie and Anissa combined their ink together, they'd be able to create a new life form. They must be stopped at all costs. Dude, it's like the worst aesthetic for a chick is to be covered in fucking, scribble tats, and it's just gross. It's just disgusting, dirty looking, and just nasty. There is nothing appealing about women covered in tattoos, or even with tattoos in general. It's like putting a fucking shitty bumper sticker on a brand new Ferrari. It's tacky as fuck and a massive eyesore.
Oh, just telling the whole truth now. Yeah. It's savage, bro. It's savage. We need this, Ethan Klein. We need him fully unchained. The crew need to shut the fuck up. The button needs to go in the bin. And we need to just let this guy go off. Yeah. We need the full Lex Luthor arc. We need the full supervillain Ethan Klein arc. Because when he's like this is entertaining. Yeah. This is theater.
Well, who's the guy behind the desk? Dan?
Fire him.
Honestly, tell him, if you dare interrupt me during my monologues, you're fired.
He's so petty, and he's so vindictive, and he's so vengeful. But you know what? When people f with your family, when they try and take your kids away, I think you have a right to be that way. And in fact, it's rightness to be that way. And iDubbbz and Anissa think it's all fun and games. You f with a multi-millionaire, super well-connected Jewish guy in LA that has the platform and resources to bury you in legal bills, to get people to snake on you and expose dirt on you. You picked a fight that you could not win. And now that you're losing the fight and getting buried, you're crying about it. But it was you that threw the sucker punch from the back. And now you're upset you're getting dominated. Well, that's too bad. So sad. Suck it.
People are saying play half a Nahila. I would, but there's piano already behind him, so it's going to overlap. It is great, yeah. Well, it's a very funny idea.
Anissa, you're the one, you're coming center stage. You're going to start streaming now. I want you to understand something.
Yes.
Composing. So this is such energy.
It's poetic.
I am never going to be done.
Buddy, if he was auditioning for a movie, they'd be like, yeah, got it. No callback needed. You're good. You're hired.
I will never be even. Talking about
Shut the fuck up, that guy Dan.
Everybody knows what it means, Dan. And what's crazy is before this, Dan interrupted and had to have a 3-minute conversation over when you swing at the king, you must not miss, and what it meant. Everybody knows what it means, Dan. Shut up. That's why it's hard to watch this live, is because of all the people surrounding him. Fucking brutal, whatever.
Yeah, man. What does that mean? What does that mean? You swing at the king, don't miss. You never heard that phrase before? It's pretty common.
Them being interested in them, being, I'm fascinated by everything they're doing.
Dan's like, that sounds like a death threat. No one thought it was a death threat. He just means I'm gonna fucking A-log you till you're done. Yeah. Like, come on.
Right? The streaming, the whatever, the events.
You're never done making fun.
Never.
Oh, yeah. No, he was threatening a murder plot. Like, Dan, shut the fuck up. You know what H3 should have said? H3 should have been like, when someone f***s with your family, then you'll know. That's it. Then you'll know.
Crew. The events.
You're never done making fun.
Never. Oh. Excuse me. There'll never be a point where I'm going to be like, I'm just saying, and this is for the audience too, because I want you guys to know, there will never be a point when I will say to myself, okay, it's time to move on from this. I want you to know that. You dropped that f***ing video when I was live, and you thought you were cute, you thought you were clever, you really had me. You came at me with the laziest slop.
True.
The shittiest slop, that you got my haters running around the internet talking about I'm right and you're wrong.
No, I know. Because I really don't like this guy. Yeah. But
like visceral hate.
Oh, but I mean, when he was working with Hassan, I really did not like this guy, and I hated.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Really insufferable and obnoxious at that time, and had just completely sold out. And you could see it in his face and in his body. Like, he was really fucking fat. He had these bags under his eyes that would never go away. He was like gray. He was dying. Like, you see now, as he's like fighting back against Hassan and these people, you can see kind of the life, like the color being restored to his face, stuff like that. Because being in that Hassan leftist, walking on eggshell space, having to castrate and cuck yourself every single day and apologize for who you are as a person and your race and your religion, it's bad for your soul and it destroys you. And so it's good to see him being unchained from that.
It's so funny that you said that about leftovers with Hassan. This iDubbbz fall and Ethan's rise back up and destroying him. I almost forgot about it for half a second. I'm like, why did we hate him? Oh yeah, he worked with Hassan, and Hassan's a piece of fucking shit. Yeah.
You have managed.
Yeah, he lost a shit ton of weight, man. He used to be probably 300 plus pounds.
To galvanize support for me, which is something I've not been able to do for myself. So thank you.
Kino. So then Anita decided on today of all days to start firing back and engaging with this again, saying, "I don't care, bitch. Join the club of ugly, out of touch losers." It's just so ineffectual, so impotent.
You a child?
You're ugly and out of touch. No, Anita. In fact, it is you that is out of touch and ugly, bitch.
Yep. She definitely is fucking ugly. Damn, Ethan was Griffin maxing. 300 plus pounds is crazy. That's right. But nobody can touch me. I'm always ahead of the game. I had to fucking combine 2 desk chairs together in order to support my gargantuan size. But you know what? I'm still streaming. Why haven't I been gifted a membership? Why haven't you just bought one? Am I fatter than rich? Oh, yeah, dude, definitely. Definitely.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy.
All right, let's see.
Here, and I just watched the Ghost of Yotei State of Play they just did. This thing was about 20 minutes long, and it was insane. Before it actually began, it was funny because the live chat was kind of being like, this game's going to suck, another PlayStation L, here comes Concord. But as soon as the combat and stuff began, it was wall-to-wall insane. This was so good because I hate a lot of these presentations we get now where it's 80% developers just talking about the game. It was all 20 minutes of raw dog gameplay, and I have to freak out. I took a bunch of notes. I want to freak out about this with you guys. If you could, please give
oh my god, I want to freak out too.
This video a like.
Let's have a freak off while we're at it.
And subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I want to begin with the fact that Ghost of Yotei, they said a couple catchphrases during this presentation that sounded so incredibly freaking cool. But I want to start with the fact that there are 6 Yotei that our goal is to try to kill. We're playing this lady named Atsu. As a kid, these evil samurai guys killed your entire family, and you had to go into hiding. So now you come back 15 years later, and you're here to completely slaughter them now that you're a master samurai. But what's cool about this is that they're making it incredibly clear it's not going to play quite the way that Ghost of Tsushima did, but sort of in a positive sense. I love Ghost of Tsushima. It's actually maybe my favorite PlayStation 4 game ever. I mean, I legitimately put so many hours into it. I ended up platinuming it on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, but let's talk about this. Let me turn off the AC. It gets so hot in here, the AC auto kicked on. But this time around, what we're doing is that when you played Ghost of Tsushima, you kind of played it as the ghost or the samurai. That was kind of the idea, right? Is that you'd play more ninja or more samurai. This time around, you are just a mercenary. They said straight up, you can use any dirty trick. The motto of the game is that there's 6 targets to kill and thousands of swords to block your path, which means you can shoot people with early, very strange looking black powder rifles. You can use bows. There's tons.
Bro, nothing about this game looks appealing at all to me. Another open world, Ubisoft inspired, slog with a Mohican female protagonist that overpowers all the men with ease. I'm sure it'll have some emotional storytelling, dude. And it's just, I don't fucking care anymore. Like, this is exactly the type of shit I don't want to fucking play at all.
Tons of different weapons. They showed here specifically, they showed extended combat of the katana, the spear, the odatsu, which is like a bigger, thicker blade, or even just dual-wielding swords. Everything looks brutal as hell. More blood, more mud. As much as I love Ghost of Tsushima,
the game I'm mainly looking forward to right now is Danky Kang, and then also I'll probably get the Mafia game as well too.
The only problems I ever had with it is that it felt like it was trying to be almost too much like a movie. A lot of samurai films, especially those classic samurai films.
Wait, a Sony game trying too hard to be like a fucking movie? You mean every single game that they've ever made?
Were very bloodless. That was just kind of the style of the time. You hit somebody and they go, and they fall over, right? Whereas now, with the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Pro, you can show the carnage and craziness of it, right? I think everything they showed so far looks extremely good and extremely brutal. I'm glad the fact that they just showed her taking over camps and wandering around. They said the ideal way to play is to just literally look around and do it. Now, they didn't say whether this is going to be a non-linear story or not. Personally, I'm hoping there is a set list of objectives. And the reason why is that I got a lot of Assassin's Creed Shadows vibes from this. Just in the sense that Assassin's Creed Shadows sort of had a similar thing. There's a young ninja girl and a big samurai dude, and their families are killed, or he is taken from his homeland and her family is killed, and now they have to kill a bunch of different bad, evil guys, right? But in that hunt for Templars, it's non-linear. You can do it in any order you...
There it is!
Bad, evil guys, right? But in that hunt for Templars, it's non-linear. You can do it in any
non-linear
order you want, meaning that the story in Assassin's Creed Shadows was really bad because there wasn't this sense of flow. It really did just kind of be like event, event, event. There was no build-up. There was no payoff. I am hoping that this has a clear beginning, middle, and end, the same way that Ghost of Tsushima did. I do think that part of the reason Ghost of Tsushima was so incredibly good was that impact of dealing with your uncle, with dealing with your honor, with dealing with these invaders and stuff. Do I poison villages? Do I kill everybody? I thought that struggle was so expertly played out. I'm hoping this follows a similar vein, especially because they're really leaning into the idea that this is a blood pact. You are here to kill everybody. Now, I do want to quickly mention something they showed that I thought looked really strange. It's called the Wolf Pack, which is that instead of just having a menu that says, hey, here's your next quest, hey, here's your next objective, instead, you've got all these like drawings of people, and they said that this is how you're going to be able to tell what your next upgrade or next meal or next side quest you can do is. I don't really understand it. Maybe it makes more sense when you actually see it in action, but to me, it just doesn't look as good. Maybe it's just that I play so many different games that when something tries to be too creative and outside the box, it seems a bit strange to me. I thought the menu system, the journal system in Ghost of Tsushima was already so perfect that changing it for Yotei, not quite my cup of tea, but let's talk more about that combat. Holy God, it looks so savage. I like the fact that when it comes to her, she's not always going to be alone. It did show a couple fights where you had people with you. At one point, apparently you can get a wolf companion that will actually do the duels and stuff with you. It seems like this game is taking a lot of the original ideas in Tsushima and kind of blowing them up. Like there was that whole series of side quests, the 7 Ronin, where there's basically all these different really, really good samurai.
This just looks so boring to me. Like it looks like Assassin's Creed Shadows too.
around the land, and by killing them you get extra skills and abilities, right? That was cool. I like that. A lot of people love the wandering samurai kind of lore stuff, but here it looks like there is more buildup, and it's part of a bounty system instead, where instead of just saying, hey, wander the countryside, it's saying, hey, here are these warlords, here's different people that killing them gives you big payouts and good rewards. I think it seems to make a bit of a cleaner presentation and more of a story to those random fights that were fun, but kind of disconnected from the rest of the land of Tsushima at the time. Honestly, I like classic revenge quests a lot. Consider me a basic bitch, but I think it's just so cool, the idea of, hey, I'm coming back, you killed my family, I've been training my mind and body.
I'm gonna platinum this in secret. I don't think my trophy list is hidden, so it'd be kind of hard to do.
For decades, I'm gonna be this master assassin. I know, maybe this is cliche, but man, this game, all the trailer, gave me a lot of vibes of Blue Eye Samurai, which I love. Lots of cool scenes of walking into a bar and having to kill a bunch of people to get out. I think this looks fantastic. They did announce the Akira Kurosawa mode is coming back. I'm currently binging a bunch of Akira Kurosawa stuff. This guy is literally one of the most famous, maybe the most famous Japanese filmmakers of all time, but I digress. They're bringing back his cool stylized camera angles, but they're also adding time, but I digress. Famous, maybe the most famous.
He's binging a bunch of the movies, but the thing still has the plastic on it.
Japanese filmmakers of all time, but I digress. They're bringing back his cool stylized camera angles, but they're also adding a new stuff, including a Samurai Champloo mode. I am going to lose my mind. If you've never watched it, Samurai Champloo is one of the best animes of all time. The whole idea is taking like modern...
It's literally anime in my literally Japan game, dude. Oh my god, my two favorite things about Japanese people, anime and samurai.
Like beatboxing and stuff, and putting it into a classic feudal Japan setting. It mixes different
beatboxing, so we get some urban beats, just like in Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Different themes of like graffiti and modern music and stuff to that classic thing. When you're playing Samurai Champloo mode, when you're outside of combat and you're exploring and you're just wandering around, it plays that like lo-fi chill vibe that it did so well. I'm going to play this entire game on Champloo mode, and I'm going to love every second. That's official, by the way. They said it's the actual guy who made that music. The actual director is back and working on this. This was amazing. I truly cannot compliment it enough. This was exactly what we needed to see. Why did they keep this hidden so long? I feel like my only anchor is the fact that so often PlayStation just sits there silently. If you have bangers like this, why didn't you announce it? Why didn't you at least post some gameplay clips? The fact you had a 20-minute...
They literally have announced this game. What the fuck is he talking? They announced this shit like over a year ago.
That presentation in the can, this looked incredible. The stream in 20 minutes got 15,000 likes. If that doesn't show the amount of anticipation for the next big PlayStation game.
Wow, 15,000 people. Massive.
I don't know what does. They've announced they're doing like a limited edition controller and a console. I'm going to try and actually get that controller because already my hype is at an 11 out of 10. How do you feel about this? Did you get a chance to watch it? Man, I thought that looked perfect. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And are you getting Ghost of Yotei, or does it not seem like your cup of tea? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh my God, that was so good. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see some...
Yuck. I saw he made a drama video.
Hey there, gamers. Creampieguy here. And
the truth of stop killing games and the lies.
Hey there, gamers.
Of pirate software. Arg.
Creampieguy here, and today we're talking about stop killing games. But this initiative, I want to break down what it is, why it's important, and why it feels like there is this strange hatred of it from big content creators like Pirate Software, and it's actually getting a ton of backlash. But I want to break it down because this is maybe the most requested topic ever on the channel. I mean, you guys have no idea how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments and messages and stuff, people saying, why aren't you discussing Stop Killing Games? And this is a very, very important project. Now, Stop Killing Games, it's an initiative that absolutely needs to happen. Right now, if you buy a game, if you buy a physical game, let's assume it's the good kind, the kind where the...
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, this game is slop that you can buy on a deep sale. Yeah, I didn't like the first Ghost of Sushi, personally. I found it incredibly boring. And especially after slogging my way through Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, I really don't want to play another open world Japan game for a very long time.
Entire data is on the disc or on the cartridge. You can pop this in and play it forever. At least that's the idea, right? The same way you can play PlayStation 1 games on a PlayStation 1 as long as the disc and the console work. The idea is that if you buy something, you're supposed to own it. But this last decade, the industry has made a big shift. This big push towards live service games with constant updates with a forced internet connection has made it where there are now literally thousands of games that are just gone. They're unplayable. And a lot of them are weird because some of them even have physical discs. Battleborn, Overwatch, Concord. I'll admit that a lot of the games that are going offline are bad, but it is weird that you can purchase a game that later is taken away from you. And the Stop Killing Games initiative is basically a big push that says if you buy a game, you own it. Even if the company shuts down, even if the servers shut down, even if they go to other projects, you as the consumer deserve access to some sort of playable version of it. So let's break down the initiative. Let's break down the pirate software drama and his weird lies about it and why this is important. This is why you should be paying attention to it. I hope you're having a great day. I am Dreamcast Guy, and I hope you're having a good one. Please like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is definitely a pro-consumer rights movement. Now, essentially, what's going on is that as we sort of approach this all-digital future, you guys know that I've been very anti-Game Pass. And it's not that it's not a good deal. Game Pass is a good deal. But the problem is the fact that now those games don't
Griffin ate his girlfriend. What the fuck?
Physically exist. If you buy an Xbox,
why are you bringing your vor fetish into here, man?
Game right now, even if you buy like a physical box, the game isn't really in there. You put the disc in and it completely installs off the internet, which means in the future, when those servers go down and when Xbox gets shut down, when those studios get shuttered, those discs become inert. The game you have currently literally on your shelf just gets taken out of your collection. This is
the game becomes inert. Okay.
Essentially, people are trying to get this enshrined in law to make it where if you pay for something, it cannot be rendered completely unplayable. Now, to be clear, they're not asking for a fully compatible version forever. What this essentially saying is that they want to make it where if you buy something, companies are required to make it so that after it shuts down, you can have some sort of peer-to-peer connection, fan servers, give the code to people to make it where somebody can make some semblance of it work. Now, I've been very passionate about this because back in the day, I used to play literally for years on World of Warcraft private servers. Now, if you didn't know this, but World of Warcraft, it was a constantly updating MMO. Every 2 years, you'd get a big new expansion, whether it was Wrath of the Lich King or Mists of Pandaria or Warlords of Draenor and stuff. And a lot of people wanted the original version back, that slow, grindy, I mean, admittedly, less complicated version of the game, and Blizzard just wouldn't make it. So people basically found these basically archived versions of the older game and started running, admittedly, illegal private servers. People just made it for themselves. And these existed for years. Occasionally they get shut down. Occasionally Blizzard would sue somebody. But this was the only way to play the MMO for like 10 years, the only way it was playable. And finally, Blizzard listened to people and went, okay, we'll bring it back. We'll let people play the original version of WoW. And it was called WoW Classic. And I still play WoW Classic. I still enjoy WoW Classic. But to me, that was sort of my black pilling moment. That it was
my black pilling moment.
It's weird that I could love a game, I could want to pay a game, I could want to experience it, and the only way to have it was by illegal hacked servers that other people are doing the upkeep on. Now, I want to go through this because a lot of people have been talking even more about Stop Killing Games. This initiative is currently being focused on the EU. They're currently doing like campaigns and stuff where over there, they're a lot better about consumer rights. It's harder to pass stuff here in the United States, especially because corporations in the United States have so much power, so much lobbying ability. It's hard to get them to do anything positive.
RIP to Anthem, man. This game actually had a lot of potential. Like the mech flight and combat mechanics were actually really good. Honestly, it had potential.
It's not directly profitable. But a lot of people bring it up because it is weird about stuff like this. EA is shutting down the Anthem servers. Players will not be issued refunds, and the game will no longer be playable after January 12th. I have Anthem. I've played Anthem. I've played a lot of Anthem, and it's just gone. And a lot of people talk about the fact that...
Oh, he's played a lot of it, huh?
This is extra weird because I feel like we're entering this strange fugue state of ownership. If I buy a DVD, I can play that DVD forever until it breaks. If I buy a CD, I can listen to it in my car or on my CD player while I'm at the gym, whatever, right? Whereas if I buy a game, a lot of times on the actual disc itself, they claim you don't really own it. You just own it as long as we're giving you permission to access it. In fact, I have to show you this. This is so insane. Ubisoft has updated their terms of service that said, If you, like, for some reason the servers go down, they want you to destroy your physical copy of the disc. Ubisoft is saying, not only do you not own the game, you will never own the game. No matter how much you pay for the game, you'll never own the game. And a lot of people are specifically the Stop Killing Games movement, for all the lies around it that we're going to get into. The bottom line of it is that you deserve to be able to have access to what you've already bought. We're not saying you got to make every game offline playable forever. We're not saying every game has to have a start to finish single player mode. It is specifically saying if it currently exists in a certain state, it is legally necessary for it to maintain that state to some degree. Next up, God, here was the crazy thing. The initiative is getting very, very big. I think it just passed 1 million signatures in Europe. I'm going to put a link to the thing. If you want to sign up, sign the petition, basically. The whole goal is to get enough attention from the government that they sort of respond, that they start to realize, oh, this is litigation that's important to consumers worldwide. And when they start doing this, the lobbyist groups of Europe, this is not a joke, basically put this weird statement out saying it's bad. This will make stuff more expensive. Games are already too expensive to make. This will actually kill games. These are the companies publicly speaking out against it. Riot Games, Netflix, Sega, Roblox. This is Take-Two Interactive, which obviously is Rockstar, Ubisoft, ZeniMax, Epic Games. It's a lot of names that I feel like you wouldn't really expect. Some of them like Microsoft, of course, but it is weird to just see some of these companies that are classically actually kind of better about listening to consumers saying, this is bad for gaming. And I do think that a lot of it is being stirred up because of Pirate Software's lies. Now, this is the thing. Minecraft creator has made fun of Pirate Software's streamers' ridiculous stance against Stop Killing Games. Just to verify, yes, this is what I was talking about. If buying a game is not a purchase, then pirating a game is not theft. This is a very classic meme people talk about. If you're going to claim to me that by buying the game, by paying a subscription fee, by actually owning it, by logging in, by participating, by leveling up, by getting ownership, by having my participation in it invalidated, by being able to say we can just flip a switch and the game you bought, that thing you love, is just unmade, it's basically saying, okay, then I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to pirate it. I'm going to do other stuff in order to get access to it. I'm going to find some way to play it that actually makes my stuff feel more permanent, my purchase more permanent. So let's get into why this guy, you may not have heard of him, Pirate Software is a very strange guy. I'll admit, I watched this guy quite...
Bro, is Dreamcast guy really in a position to call other people very strange?
Pirate Software is a very strange guy. I'll admit, I watched this guy quite a bit for a couple months. Specifically, there was a thing called World of Warcraft Hardcore Classic. It's basically like if you've ever played Diablo, hardcore is death equals delete. If you die, your character is just off the grid. It's very fun, actually, because every fight, every encounter, every quest becomes a lot more epic when you're afraid of, well, bad luck, bad pulls, causes of death. I watched a lot of his hardcore streams. Well,
dude, it's just like Sword Art Online. Oh my god.
He basically turned out to be kind of a weirdo, kind of a scummy weirdo. I'm not going to get into all of his stuff because, my god, this guy definitely has issues. But he has been obsessively talking about the evils of the Stop Killing Games initiative, saying, people are calling me a liar and then I misrepresent. He did. I don't know why. Sometimes some people like this, they can never, ever admit fault. He refuses to admit that he was wrong. But basically what he says is like, look, here's to recap. My main issue with the initiative is that it's broad in its approach to change the industry and change the language, not the fact. Request that all games stay in a functional, playable state. This is not feasible for all games at a technical level and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MOBAs, MMOs, user-generated content. The list is not exhaustive, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like those kinds of games. Effectively, this has the potential to restrict future development by making kick-ass experiences because it locks a weight of their decisions. Okay. Now let's talk about why this is wrong and this is a lie. Basically what's happening is a lot of these companies are already spending hundreds of millions of dollars on development. There's so many big budget projects that, in my opinion, there's a lot of games that are very much over budget. But the whole idea behind it is that the Stop Killing Games initiative is just saying, give us some sort of access to it if you're going to shut it down. We're not asking for infinite. We're not asking for backporting as well. A clear part of the initiative is going forward. Basically, if you made, obviously, Concord as an example, Concord can't come back. I don't think anybody wants it to come back, but essentially it's saying that in the future, if you make some sort of looter shooter or something like that, you are required to give people some ability to play it. Something like that. Like, I understand some genres are going to be more accessible than others. If you have something that's purely, hey, there's a cloud server that generates every piece of content, every piece of dialogue, that stuff's going to be harder to do. But I guess my point is the fact that I just don't believe the lie that this is somehow going to break games. The next great, crazy World of Warcraft classic style moments aren't going to happen because, oh no, the servers have to talk to...
No, what it'll do is it'll dramatically increase file size. Because let's say you have a live service game. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example, but unless the law is written in a certain way, they would have to include everything. Everything. Any piece of content that's ever existed. And any state that the game was ever in would have to be... So, yeah. I don't know how that would work for live service stuff. No, everything is not already files on your PC. So let's say it's written in a way that, you know, the game must preserve all functionality over the life of its, you know, online tenure or whatever. That would mean that every single playable build would have to be accessible. Right? Because that would be every bit of content, because a live service game has content that cycles in and out. Not everything just stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks infinitely. So, I don't know, man. It'd be very, very hard to figure out from a development standpoint. I just don't really see what the problem is with this. It's like, you buy an online-only game. You know going into it that eventually that game's going to be shut down. And, you know, that's kind of your responsibility as a customer to know what you're buying. But, you know, whatever. Tony Esquire with a 5. What's up, Griff? I'm going to check out that Starland game store. Oh, nice, man. How was your experience and all the games
awesome.
and
Thanks,
systems?
big eye.
Yeah, no, it's in really good condition. Generally speaking, all of their games are in very, very good condition. So they go through and they clean everything and then re-wrap everything as well. So you won't get copies of games that are like ripped apart or the case is cracked or, you know, there's missing cover art or anything like that. So pretty much everything's in great condition from my experience. And they put on the back, like on the sticker, if it's complete or not. So yeah, I think it's overall, I've had really good experiences there. But yeah, it's a really cool store, man. You can spend hours in there just browsing through the bins, especially if you're shopping for multiple different platforms. It's pretty impressive, but yeah. I've had nothing but good experiences there.
Some nebulous corporate entity. This, to me, it's running defense. A lot of people think that this guy, Pirate Software, he has said some stuff that is very strange. If you look at a lot of his videos now are getting completely downvote bombed. Everybody is like,
I mean, look at him, though. He's fucking strange.
Man, everybody is just constantly. His videos now are getting completely downvote bombed.
What was the video? I was trying to see what it was called.
It's some stuff that is very strange. If you look at a lot of his videos now are getting completely downvote bombed.
Fuck. Nintendo, okay.
Vote bombed. Everybody is like, oh man, everybody is just constantly ragging on this guy now. Because what's funny about it is that this dude, God, he's losing.
How many views? Bro, he got 40. Hold on. You think this guy's hurting? He got 45 million views in the last 30 days, you fucking half-wits. Congratulations. You just wrote this man a check for $200,000. Oh my God. I swear to God, bro, the YouTube community is so fucking retarded. They like gang rape people like, oh my God, you piece of shit. Fuck you. I hate you. Kill yourself. It's like, yeah, Cha-ching! That's like 200 grand, you fucking mouth-breathing degens. Congratulations, your hate-watching pays the same. I don't understand this phenomena of people who just obsess over people they absolutely can't fucking stand. Like, if I don't like somebody, I don't watch their content because I'm still paying them whether I like the video or not. Just like people who go and hate watch movies or hate watch TV shows or hate watch a video game. Well, I guess hate play a video game. Well, maybe in the case of a Sony game, it's hate watch, but you get the point. It's like you're still supporting said thing that you claim to hate. Stop interacting with things you don't like. Otherwise, you're just giving them money. It's like that shitty Velma show on HBO. That shit got a second season because of all the fucking half-wits who were like, oh, it's the worst show ever, dude. It fucking sucks. I watched all 10 episodes, but I fucking hate it. It's like, well, congratulations. It just met every metric that HBO was trying to hit. You fucking dumbass. So, yeah. I mean, this dude just made bank. 200, look at that, monthly estimated earnings, 181,000. So, congratulations, everyone. You played yourself. You made this guy more money than you make in 3 years, probably, in 1 month.
And so many subscribers. Here, let me refresh this just to be toxic. 130,000 subscribers lost in the last 30 days.
Doesn't
is wild.
matter.
But the thing is that the whole initiative is
Dude,
just
sub
about...
count is so irrelevant in today's day and age. Sub count means absolutely fuck all. Especially with all these shorts channels. They get like millions of fucking subs, but they upload a video and they get like 500 views.
Preservation. Did you know that 70% of all games ever released are just unplayable now? 70%. A lot of them don't exist on any platform. They're not playable in a back state. There are so many games that are already just lost to time. I'm a big fan of Grandia. Did you know there was a short-lived Grandia MMORPG? Apparently it wasn't very good. There's like 4 screenshots literally in the world that exist, but I kind of wish I had a chance to play it. What about previous versions of the Warhammer MMO? These games that are online, they matter.
Oh, well. They really don't, though.
They have fan bases. They have an important impact.
Not a big enough one to stay alive.
On the world. And I guess the whole point of the Stop Killing Games initiative is that as these closures increase, as these studios continue to unfortunately get shuttered and stuff, I can't help but think that the Stop Killing Games initiative might be the most...
Griffin overtime again? That's right, man. I gotta pay my rent somehow, you know?
Important thing in gaming. And I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. I want my stuff to exist. I want to make it where my purchases matter. I want to make it where the games I'd like to play stay playable. I think...
You know, unfortunately, I don't get 45 million views in a month. Jeez, man. Fuck. I'm in the wrong line of work.
About this a lot, but I feel weird about the fact that you and I, a lot of us, we're in our 30s, we have nostalgia. We have games we grew up with that are still playable today. Maybe in slightly different versions, like I love Final Fantasy VI. There's a lot of different versions of Final Fantasy VI, right? But it's still playable. I do feel bad for a lot of those kids out there that are growing up with games today that are online only, that only
Fortnite
currently exist because the servers that are maintaining them. And I guess I think about the fact that what happens when those servers get shut off? Those kids will not be able to experience the glory of nostalgia that we have to go back and...
Well, I can't go back and play classic COD multiplayer like when it came out because it's loaded with hackers and shit, even if it's still technically running. So not everything is meant to last forever, man. You got to enjoy things while they last, and then you can reminisce. But unfortunately, nothing in this life is permanent. Oski Woski with the 3. Appreciate it, man. My hero. Big ups. Really appreciate it, though. Thanks for the positivity, dude.
Play those games you love, to relive those memories, to find extra quests and say, hey, here's the coolness I missed growing up. Here's that extra cool beat. Stop Killing Games matters. From a consumer standpoint, from a gamer standpoint, from a legal standpoint. And people that are talking out against it are either being malicious or they're being moronic. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts because as an ex-Pirate Software fan, this was definitely that straw that broke the camel's back. This guy is a weirdo. This guy is a liar. And stop killing games. Check out the initiative down below. Hopefully you guys are into it. And I'm glad I finally got a chance to talk about this. I love you very much. Be sure to play some Persona. Have a great day and keep dreaming. Oh yeah, give this video a like. thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe and see what's coming up next.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming. They fucked me. They fucked me with a toothbrush. It's over, dude. That has to be my favorite thumbnail trend of recent times. People just putting a fucking random picture and putting "it's over." I don't know. It's very appealing visually. I like it. I like it personally. I think I did that for this stream. I'm not sure. I don't remember which one I picked. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I did do one. Okay, yeah. It's over. I love that shit, bro. I don't know. It's just very satisfying. Uh-oh, is Melanie upset that they de-gooned a woman? Let's see.
So we've got some new Tomb Raider news in regard to collaboration initiatives and some new old characters that have been making a return in said collaboration event. This could be something that we could expect to see in the next unified mainline Tomb Raider game, assuming that even happens, because as we know...
Your TradCon GF, guys.
Oh, Crystal Dynamics has been struggling with what to do with the next game, and they're under a lot of criticism. If they drop something...
She's got on 4 fucking dog collars, but not a cross. Interesting.
...that people do not like, and that doesn't succeed, they're at risk of being shut down altogether. I mean, look at what else just happened recently that I covered with Perfect Dark being canceled and Crystal Dynamics being a part of that. So the gaming culture, hey, we're over it with the woke stuff. We've been over it, but at this point, hey, maybe they're losing BlackRock funding or whatever else, EGS money, and now they have to actually rely on sales to achieve making more games, right? So this is what we've got going on here with the World of Tanks collaboration. For some reason, I did see a couple comments thinking that this was some kind of win. As I addressed in another video recently, that's definitely not the case to me. This looks like boring AI slop. It's just like, okay, is Lara Croft not ugly? Is she pretty? Yes. So I guess that's better than the Call of Duty collaboration where we saw a very ugly, pug-face looking, angry, weird Lara Croft, right?
Melanie, why are you worrying about how the video game girl looks? Are you objectifying her and gooning to her? Because why would it matter if she's beautiful or ugly if you're not gonna jerk off to her?
Legged Lara Croft, but still for some reason with her proportions, they for some reason give her a super long waist and short legs. I don't know why they do that, because if you actually look at Lara Croft.
Why is she standing? Why do you think?
In her actual incarnation, she definitely has very long legs, and she's very tall at like 5'9", and has proportionate waist, but still like the most of her height is her legs. So it's very odd that they changed her so much like that. So here we have some people are like, oh, she's not ugly, yay. But to me, this is boring. This looks like AI slop. It just is completely unoriginal. This is what I think we're going to get in the next game, assuming they even drop it. I think in the next game, we're not going to get the egregious things that we saw in certain leaks, for example, and certain things that we thought we were going to get that would have just absolutely doomed Crystal Dynamics and buried them for good, right? If they would have dropped that, those leaks that said that Lara Croft was going to retire for her girlfriend because she's...
I just want to see if she's going to complain about this character being de-gooned,
a lesbian relationship that they were going to try to implement that sounded very, rip-off of The Last of Us 2, which also didn't have the best reception, not only with the game, but also with the television.
Oh, here we go.
All right, AI looking. Here we have Amanda Eber, which let me just give you guys a refresher of what she looked like in Tomb Raider Legend, right?
Melanie, shouldn't you approve of this design more than this? This isn't very Christ-like, I must say. I must say, this is definitely more Christian-coded than the fucking sex demon look, but, look who's talking.
This was her design. So at the beginning of Tomb Raider Legend, before Lara Croft leaves her for dead. Anyway, I don't know why I'm cracking up over that. She definitely had more like, cute blonde girl, archaeologist, fun. And then you had, oh, she was bitter. She was left for dead, man. So she's mad at Lara Croft. She went through a goth vibe, right? She looked great. But yeah. So this was her. So what you
great. Keep in mind, this is the bitch that complained about a fucking, what was it, First Descendant skin. But this looks great, guys. Dude, she's such a closeted lesbian. She wants to top this bitch 100%. All 4 fingers, all the way in, bro. Elbow deep to finish off the fight. I'm telling you, this is closeted shit.
have here is definitely, a more grounded, as people like to say now, style. But this is the thing, and I will say, I don't hate it. The thing that I hate is that this is boring AI-looking art. That's what I hate. Because if you give this to somebody that actually can make a cool art style, then yeah, they can make something awesome out of this. I like the hair. I like the outfit. It's just, can we stay away from this boring art style? And this is a huge problem with Crystal Dynamics.
Dude, there is not a single skin in First Descendant that is this Bro,
so what
she
you have
literally
here
has a vag tat. The reason women get a V-shaped tattoo is to draw your eyes to their fucking cooter. This is literally the biggest whore tattoo you could ever possibly get. The only thing that could be worse is having the word dick garage in top. Like, come on. Dude, this is like literal fucking top tier, just run through slut type chick. If you have a fucking vag tat like this, it does not get any worse. This is like literally the most whore-coded look you could possibly have if you got a tattoo, other than literally putting the words boner garage or cum dumpster or insert here. Like, come on, dude. Or both entries are open. I don't know, man.
Went through a goth vibe, right? She looked great. But yeah, so this was her. So what you have here is definitely, a more grounded, as people like to say now, style. But this is the thing, and I will say, I don't hate it. The thing that I hate is that this is boring AI-looking art. That's what I hate. Because if you give this to somebody that actually can make a cool art style, then yeah, they can make something awesome out of it.
All right, that's all I wanted to know. That's enough. Great character design. Oh yeah, dude. What the fuck is that? Dude. The Indian stereotype prevails into Xbox content. Oh my god. The white boy dreams of rum and coke. Alright. I probably should go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm going to go to the gym, so. It is 6:30 for me. Yep, no more AI videos. And no more re-upload videos, too, so. Indeed. But anyway, guys, have a wonderful Friday and a great start to your weekends. Appreciate everybody hanging out, and I'll talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.